Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Beat the edge just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Beat the edge just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Beat the edge just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. We feel the air, whoa. Chance it all to feel alive. Moving faster than the sun. Explosions in the sky. Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been stepping at your heels, can I feel what is up next? Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. Hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and melt it down. Table tipping, record skipping, it's a quick dance with more to say. It's a moment for the people, for the lovers, and it starts today. Hot wire, life to ground, turn me on and hot wire, life to ground, turn me on. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. First cross the line, hot wire, life to ground, turn me on and melt it down. Hot cross the line. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. First cross the line. I'm in the mood. Watch me.
Put your best shoes on, to see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
7-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip hop, you know. Cause we made pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Killin' with a sound, yeah, killin' with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we made pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Big M in the bit. Yeah.
It follows me around every bend, like a voice in the breeze. It's a curse, it's a shadow, it's a friend. Got me down on my knees. Can you feel it? Can you feel it falling? I don't know what else to try. I can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. We go in where the others won't, walking straight to the fire. We see things that the others don't, fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime
Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need an omen or sign. Oxbridge. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another week of the LPL. We're back for week 3. And I can't believe it's already week 3 coming into the LPL. It means Rift Rivals is on the horizon after week 4. We have Cross Conference coming up next week as well. It's all kicking off in the LPL, and some many surprise results coming into the first 2 weeks. But I'm fully expecting there to be more as we see WE getting ready for their first game of the day. They'll be going up against IME as their opponents, who have not been looking so hot, but at the same time, WE have had their own struggles. So it'll be up to the first match of the day to see if both teams can perform. My name is Pulse. I'll be joined by Froskuren and Raz as my analyst today to talk about today's games and all things LPL. And first off, I just want to start off the conversation. Actually, no, I'm going to ask you, how are you doing first?
Oh.
How is everybody today?
Oh, now, I may not sound it, but I am quite under the weather. So, I'm okay, I guess?
Yeah, you definitely
Possibly.
I definitely walked into the studio and you were on the floor. So and I was like, that's probably not a good sign. Yourself, Froskuren.
I just messed up the camera shot right there because, like, get me away from this guy if you're feeling sick. Please don't take out the entire team, Raz, but I'm feeling great.
Fantastic. All right, so I want to touch on the fact that just the standings to start this one off, talking about Group A as we'll be looking at them today, and more the fact that Dan Gaming is currently at the top of the scoreboard. What happened? We're in week 3 now. Dan Gaming, we literally said coming in that they are going to be Group of Death. They are the new GT of our league. And they're at the top. They're tied with EDG. They've won 6 games, lost 2, creating a 3-1 scoreline, and they're just looking superb.
Yeah, I mean, they would have expected the same, too. When the moment the groups were drawn, they would have purchased their own tombstone. It would have looked very terrible. Reason for it is just because they're the third-place LSBL team. They were able to take down Vici coming through, but somehow, someway, 2-0ing EDG. So they are the top team, number 1, even though they are tied in the standings with EDG. So I don't have an explanation for you, sir. I have nothing.
But it's not even just 2-0ing EDG, though. And this isn't like 2-1 Dan Gaming scraping by. They have 2-0'd every single opponent here. So they are not just like, you know, limping over the finish line into last place. They are first place definitively. Now, what's interesting in the context around that is, yes, it was a very different EDG that they 2-0'd to kind of kick them off on their big tear through the LPL. But right now, we're about to close out on groups, and every single team that Dan Gaming have faced, they've put in the ground.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, WE haven't played their 4th game yet, so if they win here today against IME, there is a possibility they overtake them, but that also requires Dan Gaming to also lose a game because they are 5-3, that being from WE.
You know what's kind of interesting, though, is the fact that we're still not sold on Dan Gaming being, like, legit an elite team, and I think that kind of speaks to what's happening with the rest of the league, though. You know, like, Team WE falling down to Snake, Snake really nowhere to be found, Invictus Gaming still a giant question mark. Like, the fact that Dan Gaming definitively first, we're like, but they're probably still middle of the pack.
Yeah. It just comes down to the rest of the group, and this is kind of unforeseen. Like, IG still having their roster troubles. IMA at the same time, they're kind of trying to figure out if the difference between Flawless and Starlight, and, of course, Ben 4 and Road, and seeing which one works well for them. So Dan Gaming able to usurp a lot of these teams just based off that struggle alone in the rest of their group. So it's working out very well for them currently, other than the 2-0, which was expected when they went up against the 0-2 when they went up against WE.
It's not just them with troubles, though. You look at the opposite group being Group B, and RNG not in great shape right now. RNG currently sat in 2-1, tied with a team like Newbie and LGD just beneath them. When you have OMG, who, to be fair, we did say were going to be top 2, but they're currently 4-0. The fact that RNG are slumping down is massive question marks for me, and I don't know what's going to happen from here on out depending on their roster, whether Uzi's going to come back and what's going to go on with that. But to further illustrate the point, just the fact that RNG right now are right in the middle of the pack seems weird.
It would have looked even worse had they lost that really close set going up against LGD. That's what makes it even more scary. They're trying to figure out who's the strongest jungler for them between Yihan and MLXG, who hasn't been performing well. And of course, the AD carry position's always been a question mark. They have Y4 even submitted it. It's public that he's going to be going to Rift Rivals, so that's going to be interesting to see if he comes out.
Sure.
He is a good AD carry, but of course, everyone expects Uzi to play. So RNG seems to be just shooting themselves in the foot.
We also need to kind of like redefine the context there. Like, yeah, I agree, Y4 is not a liability there, but I don't know if I'm willing and able to say that he's a good AD carry. I really honestly haven't seen anything from him. I think he's a non-factor in terms of RNG success. Like, that guy could play terribly, he could play amazing, and it's not going to determine whether they win or lose. It's all on MLXG, like you were saying, and that guy is just falling apart at the seams. He has forgotten how to basically jungle. His pathing is atrocious right now. Starting Raptors as Jarvan and just getting eaten alive. The fact that he's priority picking Jarvan so many times when that guy is just getting blown up in the jungle, huge question marks everywhere.
Yeah, one thing about MLXG is historically he's been a jungler that asks for the laners to really move his point forward, like him counter jungling. That's been an MLXG way. When he is on the new iteration of RNG, that has been a major point of difference, so he's actually had to play towards laners, and he hasn't fitted in with that at all.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing that these teams are now going into cross-conference next week? Are they going to start picking up wins, the ones that are struggling primarily versus the ones who are at the top? Because I feel like our teams at the top, like an EDG or an OMG, are going to suit themselves fine in cross-conference, but looking towards an RNG, are they just going to get nuked by the opposite teams in that other group?
I mean, ultimately, we said that Group A was like the group of death. That that's the stacked one. That maybe RNG and OMG, popped out the top, and they're like lucky that they get all these weaker teams. But ultimately, Group A hasn't been the group of death. We're seeing just as many problems as we are in Group B in terms of rotating rosters, not sure who's starting, what strategy we're playing, weird reads on the meta, not big priority champions like Rakan really nowhere to be found. Whereas globally, he's seen a lot more pick priority there. So it's just kind of all these different factors that I think are tanking majority of the LPL teams, and it feels like we only have like maybe one or two strong, international contenders since we do have Rift Rivals around the corner.
Yeah, for me, it just comes down to which team understands what they're playing towards, what their strengths are. Suning Gaming knows that they're a team fighting team, even though they're still mid-card or below that. Newbie is a strong team, or at least a mid-card team of their own group. But if you compare that to IMA or Snake, for instance, where you just see real problems in, I guess now it's a tough time to talk about Snake's problems if they're coming out with a 2-0 victory versus WE. But just real question marks around them, I would favor Group B's teams.
Yeah, but there are still question marks. I mean, you are completely right, Raz. The fact that Snake did take that 2-0 was also the fact that WE were not performing well on the day. And they are our first match of the day, so why not talk about them right now? Because WE, I don't know what happened to them. It just looked like they self-destructed, in all honesty. And going up against IMA right now, pretty bad. I mean, like, they need to get this win right here. Like, if they were going to face two teams, like, back-to-back, Snake and IMA, we were looking at literally a 4-0 right there. There should be no question that WE are just going to stomp them out.
So what's real, like, just the big surprising point for me when it comes to WE, it didn't just start with their loss towards Snake, because there were still a lot of question marks when they first faced Dan Gaming. Sure, there was a 2-0, but in Game 2, they had some questionable team fights going up against them. Against IG, it was a very tough victory for them. So this is definitely not the WE that we saw in MSI.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me, is that I feel like people, the international audience, they see this WE at MSI and they just expect that they've always been that way. When WE really turned up at that tournament and brought a few new tricks, developing or mastering their early game, it had started maybe around the end of spring split, carried over into finals, but it really came alive on the international stage. And I just expected more from Team WE to take the experience that they had gleaned from the international stage and then just full speed ahead drive over the LPL. And it hasn't been that. They've kind of reverted back to their, tortoise ways where it's, slow and steady, wins the race, it's fine. Let's scaling compositions, 35 minutes.
Not even playing to the winning points of the map, because CA's had some pushing lanes, and I guess we're going to immediately go through the IMA roster of Amazing J in the top lane, Flawless in the jungle, Athena in the mid lane, and Jinzhao and Starlight in the bottom lane.
And that means that Ben4 and Road nowhere to be found, so IMA trying to mix it up and find some sort of success, because right now their start has been abysmal. They are bottom of the table.
Yeah, it seems like a why not do that tomorrow type thing, a bit of procrastination, because they're going up against WE with 957, Condi, G8, Mystic, and Ben on the opposite side.
And that has to speak to, are IMA setting up Flawless and Starlight for success, or is this just going to be immediately failure out of the gate? Like, even if they play their hearts out, they're probably still not going to win this series. This is very heavily slanted to Team WE. I would be surprised if IMA came alive. I definitely think that Flawless is the stronger jungler right now between him and Ben4.
Yep.
But if they just lose here, is this IMA like, oh, you know, we tried, put him back on the bench?
Yeah, see, that's my question. I would look to say that in week 2, that was the worst IMA we've seen. That was legitimately, they didn't have any shot in their games. It just looked like they kind of keeled over. Ben4 was not pressuring the part of the map at all. When he was on Nidalee and had proper lanes, he just resolved into going into his own jungle and just farming it out instead of actually looking to press into his enemy jungler. I prefer Starlight much more. I think I prefer Flawless much more. I actually think that Starlight has been playing better, or at least from what we saw in week 1. So I think that so far from what we've seen, the limited tape that we've seen, I prefer what we are seeing today.
WE, still expecting the 2-0 to come out here. I think if they also lose this game, then we're in for a lot of problems as the LPL.
Yeah.
At the same time, maybe they just needed to light a fire beneath them right now. Like, in the same way that Dan came out of the gate swinging, nuked EDG, and they're like, oh, maybe we should just, like, you know, get good. Then following, like, all their other performances, they just destroy everybody. So it's like Stan's fault that EDG are just destroying everyone right now. But maybe they just needed that, you know, to be reminded that they can bleed.
It's now time to just wake up Team WE. Dan Gaming actually just that obnoxious little brother just tapping on people, waking up the
Are you
Giants.
awake?
Yeah.
Yeah?
What you
Are
doing? I'm not
4
touching
a.m.?
you.
But that's pretty much where we've arrived, right? And that was like a good thing for Group A, and it almost seems like further down the line that would be good. But now we're jumping into cross-conference, so maybe it was like the mastermind play from Dan Gaming.
We're not there quite yet. We've got to get over the finish line, and this is the scary thing for IMA because they are bottom of the table, and they're looking across from Team W and like, crap. You know, we already lost to all these teams, and now we need to face, you know, the MSI representatives.
Yeah.
And the worst thing about this is that, yeah, WE was woken up, you would assume, from last week. This time around, this week, they have a pretty tough set of games. Sure, IMA seems like an easy walk for them, but EDG is in the day 3. And if they are going into, of course, Rift Rivals, they have to be able to come out looking pretty good in the last set of games that they have.
With the current way that IMA has been playing, this is a warm-up lap for Team W. This should be some nice stretching, you know, shake it out. Little brother, take him on first, and then ramp up to big brother.
Maybe. I'm just not. Whenever we talk about WE versus IMA, it always seems like IMA has something once the game gets towards the 40-minute mark.
Are you trying to tell me that that's a 2-0 victory to IMA?
Oh, hell no.
Is that?
No, WE all the way. All right.
Oh, what the? You literally did the fastest 180 I think I've ever had
I
from
said
a
they would
building them up.
I said it looked good. All right, I'm just going to put them right back on the ground.
Amazing. Just comes in for the slam dunk. All right, whatever, Raz. Thank you very much. Let's get into IMA and WE for our first game of the day and the week. Week 3 here at the LPL. Cogmore Gragas Thresh the starters off on IMA. Elise, Galio, and Zach for WE. So standard red side bans and a first pick of Kha'Zix.
Okay, but just to echo Raz's sentiment, because I do think he's onto something there. For whatever reason, when IMA face Team WE, they just have their number. They dig deep. They upset them. This is the regional qualifier grudge match. Team WE do not want to lose to IMA, and the last time they faced, they destroyed them because this was the team that kept them out of 2016 Worlds. There's definitely some hard feelings here.
All right, so Caitlyn locked in alongside the Jarvan. Now, we have been seeing some play in the jungle, but mostly in the top lane. Also had confirmation we're on 7.12 today for Skirin. Just had that come into me, so that just changed the playing field just a little bit.
Literally 5 hours ago, I was like, what patch are we on? 7-11. Got it. Looks up, immediately pulls up 712.
Yeah, okay. So IMA now looking at their... Lockie and Camille...
Okay, wait, no. I just spoke to you.
Got off the chat. What? All right, what's up?
What did I say to you earlier today, Pulse? I was like, so I've been checking out Condi's solo queue, and he's actually jungling Jarvan. And I feel like Team WE will pick Jarvan as a flex pick, bait the Camille because Amazing J plays the Camille, and she acts as not a hard counter, but a soft answer to Jarvan in the top lane, then throw the Shin in and be like, what's up? I think we're going to see a Shin. I think that's Jungle Jarvan, and I think Team WE are about to blast them with a flex pick.
She's not lying. She did say that to me 3 times very excitedly. This was the 4th. Lulu locked in alongside that Jarvan for WE, and Tam Kench for Athena. Well, Athena locks it in for Starlight in the bottom lane. Back over to WE for the next set of bans.
Kind of interesting that we're seeing Bin return to Lulu. I was actually really surprised not to see Malzahar. This is 7-12, so the Malzahar changes have gone through. And not to say that it makes him better in the support position, because it doesn't. It's definitely trying to boost up that AP Malzahar. But Bin will play Malzahar whether he's weak, whether he's strong.
Yeah.
And the all-in capabilities just to lock someone down are still there. So could just be that, you know, he's respecting the Kench, doesn't want them to just get gobbled up. But I was excited for the Mals.
I was too. Mid lane Mouse is actually very fun to watch nowadays, but not going to be the case. It will be Kassadin and LeBlanc banned away. Kalista as well, which has been shining as a very strong duelist AD carry, taken away from Jin Zhao's champion pool. Jin Zhao is a very strong ADC, despite the team's performance, so would like to take that one away from him on this one.
And he's starting to stumble just a little bit. I 100% agree with you, though. Just the fact that Jin Zhao probably top 4, top 3 ADC in the league right now.
Yep.
And again, this is with people like Uzi and Imp running around. So it really speaks to the power and the growth that Jin Zhao has made over the course of his career.
WE locking in nothing just yet, but it was a Talia ban against Xie, and he will lock in the Syndra for himself, so he's got a perfectly fine champion. Back over to IMA. Now we have seen some Jin cropping up here and there, and Jin Zhao is an absolute monster with the pick last split, so it could definitely be a possibility for him as he locks it in alongside Starlight's Tam Kench.
Yeah, so Jin getting nerfs, or not nerfs, buffs on 7-12. I believe his base damages have been increased. There was some adjustments to his Q, but his ultimate is actually much stronger than it used to be, which is interesting because of the build versatility there. So if he wants to just go straight lethality, if he wants to go the wonky attack speed build.
Yeah. It was extra damage on Curtain Core, base damage, and base damage down on Dancing Grenade, but scaling up. So, yeah, actually goes into the mid-game and late-game a little bit easier.
Okay.
Also has a nice spike at level 6. Hasn't been locked in just yet, but they are thinking about, and there it is. So, Froskuren, 100% right. We can call her the queen now of predictions, as that was 100% nail on the head. I just bow to your intellect.
Oh, okay. So
Tell me how you knew this.
So when I was checking in on the solo queue, I was like, you know, let's see what's happening. Condi's playing tonight. Checking through it, saw that he was playing some Jarvan. I was like, that's kind of weird. You know, I don't really agree with Jarvan in the jungle. And then pulled up his schedule. I was like, oh, it's because they're facing IMA. Amazing J will not move from the Camille pick. He's probably the #1 top laner right now that is still going into it. Not that she's super weak. I mean, again, she does well into Jarvan. Jarvan's been boosted up by a lot of the itemization changes, so it makes sense that she would come back into the fold for the meta. But I feel like this just put a giant target because IMA have been so binary in their picks and bans, and you know that Camille is going to come out. So why not punish it? We know that 957 is a phenomenal Shin player. It was one of his signature picks. He was always more of a bruiser tank player, and I knew that they would be able to put Amazing J on the back foot, who's the shot caller for IMA, by using Jarvan as a flicks, as a giant trap card.
It's got to feel so good for WE, because trap card was exactly the term I was going to use for Oscurin, that they literally walked into it hook, line, and sinker. And now, this is one of those rare times where I can say that WE, it feels like they won the draft just because they knew exactly what IMA were going to do, and he did it.
But that said, if I was able to figure it out, you know that Kesman, the coach behind IMA, would definitely be able to figure out. Former CJ Entis coach, you know, he's been around the block a few times. If I can look up Condi solo queue, they certainly can. So it's now, what do they do in adaptation for this? And that's when you have to go to the jungle pick. They have a Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix jungles so quickly because a lot of those buffs have been trimmed down. You know, he gets the isolation damage. If he walks in and finds Jarvan, very brittle, very fragile in the jungle, gets low health, jungle's a bit slow, he can absolutely blast him. And Flawless has shown that he will step up and he will contest enemy junglers.
I have to wonder, because there are very good junglers right now at contesting the enemy jungler. I don't know if I would put Kha'Zix at the top, but it is an adaptation for certain, regardless of getting into game here. WE and IMA for our first game of the day, our first series as well. Let's see if WE can actually just bust out the 2-0 here like we're expecting, and that they're coming off of their loss from Snake. That actually lit a fire under them, and they'll go the way of the EDG.
Jarvan's pathing. So, MLXG has been heavily criticized by us for picking Jarvan in the jungle. Jarvan jungles, not the fastest. It's pretty slow, depending on where he starts. Raptor start is relatively difficult for him. He can do it with his passive by getting that extra damage. If he starts flag, you know, whether he spaces it out, but most of the time in solo queue, they like to start a buff, particularly the blue one. So what this does is it means that automatically, Jarvan is already telegraphed. You know where he wants to start, you know how he's going to jungle, so how do you manipulate that? Then, he also jungles relatively slow. You can probably get 2 buffs by the time he's, you know, halfway through his second one. Maybe you go over, you can test him depending on which jungler you pick. Maybe you set up a trap. So I'm just really curious how Flawless is going to play around the information that we know Condi is going to give away. Because there we go. There's the blue start by Jarvan.
Yeah, almost 100% of the time. He's also getting Thunderlords in this one. And you can see because he's gone Machete, he'll 100% go for a buff versus going for one of the larger camps like Raptors. If you were going for that, he would definitely start Hunter's Talisman, which would allow you to do it, but without running 15 AD as well. Not quite possible. I do wonder if Flawless will actually look for the invade here, because Jarvan does do a lot of early game damage.
Well, again, with that passive and in the 1v1 duels, the only thing would be if Flawless was able to get a significant health advantage and how quickly he can move through his jungle. Now, the one thing that I will say positively about Jarvan jungle is that in the new jungle, because there's so much gold on the camps, it means that he can scale up so much more effectively, whereas, you know, in the olden days when there wasn't really gold in the jungle, you had to play like low econ junglers.
Yeah.
So Jarvan can still be incredibly powerful with things like the Black Cleaver can still itemize into that quite well because he's going to get enough gold to do it.
As you predicted, Frascurin, it looks like Flawless was looking for the invade, but Condi tore through his jungle, in fact. He took his blue buff, his Mercwolves, and his Raptors.
Yep.
During the time it took Flawless to take 2 camps because he didn't get any assistance from his laners. So actually with the level deficit, he can't invade Condi.
And Condi always does this as well. Again, I was watching his pathing all day. He'll go blue, wolves, raptors, and then he'll immediately contest for Scuttle Crab. And the reason he does this is because of how low and how long it takes him to start the red. Again, he's really reliant on having his smite available, and he wants to make sure that the enemy jungler is not going to be invaded. The first 2 times I watched him do this, he died walking out into river, grabbing the crab. So immediately this time, drops the ward, backs up.
Makes sense, and he's definitely safe. He should be getting level 4 as well off of this camp, and right now it looks like he's actually got a tempo advantage against Flawless in the jungle by about a camp's worth.
Yep, Flawless taking the time, looking for that invade, did stall him before he made his way over to the bottom part of the jungle. So far we've got 2 scaling junglers. Jarvan will be fine. He wants to get involved, start ganking his lanes. And then we have the top lane matchup. So this is what this Jarvan flex pick was all about. Shin, long-standing counter to Camille. I know you feel those as a top lane main, but hold on.
Okay, yeah, because we do have a Flawless into the mid lane. She's going to be fine, though. He's actually just going to walk himself out there, so continue.
What do you call that? Is that just the drive-by?
Not even, because the drive-by is like you walk in and you fire off a shot and then you leave again. That was just like, I don't know. How's it going? The old good day? There's not even a high five involved.
I think a friendly stroll. I always think of like the Olaf where he steps out of the bush, throws the axe, misses, and then just immediately turns around, leaves it.
Yeah, that's like the driving by with like the newspaper kid, you know, like on the bicycle and just like tosses out the newspaper and just like keeps on going on his way.
Flawless doesn't even get a car; he's on an actual bicycle.
Yeah, I could definitely see that one.
There we go.
Flawless is looking for another gank into the bottom lane, and this one looks like it will work out. Aggression onto Ben, and he's already been gobbled up by Starlight, so it looks like he should be going down at the very least. And it looks like a second kill perhaps on the cards for Flawless against Mystic, and that's just going to be straight first blood.
Yeah, that was almost a 2-for-1 special there, forcing the flash out of Mystic to just disengage from this red buff Kha'Zix, but phenomenal job by Starlight. Raz sung his praises, you know, earlier on the analyst desk, and I just have to echo them. Is he road? Is he known for that really aggressive roam potential? No, but he is actually much stronger in lane, in my opinion, than road.
Yeah, definitely showed it right there. Was actually prepping the gank way before Flawless even was coming down into that lane for it, so had the 2 stacks ready to go for the quick devour, so really well played to him.
And that's the important thing, you know, Flawless can play out of his mind well, but Starlight is his partner in arms. Like Bin 4 and Road, the Korean, the Chinese, Flawless, Korean, Starlight, Chinese, they have to work together, otherwise the combo doesn't go to Rift.
Yeah. Also to note on this patch, Camille did receive some buffs, so her adaptive shield comes off cooldown a little bit faster, and she gets more damage on her Q.
Exactly, but the second proc of the Q.
Yeah. The true damage bit, the one that hurts. And that is part of Camille's standard attack pattern anyway. Sure, usually if you end up laning against a Camille. You'll see her often hit a minion with her initial charge of Q and then wait for a bit and then zone you away with the second hit. It's actually very rare you actually do get to the follower, because right here there's nothing she can do because Shen actually just blasts Camille.
Yeah, and it would have been one of those combos where Shin, it's about where he uses his shield between her combo to try to deny a lot of her damage.
Yeah, it's all about using the Spirit's Refuge and also the shields you get from your passive. So 957 is actually playing very well. And Conley actually coming for this gank as well. The flag drag, knock up, but Amazing J and Hookshot and is amazing as an ability, and we'll get him out of there.
I feel like Hookshot has priority over
Yes, it
everything.
does. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's all to do with like frame data and stuff. It's almost a little bit like Smash Bros in that sense. That some abilities like Poppy Charge will go through everything, and Xie just getting hit up in the mid lane, drops the ultimate on top of Athena for the pressure in lane. Was never really looking for the kill in that scenario, but still has done a lot of damage. Will push Athena back now.
Curious where she is going to make his back with that. It looks like he just got back to the mid lane. Haven't been keeping too close an eye on this one, although we'll start to pay attention now. As you would assume that if Xie dropped his ultimate, that he'd maybe want to push one more wave since it's cannon and then make his back.
Yeah.
But he's like, nope, stick around.
Yeah, I guess he's fine. I mean, he had potions to burn.
But the problem is now he has to play so defensively because he knows that Athena has the ultimate. He potted back up, so there's all-in potential there, especially if he doesn't know where the enemy jungler is.
It's always a bit of a bluff play, because you're burning your mana pool and then you also burn pressure in lane, but it's saying, I know that my jungler is nearby and I'm bluffing that my jungler is near so that you have to not pot and you go back immediately. But Athena just called his bluff, so stayed in lane. Condi's also level 5 versus level 6 because he went for the gank top lane, so Flawless does have the level 6 advantage over him. We'll take Condi into the camp after blue buff to get that level 6, so yeah, in fact, Xie will not be getting help in mid lane for a little bit, at least about 30 seconds to a minute.
Which you would expect after this wave, Xie will probably make his back, but he just got his blue buff, so.
Yeah, they'll be there for a bit. Starlight taking some more damage. He's all good, he's a time catch. This is 7-12, so the Gargoyle, Stoneplate, and Locket build is now a thing.
Yeah, all of these support items have really been changed up. So basically, what Riot wanted you to do is that you wouldn't just get Locket Redemption for free, but as I start to explain that, she is like,
you've got
Ghost!
time. He's going to be there in like, I don't know, 10 seconds.
No, they're definitely going to dive right about now.
Oh, the 5-man dive. I mean, this is just some solo queue hell right here. One's dead, second kill. It's just by the book. It's too easy for WE.
Yeah, Shin already has the ultimate. They didn't even have to ping it. He starts ghosting from mid lane. They arrive just in time, but unfortunately they don't have a big creep wave to finish off the tower.
That's when you know a bot lane like knew that they were dead. Like no one, but there's only one summoner burnt. Starlight burnt his exhaust because he was like maybe, but then both flashes are still available. The heal still for Din Jiao, so you knew what was coming. They were caught with their pants down, and WE get the first turret of the game.
But theoretically, they could have survived in a position like that because it is a Tahm Kench. So you wouldn't even have to burn both flashes. You know, if Tahm Kench is heads up enough due to deep vision, he could have just gobbled up Jhin and then created the space that way. So if you take a look at Aime's vision, you knew that this was going to be a bottom lane play. There's a Shin. 957 likes to play this way. Team WE do it all the time. And there was never any defensive wards to protect their flanks from that.
It is unfortunate, though at the same time, Amazing J did take the top tower, which means he gets more personal gold and more personal farm. You can see is about 25 CS over 957, plus the fact he got 350 gold from the tower. So in terms of personal gold, Amazing J is in a fantastic position, despite the gold totals being even. So I don't think Aime will be too upset with this.
I mean, Aime themselves, because they put a lot of stock in Amazing J, but then it comes down to the differences in terms of responsibilities. You know, Camille making that 1v1 split push off into a side lane, Shin wanting to get involved with his team. The issue that I have, though, is that even late game, Shin's never going to be forced out of a lane. He can just freely catch the farm. He may not be able to push it back against Camille, but he should really never die unless he's like, plant your feet, we're going to the grave.
He's actually fine now. As soon as you have components of Sunfire Cape, Shen never dies against Camille. And once he gets Sunfire Cape, Camille will never actually just try, because it's a waste of resources at that point. So a 957's already alright in that top lane. But without the tower, he might be in kill range if Camille literally chases him from her tower to his back tower, but then, you know, Condi threats, so.
Good news, though, is not just the Camille getting the solo gold, but also the fact that the Infernal just went down there for Aime. It's always going to help when you have someone like a Kha'Zix as well as a Jhin.
Xie just farming it out. Mid lane, super chill. Both lanes have almost perfect CS at 11 minutes, so yeah, this is just chilling. There was nothing to do in particular.
But you have Team WE picking up a ton of control wards, so saying that they want an objective, I would assume it would be Rift Herald. They're actually one of the few LPL teams that haven't really gone towards the Rift Herald earlier. We've had a lot of skirmishing, a lot of fighting, a lot of misuse and some question marks around it. But investing that heavily into control wards, you could start to see them move them up into the top river.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to pick it up because Flawless did take the Infernal Dragon, even though it was warded from WE. They were just not in a position to contest. So if they can secure the Herald on top of that, which they have just now pinged, actually that was from Aime, that would be good to regain some tempo in this game.
I think it's so important as an objective when you're against a really strong wave-clearing mid laner like in Orianna. She can stall out a game for 7+ minutes just sitting in a mid lane, catching all of these waves, especially at this point in the game. And I think the fact that an objective exists now like Herald, like you no longer are super reliant on the likes of a Gragas to sweep them off of the tower or pull them out of safety. You can just open up the monster.
It's pretty clear now that WE are trying to take Herald. They're sending Starlight and Flawless over there to try and contest, as well as Athena actually panning up towards the left side of his lane, so he can react to this. You can see he's giving up lane pressure to do so. And Connie is pretty much just sat on wards right now. I may have got a decent amount of river vision. Flawless just waiting for that flag to come down before he launches the leap, and pretty much just a Mexican standoff around the buff at this point in time.
Yeah, it's also trying to siege up the top tower, so Team WE have kind of two objectives in mind. Again, there's very little point in trying to siege into Orianna unless they catch Athena out of position, which is why Xie, now with his space, anytime he gets control of the wave, he's trying to disappear into Fog of War. But here we go.
Flawless jumping in. Nice double knockup there from Condi, but it looks like still a kill on the cards as Condi does flash the wall. 957 now coming in, looking for the opportunity to get the stun down and the taunt on top of that from Xie. Nice flash coming in from Xie right there as Curtain Call's opened up and does not cover a lot of ground. I don't think it's going to hit too many targets. Xie just on the edge, 957 skirting around that.
Best case scenario for Aime right there. They managed to force Team WE out of the play, and they now have complete control over the mid lane. They're probably going to get some good chip damage, hopefully the tower here.
That is the goal, but WE are looking to react. Mystic's coming down alongside Ben. Teleport out from 957.
This is scary.
A little bit risky. We've still got Flash and Taunt. Burst Refuge makes it hard to harass him as well with the threats that I may have, and that will be a tower defense at the cost of 957's teleport.
Okay, but a lot was used in that last skirmish, and most importantly, Xie's flash was used. So Athena looked for the big shockwave, Syndra did the right thing, flashes out of it, but that means that next time the cooldown comes up, it's going to be that much more secure for Athena to look for a play like that.
That's another one down the line, and I don't think I've ever seen so much vision around a single objective, though Amazing Jade not in a great position, though again, hookshot, what an ability. We'll get him out of that one again. It's all just about buffering it. As soon as you see yourself in danger, you buffer the hookshot, and it will just carry you out almost every single time.
The eject button, like the little red button in the MIB car.
I think the only thing that actually interrupts it is you have displacement, like a knock-up or a knockback, or actually do something funky to it. But if it's like a taunt or something that still gives some type of movement, like a charm, he'll just keep on going.
You can't taunt for hips. They're just going to keep going, Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really frustrating if you're playing against Camille. And Connie was thinking about burning the ult, but Amazing Day also had TP, he had TP and Flash, so it was like, I guess I'll save it because we are still trying to contest Herald.
But we can't talk about how much vision Team WE lost. So they set up a lot for that skirmish. They invested very heavily in control wards. They've still got 2 of them to their name sitting down into the river. But like you said, check out all of the vision from Aime. So much defensive vision, 3 control wards on their back line, and then they started to push forward vision when they made the Tahm Kench ultimate. So Aime have slowly but surely grabbed everything open on this map. And they have cooldowns to punish it like that Tahm Kench ult, which is just about up.
It's actually much sharper play coming in from Aime right here. There's still no doubt in my mind that WE later into the game will get into a great position like they almost always do. And the problem with them last time when they lost the Snake series was actually just because they did nothing. It was almost like they didn't come with a plan at all, though WE have been making some proactive plays this game, so my fears have been somewhat alleviated because of that.
But they definitely need to put more onus on their position right now. they are strong right now. Xie, in particular, with that Syndra coming into level 11, he's going to hit incredibly hard. And they need to start teaming up with Condi. I'm not saying go a full-blown 5v5, even though it's easier because they do have the Shin. But they should be looking for these little skirmishes before this Orianna just becomes, you know, a monster. That was the shortest hook shot
Yeah,
I've
that
ever
wasn't
seen.
great. Now Amazing J is up a creek without a paddle. He will have to flash away here. That was his paddle, I guess, but it's now broken. And Ben came down, but it will have to recall. And that has actually opened up the Herald for Aimee. I don't think anyone can contest this.
But this is one of the big differences about why Aimee looks so much better in just the first 15 minutes of this game than they have for the last 3 weeks. And it's that something happens on one side of the map, and bam, there's immediately a response. And who's the responding members? Flawless and Starlight, not Road and Bit4.
Yep. It's pretty big for them. And Flawless will pick up this Eye of the Herald as well on top of that. Amazing J is just the fact if you play around him and you play around Starlight and Flawless, you tend to pick up games. And whoa, that was a lot of damage from Xie, but he has now burned everything, and now there is no way he's going to get out of the curtain call.
Didn't have that flash and could not afford to go for a stroll through the jungle at any point until it was back up. Xie vastly overestimating how strong he is, and now this is going to be an easy Herald into an inner tower.
Pretty weird that Xie would even go into the jungle knowing that the Herald just went down. Of course, the objective is going to be top lane or mid lane, and now an inner turret's going to die.
Which is why I said that Team WE need to have onus, they need to skirmish now because Xie's strong, but it was with the asterisk that with Condi, not just by yourself.
Just all doing things by themselves at this point in time, so a little bit scary for WE, but they still have time. I did pick up a dragon while that was happening. It was a cloud dragon. Next one's going to be mountain, so that's the one they really would have liked. Mid tower is pretty low, very much observers, and that will probably be the next objective for Aimee right here.
But the question is about how Aimee break it. Now, lucky for them, they do have the gen, so they can always just approach the tower, overwhelm it, open up the curtain call, and just force Team WE to back off of it, as long as their vision maintains this level. They have great flanking vision, particularly over the top side of the map, because if they approach tower, if they try to force this, you know that Condi's just going to be standing in the wings looking for the Cataclysm flank.
Starlight quickly getting the lick down onto Ben. Gonna take a bit of damage from Mystic, but it's not going to be fatal. Yeah, probably going to try and take away these Raptors as well. But against Tam, pretty difficult. He was just going to eat that one up and give that one back to his jungler. Next Dragon's not up for a long time. Herald's already been used, so it is pretty much down to Aimee sieging mid and WE mounting a defense of some sort, but they are placing down very deep vision. They know exactly where Aimee are, so it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. Though, pings have been put down onto Amazing J, so it does tell me they want this to happen.
But if I'm Aimee, I just call Team WE's bluff and continue to force out mid lane. They're being incredibly respectful of Team WE, not having vision. I just immediately ran to the opposite side of the map, like, that's fine, sit in a bush.
Pretty much, and for WE, I mean, why would you even go for that play? Because say you kill Amazing J, great, but then your mid lane tower drops. You don't take the tower because your min wave's too far back.
Which is why they immediately popped out of the play. They sat in that bush maybe for 10 seconds like, okay, we don't...
That isn't good.
Yeah, leave ourselves exposed for this. But definitely still trying to prey on Amazing J's natural born tendencies to just be over-aggressive, to look for those 1v1 plays.
I actually think that Amazing J has been playing remarkably well. He's been keeping in line with his teams. And when I say that, you essentially just want to be on the same point on the map in a line. Though, there is a play happening in the top lane, Abyssal Voyage, and this will probably be the great escape of 957 as he does have the taunt. Over the wall. Didn't have to flash there. Curtain Call now comes in, and he will get ulted by Camille. So you're going to be standing there for a couple more seconds, buddy, as he ultimates away into the mid lane. 957 survives. What?
150 health, boys. We're out.
I didn't even see him ulting. He was just like underneath all of these spells and all these animations. It's like, oh, he's gone. All right.
They're just dogpiling on top of him. Everyone's getting pulled off like, where's the ball?
And I mean, as funny and hilarious as that was, and well played by 957, that does result in a bot lane tower.
So I feel like what I was going to ask you is like, is this 957, or excuse me, Amazing J playing well around his team, or his team playing well around him to take objectives off of the pressure that he draws? And I feel like right now we're having two top laners just like stand out in the middle of fields, everyone dogpiles on them, and then the team like takes something underneath them.
Pretty much. I mean, that's exactly what's going on. They're pushing different lanes. We're not actually just seeing them meet up in the same lane. They might now. That 957's just hit up that top wave and it's now pushing for them. So there's a chance that we'll see them meet, but pretty much for the most part, they've just been doing their own thing. Pretty great.
But Aimee invested so much into that. It would be one thing if, they managed to kill him. They could
Yeah.
then take that pressure into the mid lane. But unfortunately, investing so much and not getting anything out of it, it now kind of puts them in this, okay, serious pants on. Jen, get here. We're taking down mid tower.
I don't know why Mystic isn't just placing down a trap line right now. Wouldn't you just place down a trap line?
He doesn't have vision over to the side, and you can see that I may have full control of that. So if
Yeah.
he steps forward to even place the trap line, there's a possibility that they just, Kha'Zix comes flying over the wall.
Sure. I think
he
she
was
means just like this line right here while he's standing here. I know you can't see what I'm pointing at, but I
No,
feel like he was literally standing there.
I agree. He should have placed traps somewhere in there, but I think he was just waiting on his team to give him the confidence to step forward.
Well, we actually just saw some traps which are actually covering his flank, so you can understand that Mystic was more concerned about not dying and not saving, rather than saving the turret more than anything. So understandable, as Baron is now an objective on the board, 21 minutes, and Dragon is spawning in a minute, so doesn't want to sacrifice vision for no particular reason. So I get it, Mystic. Just saying, a lowly player like myself would have placed down a trap line, prevented people from just stepping up and hitting the tower.
And then the Kha'Zix would have blasted you.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. But Jin Zhao would not have taken the turret. That's all I really wanted. Well,
I see. You just sacrifice your body
Yeah.
for the well-being of the
Yeah,
map.
exactly.
Got it.
I'm that type of player where it's just like, my mid lane and bot lane can be being blasted, but as long as my top tower's still alive and I've taken 2 towers, then it's their fault. It's all about keeping the towers alive.
What kills me is there's different words for different regions. Like EU is boosted.
Yeah, boosted.
Anywhere you're going, you are boosted. NA is blasted. And you
Yeah.
can tell who I've been talking to by which one comes out more, if it's boosted or blasted.
Uh-huh.
I don't feel like
Why
we
not
have a-
both?
I don't. What is our signature word, Pulse?
What, in Oceania?
Yeah,
I actually didn't know.
that's on-air friendly.
Oh, well, there's definitely not one that's... I think it's somewhere in between, I think. I think there's definitely influences of both, because a lot of imports from different regions as well. But for the most part, Australians have their own language that do involve a lot of profanities.
No, the one that really got me though was Rego. Car registration to Rego.
Oh, yeah,
Who
that doesn't even make
does that?
sense.
It was in a
Yeah.
commercial too. This wasn't even like some rando on the street. They just grab a word, short it, throw an O on it. Done.
Yep. Going for a bevy.
Avro, Kappa.
Arvo? Arvo? That's afternoon, right?
Yep.
Yeah. WE on top of this dragon. Should be able to take it away? Question mark? Because Flawless is coming down and zoning them away.
They've
Looks
also
like he's
got
evolved wings.
Amazing J that was swinging underneath, looking for the pincer there.
Yeah,
But
but he's
he's
going
not-
to rejoin his team. Okay. It's going to come down to smites, and that was 100 health off Kanzi, 102 to be precise, as Flawless just walks up, smites of the way.
But again, I may also have inside track on mid lane and a wave ready for them. So Team WE sacrificed Dragon and positioning on the map. They are playing way too cautious and way too respectful right now.
I hate to say it, Frost, but this reminds me of the Snake series.
It's so... Okay, for the longest time, I was not a fan of Team WE. You know, I looked at all the other LPL teams. You've got all these mercenaries, these gladiators, these big, brutal teams that just crash into each other and
Yep.
just put each other down. Like,
What
yes,
the LPL is known for.
the bloodlust, the Colosseum, I was all about it. And Team WE were just so patient. You know, they were the archers. They took a step back. They'd line up their shot. They'd make sure it was perfect. And then 35 minutes, bam, right in the heart, they'd take you down. And I just found it very binary, very boring to
Yep.
watch. And then MSI, they mastered the bow, and then they picked up the sword. They had their early game, they had their late game, their patience, their aggression. You know, she is on mid Lucian. He does a
Yep.
Faker. Who's that? Like, let's go. But then we come back to the LPL, and it's like they're kind of resting on their laurels on their old strategy, playing it a little bit too slow. And I just wish that they would find their aggression again
Yeah.
and their taste for bloodlust, because I know they have it in them, especially this guy 957. He's back on his
What's up?
shin.
The Kled comes out, the Fizz as well. It's like, whoa, where did this guy come from?
That's the thing that kills me. He played 3 Kled games in the LPL before he just destroys with it on the MSI
Yeah.
stage. And to be fair, it was being banned out because it was just rampaging through scrims, but just a completely different side of Team WE emerged at the time of finals in MSI, and I want it back.
Me too. But looks like Mystic just being put out just a little, not completely blown up. My counterpoint to that is, well, it's not so much counterpoint as maybe an insight into WE's thinking, which is it just they think that they can't compete with the other LPL teams in terms of aggression? Because if they go back to their own region and they're made up of literally all aggressive teams. And when you go to the international stage, there's no one doing that apart from a WE to be like, all right, fine, this is an environment where we can thrive.
I mean, I understand the theory, but the counterpoint then is that Team WE pulled out their aggression in the finals and just destroyed RNG with it. Yeah, RNG had control of the early game pretty much every single time, but Team WE were, you know, ramping up with them. Condi defining himself as the best jungler in the LPL.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate right here.
And you can't even argue that it's, you know, Team WE experimenting with a style. You have a team like TSM right now. They're like, you know, we don't want to win the NALCS. We want to be the best team possible. So we're going to start experimenting with styles. It might lose us some games, but it'll make us stronger.
Well, Conley just got all his health just taken away from him as he jumped in. So yeah, he's going to back off from that one. I think there's a lot of damage.
This is just a tug of war right now over map positioning for Baron.
Yeah. We also didn't comment on that bot lane dive because I have absolutely no idea what Amazing Jay and Athena was doing, because you're never going to kill Shen like that ever. So that's all you get from that one.
I mean, what the teams are struggling to do right now is actually engineer a fight that both of them will step up and do.
Yeah.
And, you know, when people talk about why are the Koreans better or the Korean teams better than the, you know, the global scene, for me, it's the Koreans team's ability to engineer fights around vision in particular.
So I don't know if you caught that, but that was extremely well played by 957. Something that I don't think many people care about, but I'm going to say it anyway. Shen, if he activates W but doesn't step inside it, it doesn't activate Spirit's Refuge. So you can bait out a big auto-attack modifier like Amazing Jay, which he just did. He was charging up the second part of his precision protocol, and then as soon as he baits it out, Amazing J thought he had the drop on him. 957 activates the Q, which moves the W on top of him, activates the Spirit's Refuge, so Amazing J does 0 damage to him, plus the shield on top, so he actually just completely wins the trade. Very well played 957, very small, didn't matter even if it hit, but it was cool.
Can you believe that Pulse main's Alawi?
I played Shen for an entire season and I got to diamond with it. Felt pretty great.
I play Shen when I have to, because I always pick Phil because I want short queue times. I play Shen when I have to play top because I'm like, this is brain dead, right?
Yeah, as long as you have map awareness, I actually think Shen is the pick for like analysts, because a lot of analysts
it's
like
amazing.
do as I say, not as I do, because you can't really like do the mechanics. But I know how this should be played, so you can always be in the right place at the right time, and you can win via numbers. So Shen is actually a very good pick if you are smart about the game but don't have the mechanics.
That's why I play Jinx, so I can just take towers.
Yeah, there you go. Play the objective game, right? And right now, WE are doing neither. They are just kind of sitting back, and IMA are taking everything from them.
And what's scary is how well IMA's composition will scale up. Yes, you have Syndra, yes, you have Caitlyn, but that is a Jhin and an Orianna. You know, if this comes to 5v5, pretty hard to get better than that.
Yeah. Nice lockup as well from Jin Zhao to just keep Condi at bay. And WE trying to find flanks, not really working out. Amazing J trying to do damage to 957, not gonna happen.
It's also because Team WE haven't put in all of the groundwork that they need to execute on good flanks. So, step one, they need to get control of the waves because they need to be able to move into the jungle and place and deny vision. Step two, denying the vision. I may still have so many eyes in different pockets. Yeah, a lot of it's just started to fade out, but that map has been lit up for a very long time. And if IMA's vision isn't denied, it's going to be so difficult for Team WE to find those pockets so they can get the big flanks with the Jarvan.
We're 30 minutes into the game, and another Mountain Dragon is coming up. All right, time for Connie to redeem himself. Last smite, it's not so hot. Definitely missed it. But this time, I have faith. The trap line is being built up by Mystic.
The wave management is also much better
where
this
he's gone.
time from Team WE. They've got pushing in top, it's equal in mid, and they've also got pushing in bottom. 957 tending to it as well. So it's pulled Amazing J way out of this fight, where Shin can join it at any time.
I'm still a little bit scared, though the trap line is making it difficult for Flores to step up. He's actually really well positioned, though. Amazing J comes in. Connie comes in for the engage.
Hello?
Amazing J just picks up the dragon for some reason, and he may just die from this one. Pops the ultimate, given a couple seconds of time, but he can't get out of this pit. He's going to be eaten alive by all of the WE members. But he took the dragon, which I guess mission accomplished.
I don't think that's really a win for Team W in the end. Amazing J just kind of waltzed over the side, just auto-attacked the dragon.
Yeah.
So bit of miscommunication there, but they do manage to pick up a kill and walk away from the fight.
I mean, it's a bit of both, right? Is it miscommunication or Connie just going balls to the wall and jumping in for no reason when he could have just finished off the dragon?
It's like you said, you know, the trap line has been set. Condi's prioritizing the dragon. It looks like Team W are just saying, okay, trap line zone them away, take the dragon, disengage. And Condi's like, fight?
Fight.
Fight.
That's the, yeah, this is the core. I've made the core. Excellent. Let's go in. Because 957 and Condi were on the same page.
Because they also had massive wave control, so why look for the fight there? Because it'll force your Shin to respond.
Yep.
Amazing J had already chosen, okay, 957's pushing in, we're going
I'm
for the
committing.
fight. Whereas if they just disengage, 957 gets to waste all of this experience, possibly get more chip damage on this bottom tower here.
Maybe
So
probably would have taken it by now.
I just feel, you know, something was very unclear in terms of that team fight.
It's a little bit off. I don't know why WE would need more ramp-up time, because they came out of both MSI and finals of spring looking fantastic.
You know, but we see this all the time, and think about Kespa Cup. It always
Okay.
follows right after Worlds,
Yep.
and you know, SKT always get invited. And the last few times, they've really struggled. You know, they come out of a major international event. You're playing tournament meta.
Yep.
The patches drastically change because a lot of those tournaments take a very long time, Worlds in particular. And so, at what point do you actually get to just, you know, catch your breath,
Yeah.
relax?
Sure.
We're only in, you know, the start of week 3. Maybe Team W have been taking it a little bit easy, maybe experimenting with a couple of things,
Yeah.
trying to give their players some sort of downtime.
I guess so. I mean, it's like a yes and no, right? Because at the same time, we're on 7-12, so the teams have known this. We're now on a different patch, so it's whether they can be an adaptive team from here on out. Do you consider WE to be a strong adaptive team compared to the other teams in the LPL?
Do you want my opinion?
Yeah, I do.
No.
That's why I asked you.
I thought Team WE would be one of the most exciting teams to send internationally because they are so vastly different from any other LPL team. But I don't actually think they're great at adapting. I thought that 957 in particular was quite rigid in his champion pool, and it wasn't until very recently that he expanded it.
Yeah.
And I think their playstyle in general, it's always been my biggest complaint.
And this is also a big problem. Condi needs to find a steal, and yes, he does. Condi making it happen when it counts, and now the team fight's ensuing as Amazing J jumps into the backlines right on top. A Mystic, but massive down on the Camille. He takes him out. Point blank execution. As Kha'Zix tries to limp away from this fight. 2 more kills to WE, and it's just chasing down the roaches as Jinjao also drops an ace in the hole, and Flawless on the run. Chie finds him with the Dark Spear, tosses it over the wall, and there's nothing they can do. 4 kills and the Barons to WE.
And Pulse, you don't need to adapt to anything if you're just that good when the big plays matter. Pressure. Team WE, they just played their game. It's 33 minutes in. That's close enough to 35.
Yep.
Time to come online.
I don't know how I feel about this, because they lined up the shot, and they took it, and they shot Aimee
Right through
in
the
the heart.
heart.
And I don't know how to feel. I just don't know what to feel right now, because they've just taken 2 turrets, an inhibitor, a Baron, 4 kills, and they're now 6,000 gold ahead.
And this is what they've been trying to do for the last 7 to 10 minutes. They kept trying to draw Aimee into the jungle. You know, they wanted the fight, but they wanted it to be perfect. Eventually, Aimee get impatient. They look for the Baron. And like you said, arrow straight through the heart. Here comes Condi with the steal. How does he even get that?
I don't know.
And then the cleanup team fight to follow. And so, Team WE, why do we call them the Elder Dragon team? It's not because they rely on Elder, it's because at 35 minutes in the 5v5, they are one of the best, if not the best, 5v5 team in the LPL. And they demonstrate it here. Too easy.
I'm almost left speechless by the performance that W puts on. I feel like, because this is great, but this is also the problem they suffered against Snake, because Snake almost didn't let up. There weren't any chances for WE to find the gap in the armor to sink the arrow, right? So they just didn't end up doing anything. But like when they find that one opportunity, like Aimee jumping for the Baron there, they'll take the shot and they'll win the game. But against a team in like international, especially against the LCK teams, I don't think they'll ever find that gap in the armor. And I just sometimes feel that I want WE to prod and open up that gap themselves.
You know, right before we... Hold on. Right before we went on air for that segment, when Team W were going to face SKT for the last time, I ran into Condi and I asked him, I was like, are you guys going to win? He goes, yes, we're going to blast them. Or he said, we're going to make them go boom.
Typical Mandarin
And
response right there.
so when I got on the desk and Dash asked, I was like, absolutely. Because you could just feel the confidence. And
Yeah.
so Team WE, they know that they have it in them. It's just a matter of consistency. And I hate that even Team WE on the international stage, like the LPL will never outrun that word.
Yeah.
Consistency.
Especially when WE were the epitome of consistency. Like, we literally said if you were going to use the word, we're not allowed to use the word for anyone else apart from WE. And then when
has
WE had the
blasted,
problem, it's
EU
like,
has boosted, and we're just consistency.
oh, yeah, consistently inconsistent.
Ah.
Love it. Oh boy. Well, Condi takes a lick, but honestly, WE suddenly just gigantic because Flawless almost drops. You need to block that. Good job, Starlight.
And this is what happened when Mystic gets to walk to 36 minutes in the game is Caitlyn. Just look
Okay,
at
well, that's half his health.
the confidence in that player.
Big shockwave, but ultimate used onto Xie, so he's good to go. Condi gargoyles on top of him, but he's actually just not doing damage right now as Jinjiao drops. Athena sure to follow. Flawless jumps in. Don't know what you're doing, because who's the real assassin right here? It's Mystic. Takes out the kill, takes out the Kha'Zix. With this last kill onto Amazing J, Athena, just save your scoreline, mate. That's all you can do at this point in time. Because in a matter of 3 to 4 minutes, WE go from losing the game to taking down the Nexus. WE, in WE fashion, yeah, just get out of there, Athena. Just leave. Ben survives as well. WE take the win in game 1.
It looked a bit strange there in the middle of the game. Close tug of war over the Baron, over some vision. IMA were trying to keep pace, but then they just fell flat on their face.
I'll tell you what, for us, that Amazing J's face tells the tale of the game. Feels pretty great. Team dog piles them a couple times. Team takes objective across the map. They get an Infernal. They steal a mountain. They get another mountain. They're ahead in kills. They're ahead in gold. They're ahead in towers. Great game. Working out fantastic. Baron happens. Lose the game within 3 minutes.
I mean, where does that even come from, though? IMA were probably watching that game like, we've got this. We're starting the Baron. We feel confident. And just out of nowhere, Condi, hero play.
Well, I know where I want to start, but we'll just wrap this up real quick as Raz rejoins us on the desk. And don't you feel good that you made the 180, you jumped ship and jumped over onto the W bandwagon at the last minute?
You're acting as if I was ever in the IMA ship. To be
Oh, it definitely sounded like it, Raz.
No, I was just trying to prop him up. All right. So the thing about this game is there were a lot of great points for IMA, but my goodness, I love the early game points coming out of WE. And even though it started to spiral out of control in certain areas, Smite memes all aside, so it felt like WE knew how to be able to finish it up once they were able to get the Smite steal. What are you thinking, Frost? What are you thinking?
Don't need to smite the dragon if you can smite the Baron.
That's all you need.
Son of Baron, get
Yep.
it done.
Completion rate.
You just needed to see the spike on the goal graph, and yeah, Mystic just ended up doing like 1 billion damage at the end of the game, and that was pretty much it. That's probably one of the fastest turnarounds, but it just encapsulates WE as a team so well. The fact that they go from losing and literally winning the game in 3 minutes during the Baron push.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that, because they finally get it going, but let's start from minute 1. I guess even before that. Minute 0. Frosk, the composition. I know you love the composition. You talked a lot about it in Champ Select. The Jarvan coming out into the jungle. But what I loved about that a little bit more was the fact that they propped it up really well in the early game in the sense that the drafting, every lane was a winning matchup. So the Shen's going to deal with Camille very well. Syndra's going to do very well up against the Orianna in the bot lane as well, is going to be able to hold their own. So Jarvan's going to be able to farm out quite well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Keeping that Jarvan safe, it's so important that his lanes are either pushing lanes or winning lanes, so you can't just invade him, which we saw Flawless attempt to do, but couldn't find the crack in the armor.
Yeah, and what I loved about it going forward was that on the second blue take, they had proper wards from the mid lane being able to push in. So that meant that Xie was able to get a nice, decent vision to catch out Orianna taking blue buff on the side of, I guess, the enemy team in IMA. So what did they do off that? They had good information. They knew where Kha'Zix was, so they set their mind towards the bottom lane dive. And that's what I really liked coming out of WE. They knew that the blue buff was being taken. Condi goes on his wild journey down to the bottom side of the map and brings Syndra along with him. And it was just a window that was opened up from that blue buff take alone. Shen ulti on top of Jarvan. There is no way that Frog in the bottom lane is going to be able to protect Jhin. So that was a clean dive coming out of WE. I like to see it. Haven't seen it in quite some time from them. So even though the game looked a little bit of an iffy spot for WE, that is what I like to see out of the team.
Yeah, and just the fact that they had the plan from minute one, and you could see it carried over and then
Yeah.
executing on it. That, like, that's the biggest thing. 'Cause so many times in the LPL, it's just these reactive, 10-second plays where they're starting the Baron. Oh, I get the Baron smite, like
Right.
we saw later on in this game.
Yep.
That's what leads to success. But that was Team WE actually having fundamentals and executing.
And this would have been a cleaner game for WE had they just secured the Dragons both times, all right? They were in position for the Dragons, and one time sure Kha'Zix comes in for just to smite it away. If they would have been able to push him back with the Shen pick, just basically creating pressure for Jarvan in that situation, that would have been the first Dragon. That's an Earth Dragon. They didn't recognize, of course, that somehow Amazing Jay was going to come in and just sneak it underneath them. So this man in front of your face, Kandi, sure, a little bit cheesed out on the Dragon side, but played it out well.
I don't know if Condi would be my MVP of this game. Like,
Okay.
it was a lot of misplays that he made. I know Frost wants to talk, but he missed multiple Dragon takes, and yes, the Jarvan pick was very good, but I also think that Condi was partially what cost him a large portion of this game.
Tell me about it, Frost.
This is also what wins them the game. If I may get this, it's pretty much, game over for Team WE. But
Yeah.
it's just like another day in the office. What? Didn't have vision of that because there's control wards on it. Just came in blind, split-second reaction. Bam! This is mine. Team fight's mine as well.
And who's he son of? Son of Baron. That's all he needs, though. He keeps that name nice and shiny and takes the Baron for himself.
And the reason why I also don't want to put the dragon missteps on Condi, because yeah, we talked about it during the cast. Condi goes forward when the rest of the team is like the trap line. I'll give him that one. But the first one was not Condi's fault. Team WE as a team collapsed. They didn't set up the proper vision. They didn't manage their wave. So it was just super easy for Flawless to just walk over and snatch that one away.
Yeah, and I would say the second one is actually incredibly difficult because Camille, once she has the second proc of Qs, it's going to do a lot of damage. And their focus was on pushing in for a fight. At the same time, they should have put
Will
a
it
ward
do
behind.
more damage than Smite?
No.
But they should have, their focus was on the fight rather than putting a ward behind the wall. They didn't know what Amazing Jay was doing. He had ill intent, all right? No idea.
All right, wrap it up. We're going to talk about more of this after the break, as we are going to take a quick one while the team set up for Game 2. So stick with us. We'll be back after this. going on? Welcome back to the LPL for our second game of the day. Still in our first series, still WE and IMA, though WE just typical WE fashion, you know, just don't do anything for half an hour, just win the game. Just completely destroy IMA out of the gate. Fantastic. So has that just confirmed the 2-0 that we're looking at here?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It is a good question.
You're hurting
Raz,
me.
give me an answer.
It is. It looked really good. Even though, and just at one point I want to hit on, even though Flawless looked very well, and I liked how Starlight played early game as well, it's just sad that the individual performances coming through out of those players, it doesn't feel like it's going to net them a win. Maybe they can come out with a solid team fight around flanks coming from Amazing J, but from how it looks like in this game, not to be the case.
And this is learning right now for, I think, IMA, because we never came into the day and said, oh, this is an easy win for IMA right here. They'll just take the win against WE. But I think it is learning for their roster because Flawless and Starlight doing fantastically. If you keep them in and actually just build this up as your 5-man, I think there is a bit of a mismatch, though. I want to talk about Amazing J and how he interacts with the team, because I think Flawless and Starlight always taking something on the opposite side of the map. Very good in tandem. But is Amazing J playstyle conducive to the lineup? Is he actually positive for them? Because he's always in the side lane, but if he was playing with the team, would that be more positive?
I would say yes. With that being said, the way they're currently playing around him, I think there were great points to it. Like when they were dogpiling on Camille, she was always able to get out of there safely. Riptrold was taken by Flawless immediately into a kill in the top lane, right? These are nice points to see. It is definitely difficult to play around Camille because you want to be able to get proper flanks, and this just not being set up properly. In fact, one of the Dragon fights that we kind of highlighted, that was Amazing J opting to play with the 5-man unit rather than looking for a flank in a team fight because they just thought it was a very risky play, which is true. But if that's the case, then you should move away from the Camille. Pick up the Jarvan because it can do the same thing in terms of having the same dive impact that the Camille can do, just also has a team fight state play as well.
And you know, I'll just strip away all the champion names there and agree with you, but on the fundamentals that Amazing J made his reputation on his ability for those late game 5v5 flanking teleports. How he plays with the whole unit of IMA. So I just don't think it makes any sense to put him on a split pushing responsibility.
That's true. And I think it's going to be a little bit more favorable to play tanks in the top lane now that it seems like it's going to be 7.12 and you can play towards the usual locket, gargoyle, stone plate. It's not going to be really a first item or, I mean, 2-item build that you go to it. It's going to be like 30 minutes into the game when you can get it, since you still want to be able to get like Spirit Visage and the
you need more health anyway.
Exactly. So I think people are going to look towards that and say, yeah, maybe I can pick a tank in the top lane. Maybe Galio, if it does escape the bans, is something we go towards immediately rather than the split push picks that we've been seeing. Yeah,
I think anyone would go towards Galio, Raz, but you know what I want to see? Nautilus. Bring the Nautilus back.
Oh, I mean, I feel like Gragas is the better one in that sense, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. But it's Amazing J we have right here. Imagine a Nautilus with Gargoyles and Locket. Just imagine that.
I imagine him getting demolished in the laning
me too.
Okay.
But wouldn't it just be great?
It would be.
WE. Camille and Tam Kench being bound out against IMA side, while Cogmore, Galio, and Shootout's going to be a Zac after that one as well, but WE, still a couple question marks on what they want to ban away here.
And you'd think that with the Camille being banned out from blue side, that it means that Team WE don't want to put a priority on Jarvan in the jungle. It may mean that they'll still have a higher priority on it, but particularly for a top lane.
Nidalee final ban towards Flawless. So still very targeted. Definitely not a meta ban for sure. Over to IMA. Should be a Zac here. If you give Condi Zac, that would pretty much just be a death warrant, unless you really want on-stage experience against playing against the Zac.
There's also trying to call their bluff. You know, we know that Zac gets banned all the time in solo queue, gets banned a lot in scrim, so there you go. Could be Condi. Do you actually play the champion?
And it's almost like saying to WE, you have to play it, otherwise we're going to take it, and Flawless may have practiced this one, so I actually kind of like the gambit from IMA.
Now, it should be noted that the Nidalee has been banned, and when we've seen Zac let through and we've seen Zac fall, Nidalee kind of came out not as a counter as a champion, but in terms of a style, you know, a hyper-fast, very quick farming style that was able to get around just as quickly as him and try to interrupt that flow.
Okay, so first pick was Caitlyn for us, so is this now a Zac pick from IMA? It looks like the gambit has paid off.
It would have to be. We know that IMA's played it, but it wasn't Flawless. It was Ben 4, I believe, at the helm.
Do you think they'll pick it on their third pick? Because there's no real priority on it now.
I think you'd have to pick it now, because if you just give it away, like, it could just be that they wait Caitlyn over the Zac.
Yeah.
and the Team WB just grab it anyway? And can you afford to give both Caitlyn and Zach? Think of how much
Oh my god, the mind games.
safety that would give Caitlyn.
Oh, it's
Oh,
Elise.
no.
The gambit's backfired. Okay, well, WE don't have to pick Zach now.
Are we going to get a game with no Zach?
Which is a possibility.
Okay.
Nah. WE literally just prioritized the Caitlyn over the Zach.
Wow. They called their bluff. They doubled down.
That's
They got it
amazing.
anyway.
Wow, that's really cool.
That said, Elise can do a very similar thing that Nidalee can do. So what EDG showed is that they'll leave the Zach open and they'll just invade him and try to 1v1 him every single time. Make his life a living hell. Flawless can do that on the Elise, but he definitely is going to have to bring backup.
Well, that sucks for Aime. Zach now into the hands of Condi. And looking towards the third pick now from WE. And they can pick pretty much anything they want. I believe LeBlanc was banned last series as well, so that's now going to be locked in for Xie into the mid lane. I'm very much scared of WE's composition. If this was solo queue, I would have dodged.
Look at all the sieging potential that this comp has as well. You know, LeBlanc with her ability to abuse distortion, get over the side.
Snipe someone.
Exactly, start poking up from the background. Zach, his ability to flank, to dive onto towers, he has his passive there, so even if he takes the tower aggro, he's super safe. Caitlyn rocks up, super long range, has the traps. Like, Team WE, we are taking all of your structures, and because you picked Kassadin, there is nothing you can do about it.
Oh boy.
What are you supposed to do with that?
Dig up Aime. Oh my god. Oh, good lord. All right, so Shen banned away from 957, so that's something. At least it's going to be a little harder to
Got
kill
him.
Caitlyn now. We're nail in the coffin. We got him.
Oh.
Ash taking the... Oh, now Aime can't engage on W reliably from the AD carry role.
Is it going to be Varus now?
Either Varus or Jin, probably.
I would leave Jin open because his wave clear is still terrible.
True, yeah, ban away the Varus. Give them 0 engage from ADC.
And then if they fall behind at any point, they're done because the map will just close out from underneath
Yeah.
them.
I know I joked about it, but you need an engaged top laner now. And like, you need Northless. Fiora banned away against 957. Somewhat alludes to that, but they need some type of engagement top lane. There's still like a Kled open, there's still a bunch of stuff, but
Oh, it'll probably be the Kled.
yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Unless
You'd have to, I think.
Aime would have to pull it out because there's so many bans on top lane now.
Yeah.
Jarvan, Shin, Fiora, and Camille. They would have to pick it immediately coming out of this ban phase because otherwise 957 will just grab it.
And there's the Kled ban. So WE is just thinking about it as well and just saying, you know what, screw it. Like, if they pick Varus, it's shorter range engage anyway. Probably Caitlyn and the Siege will outrange him, he steps forwards. LeBlanc's going to pick him. So Aime, now thinking about their ADC, I think this has just been like, this has just been mind games. This has just been a champion slate full of mind games.
Okay, so Jin will at least give them some sort of engage potential with the curtain call.
Yeah.
But ultimately, when you do that, you trade a lot of your damage because he's not there other than putting in the 4 bullets. Takes some time to reposition himself. And they've got no wave clear. In a world where Team WE get Baron, that game's over in 3 minutes.
The problem is for Aime now, as Gragas and Braum get locked in for WE, is Aime need engage and they need wave clear from the top lane pick. I can't think of a top laner.
Are you ready for
apart from
Nautilus?
Rumble or Lysandra?
Well, Amazing Jade doesn't play either of those champions.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm saying. It seems like Aime have put themselves in a bit of a pickle. However, if they go for all in on the 4-1, then that's maybe a solution as Jax gets locked in as our first Jax pick of the summer split.
Okay, why not? Let's just play the side lanes. Kassadin gets ahead, Jax gets ahead. Let's just run them around the map. This is such a difficult composition to pull off and is so reliant on the first 15 minutes of Aime. This has to be played perfectly. If this game gets stalled out, they're done.
So, to be fair, on 7-12, Jax did rebuff
He can now swing farther.
on his W, on his Empower, which is just to bring him in line with many of the other top laners. Oh, man. Well, we just went all in on the Amazing J basket. All in.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, if Jax gets ahead, he'll just 2v1 all day, but...
I mean, he can be a terror. I think we've all experienced the pain in solo queue where Jax is like 0-7, but
Yep.
you know, he has X items and suddenly he just blasts you.
And he's just on your in-hit for some reason. Yeah, we all know it.
Which means that Team WE do need to have initiative in kind of early mid-game as it transitions into early late game. That, hey, they can't stop us from sieging. We don't want to continue to play with these lane assignments in the side wave. So let's group up and just abuse their composition. Because yes, in a theoretical world, if Kassadin gets going, if Jax gets going, that gets really scary for Team WE, and IMA could just start ripping them around the map. The concerns, that's incredibly difficult to play. I may have 2 new members on the roster, Flawless and Starlight.
Yep.
They've got multiple languages on their roster, so they need to be able to communicate perfectly. And the shot caller is a top laner.
The way I see Jack's picks or any of these high-pressure split pushes is it just flips the hourglass. You know, the sand eventually will run down and you'll lose the game, but as long as you know that it's there and you keep flipping it, if you're WE, then you can just prevent it from ever being a problem.
There's also the problem that what if they don't get the lead in those lane assignments that they need? What if the Kassadin falls behind and he can't 1v1 across from LeBlanc, you know, for 20, 25, 30 minutes?
They lose the game.
Exactly. I don't like the variables, the win conditions. There's like maybe 2 pros and like a whole bunch of cons.
Yep. But 15% of the time, it wins 100% of the time. So that's the play right here from IMA as we jump into game 2 here between WE and IMA. Trying to make it that 2-0 here from WE. Froskurin, you're readjusting your headset, but no one can see you apart from me.
Yep.
Okay.
Had to fix my hair.
All right. So, Amazing Jay walking down. He's going to be up against Gragas right here, which doesn't seem like a great matchup.
Pulse, I'm gonna give this one to you. You're the top lane expert.
Yeah.
You know, I got bottom lane on lock.
Okay.
You're Jackson to Gragas.
Pretty bad. Not great.
Because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, Gragas has better wave clear. He's
Yep.
got more damaging on abilities.
You're
Like,
correct.
he shouldn't theoretically be able to kill Jax past level 3, because Jax could just, you know, walk away.
Yeah. Jax can never engage on Gragas because if he jumps in with Leap Strike, Gragas goes, okay, body slam, then he just walks away from you. If you get to level 6, he tries to engage with ult and E, he pops ult, he walks away from you.
But where's the breaking point? Because there's always going to be one with Jax. Or Aurelia, it's around 150 CS, you know, that Trinity Force.
Yeah.
Where is it with Jax into Gragas? Is it after Gragas gets his 2-item spike and then starts to roll off, and Jax just takes over? Like, what does he need in his back pocket?
Jax needs 2 things. He needs either 1 item or 2 items, depending on how early he gets it. If he gets the 1 item before Gragas picks up his Sunfire Cape or first item, he can duel him. But he also needs Gragas to burn his ultimate. If he hasn't burned his ultimate, he will not be able to push him, and he can't step up to tower to wave clear or to hit the tower. So Gragas needs both of those things to actually push against Gragas.
Now we have to introduce the 2v2 factor, because this is where I think
Alright, take it away for us.
get very interesting, is that Elise Jax, even though I think Zac is very strong, it then comes down to execution about how 957 and Condi would juggle the CC, because Jax and Elise can be utterly terrifying. Just the amount of burst damage that you can output as Jax in the cocoon duration, I think can definitely slant that top side of the map, but we haven't seen Flawless really pay attention to Amazing J.
I think this is going to be one of those games where he has to. Those first couple levels and the first kill can mean so much for the top lane. That could slant a game in your favor, which eventually wins you the game 30 minutes down the line, or just means that your top lane is dead weight for even longer.
And we can already see Flawless starting to act on this, taking out the blue buff as Condi, hello.
Oh, misses the cocoon. Condi now has pressure where he can shove Flawless away.
And Flawless doesn't have Smite, so he's going to have to try to stall this one out, decides the cooldown's not going to be up, and it's not worth it, and disengages.
And he knows Connie will pull the bluff.
Yep, and that's a lot of lost time for Flawless. So it looked like he was thinking about resetting and then just healing, buying, and then walking to his own jungle. Yep, that's what he's going to do.
Starlight just got annihilated in bot lane, by the way. He got locked up into the stun, into a trap, and just lost all his health. Gonna have to lose all of his potions right here, which will really hurt him. How's mid lane going? Well, Cass is being shoved in, as per usual. Eventually he will start to burn down Xie with those North Spheres. Very obnoxious build. If you're planning on playing some Caston, pick up the Deathfire Touch, Max Q, and just go to town. It's pretty easy. You just walk up and hit him with the Q spell.
Targetable ability, and you can never get shoved out.
Yep, feels pretty great. He's actually got Dark Seal and refillable potion in this lane, which is hilarious. He just feels so competent.
Never leaving lane, though,
Yeah.
so...
Doesn't matter. Yeah. If you're in a bad matchup, sometimes you'll see Castons go for a Doran Shield,
Doran
even
Shield.
on this patch. This is the patch where it's been nerfed, by the way, so only 1 potion now with your Doran Shield. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too, though it is still a good item. It just adds an item into the mix of things you can buy now.
Speaking of Doran Shield, Jen did manage to pick one up.
Yep.
Caitlyn, of course, has always had the option.
Of
My
either.
Doran's shield or Doran's blade. She could probably rock up with a Doran's ring and be fine.
Also true. And speaking of Doran's rings, I believe those have been nerfed in this patch as well, where you do not get the passive of getting mana back on kills is now unique. So Gragas definitely took a hit because you can't just go triple Doran's.
The one
never
build to rule them all.
Yeah, literally the one build to rule them all. The Dwarven Lord build. So I don't know. Actually, very good to see. I want to see if 957 actually goes for the triple Doran still, because it gives you a lot of AP. Still gives you the mana regen from the passive. It doesn't give you the mana regen back from the kills on the minions. So that was great, but he might still do it.
I say we're gonna get our first taste here, and nope, we took a left turn.
Oh, no, we're going
What?
back. We're reversing.
He's teleporting with dual cloth armor.
Parallel parking. Okay, we stuck it. Dual cloth armor. Okay. All right.
Definitely a Jax respect build.
Yeah. That's a change. 50 extra range when he activates Empower. There you go. That's literally the lane right there. Amazing J jumps in with Leap Strike and Counter Strike. 957 literally waits for 2 seconds and then knocks him back. You actually can do that on reaction as well because it's incredibly telegraphed, so you don't even need to reaction to it. In a lot of matchups with Jax, you have the ability to reactivate your Counter Strike to mix it up and you have some counterplay. But because of how slow you are from max range against Gragas, there's nothing you can do.
Which means that this lane turns into a farming lane, unless the junglers want to try to influence it, but diving both Zac and Gragas, even if Amazing J gets a massive lead, is going to be a big no.
Yeah, it doesn't seem great. If anything, there's more dive pressure for Condi and 957.
100%.
Oh, what? Seen that one before. Like, there's literally no reason to burn Counter-Strike unless you want to zone away from minions here for Amazing J. It's just a mana sink.
But right now, it's pretty much basically even, 41 to 43, so not swinging wildly in too many different directions.
But that's the really interesting thing about a top lane for us, Kieran, which a lot of people just like don't appreciate, is because you look at this and you're
You
like,
can't see Pulse, but he's just so impassioned right now. He's like, no, the
you
middle
never
battle,
see me like
it
this.
matters!
Like, it really does, because right now it's equal farm. Everything is complete equal. As Mystic's probably going to third hit on this one, but not the stun. Great, but all right, I'm gonna let you finish. But
But here's my mentality. Tell me if I complete your thought for you.
okay.
I see this as equal farm. I'm like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to take this equal matchup. To me,
Yeah.
Jax is a Twitch waiting to happen. I should
Yeah.
be either demolishing him, because otherwise he's just going to be that disaster late game.
As the double flay comes down, I am being shut up. But in these matchups, there is so much going on that you don't see as a casual observer. Because you look at it as it's like equal farm, whatever. Like, why would you do this? But if one player slips up, they just die. And that's why sometimes you see those solo kills in top lane, even competitive play, because one of these plates that you're juggling that no one else sees suddenly drops, and then you drop the plate, and then you die. So that's why in this situation where 957, he's trying to knock one of the plates that Amazing J is juggling, and now you can see a CS advantage opening up now because he was able to do that. So now he gradually gets ahead of Amazing J and is able to keep him down by just having this. And sometimes it's easy to juggle your plates, sometimes you have bigger plates, and sometimes you don't.
I know we were talking earlier today, Pulse, kind
Yeah.
of about this idea of kill threats or kill zones that top laners have because it is the elongated lane, especially in the 1v1 scenario. Like, you
Right.
could say that the same thing exists in bottom lane, but it doesn't because you have someone next to you to make sure that you don't screw
Yeah,
that
to
up.
bail you out like a Thresh.
So
yeah.
where is the kill zone or the kill threat for someone like a Jax versus a Gragas?
So in this matchup, Jax
And-
does not have a lot of chasing pressure. Go ahead.
What is it reliant on? Yeah, that's what I wanted you to explain. But as
Okay.
I say that, they're setting up for a dive.
Yeah, they are indeed. So let's talk about this one, because Condi probably just looking to kill Amazing J as fast as possible.
That's going to be a...
There's not a lot of auto attacks coming down, so Counter-Strike not great in this situation, as she is about to line up the gang, but good reaction from Athena and Flawless to actually stop this one completely. So Amazing J going to be shoved in because of the pressure, but it's not going to die.
very slow from Team WA. I felt like that was going to be a very clean kind of poop and scoop with the ultimate.
That's what I assumed,
Popping
yeah.
him off.
But no, everyone back to lane. We're all good to go.
Okay, back to my question.
Okay,
then.
all right.
So, give the viewers context of
Yeah.
what does it mean for kill zone or kill threat for a top laner? What's important there to look at?
Okay, so in general, it's about chasing power. So Amazing J right here has okay chasing power. It's all going to be down to the leap strike, and if he can get an E off in melee range. And he can do that against tank matchups, but not against anything like a Gragas, because he has the disengage, be able to body slam into him or body slam him away. Now that he's level 7, has the ultimate available as well, so Amazing J will never be able to get that to happen. though in tank matchups that don't have the ability to run away, his kill threat suddenly increases exponentially because he was able to chase you down. You can get that from 60%. In this one, can probably only kill Gragas at around 30%. Did that steal? Yes, it did. Fantastic Mystic. And that just honestly sucks for Athena.
He got that blind too. So naturally, he's got the timers. He can tell. You see Ezreal's do this all the time. They just throw that lucky Mystic shot right across map, but Athena just does it with his face. And I think I've seen this before. There we go.
Ultimate used. Leap Strike already
There's
activated, and the minion line comes in at the worst possible time for Amazing J. Though, he may be saved literally just by the TP from Athena.
Also, very nice ability to, I just call it the helicopter.
Yep.
What's it actually called?
Counter-Strike?
Counter-Strike, there we go.
Oh, the helicopter. Yeah.
The Rafflecopter?
That's a good one. Well, isn't that used for Poppy's Keeper's Verdict?
I hate Poppy, so...
The Poppycopter, yeah. Oh, that's not good. Starlight landing the perfect hook onto Mystic in the bottom lane. Jinjiao gonna flash into him as well, but he's run out of bullets. He can't jump back in. Connie's here for the counter gang. Dragstar back into the dual lane in the bot lane. Flash comes out. Concussive blows. Let's bounce for the kill. And first blood over to WE.
And that is so frustrating. Jin Zhao is a Jin player, but hold on, Flawless.
Well, I don't know what he expects here, apart from clearing up the minion wave.
Was that Jin's ultimate?
Yeah. You haven't heard that one before?
I've never heard it broadcast on stream.
Oh, yeah. I think it's just because it was the only thing happening, so it just was the loudest thing. Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, what I was going to say is Jin Zhao is a Jin player. You know, Jin in the name.
Yeah.
It actually means golden horn, but that's fine.
Right.
But
Ignore
he made a huge error there, you know, flashing forward when he pretty much didn't have the damage to follow it out. Immediately goes back into reload, then has it chain CC'd into a concussive blow. Like, you almost never see that type of mistake from a very experienced Jin player. That's like flashing underneath a tower when you don't have any bullets because you're looking for that final auto.
Yep. And that was all 4 summoners from IMA's bottom lane. To be fair, it was from WE as well, as Connie jumps in. Get to the lantern. Bit of a bait lantern, if we're being honest. He's going to flash the wall and not take the lantern. Yeah, okay. So Starlight, you definitely need to put the lantern where the repel was coming down. Not so close, had to walk a little bit. Though he is looking for the engage. Should have the play in a second, he's waiting for it. There it is, onto Ben. Ultimate comes down, or rather the elastic slingshot. Nice pull there from Kondi. That's just going to secure the kill onto Starlight. Ben dropping low. Athena's trying to find it, but Jin Zhao needs to step up. He's got the 4th shot ready to go. So jump back to the dragon, but concussive blows locks you down, and that's literally Mystic lining up the shot for another kill. 3 kills now to WE.
Okay, I know that Zach was the main proponent of that team fight. You know, he comes in, he's low econ, he's so tanky at this point, he's pretty much unkillable on top of his passive, but Mystic is a Caitlyn god. Like, just watching that guy, how he sidesteps, how well he uses his caliber net, and how he always connects it with the headshots, maximizes his damage output like mad.
Okay, so I'd say talk about why this is bad for IMA, because it's bad. Because right now, they've lost the dragon, still in laning phase, fantastic with WE.
They lost an ocean dragon too, so the perfect sieging dragon. But we'll take another look at this one. Again, this is the amount of CC, how tanky. Kondi, he doesn't care. He'll jump into anything and everything here. It's a great teleport from 957. Or at least a great attempt there. I was like, why would he show that? That's fine. But check out Mystic here. So gets the initial headshot, then immediately looks for the caliber net. Gets the other headshot, then finishes off with a Q. And it doesn't seem big, but so many Caitlyn's will waste headshots because they'll, you know, either net on a headshot or I've never seen him do it.
Yep. It's good. He's good. He's a good player.
Good player.
Amazing J. Counter-Strike go. He's going to get the stun off, but he's going to get pulled to a minion first, and probably not going to get out of this one. 957 following after, lands a cask. Just going to, you know, slap him to death, give him the quick backhand, give him the high 5. That's a kill.
From bad to worse. They get the Ocean Dragon, great for sieging. They win the bottom skirmish. They're now going to triple dive.
Oh. So if you're flawless, you've got to be expecting this.
Doesn't.
But Condi's just going to jump in his face. Oh, he flashed. Shit comes in. Quick sigil.
He had
teleport insta-cancelled from Athena.
Maybe 0.5 to react to 3 seconds of CC. What, that was Zach, Gragas Zach?
Yep. To be fair, now you get a full second on
Oh,
the indicator now
right.
for Zach on 7.12. So Flawless had a full second to not die there, and after that he was screwed.
He was just at the bounce house. He was just.
Yep, free admission to the bouncy castle. He won it in a raffle, didn't particularly want it, but he was taken along there, dragged along by his teammates.
It's like when you have the little preschool bounce house, and
Yeah.
you've got like all the 5-year-olds in it, and
Yeah.
the dad comes in,
Ah.
and he just
Uh,
jumps, and they all like.
They all fly up. Yeah, pretty much. So 5-0. WE are 3,000 gold ahead. Connie is 2-0-2. What's this? It's one of those games where Connie pops off and kills everybody, and Starlight probably dead here unless he flashes.
And we're still in lane phase. That's the utterly most terrifying thing.
But we sometimes see this. We literally we call it like, you know, turtle stepping out of its shell, or like the snail, which I think Rusty was trying to provide us last week. Is a slug just a snail that's like stepped out? Alright, I'm gonna ask that question in a second. As I'm looking for the gank in the bottom lane, but I mean, Mystics is gonna jump back.
Is a slug a snail without a house?
Yeah. Like, is that a thing? Or are they just, they're different, right? They gotta be.
I have no idea.
I don't know. I feel like I need the answer now. But the other thing I was going to say earlier is the fact that they've given away the Zac pick, and Zac is just tearing them a new one. And also the fact they have Amazing J, who is behind the farm, is down a kill, hasn't got his Triforce yet, had to go for the early boots. Like, it's going to take him another 20-25 minutes before he's actually a threat inside lane.
And then it comes into importance that there's no way for IMA to stall out this game.
Yeah.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Jax will be that much delayed or that much later to when he becomes strong, and IMA can't do anything about it. They don't have, the Ashe or the Caitlyn
Yeah.
or the Orianna to just sit there and eat waves and stall Team WE. If Team WE just decide to flick the switch, everything's done.
Okay, so what's a better analogy for a side lane split pusher like Jax or like Irelia? Is it they're like an alarm that's gonna go off and you hit the snooze? Or is it what I said earlier, which I don't remember, as Mystic just gets the sidestep of the Sentry, maybe accidentally, but he just flashed away and survived, so good job, Mystic.
That was 100% accidentally, but it looked cool.
Yep. That's why I said maybe. I was gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, but he definitely just randomly stepped forwards. Oh, that I'm not sure if that was good, but it looked cool from Starlight. He's almost certainly dead, but is that the best thing to do in that situation? Zac flies over your head and you drag him into you.
I think at that point it's just a reflex,
Yeah.
which it looked cool.
I think he was trying to do it earlier, so it pushed Zac away from him.
So he didn't land on the other
Right.
side between him and, safety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But right there, he just gave him the
Uh-oh.
alley-oop as Connie comes in for another one.
Ooh.
Oh, that's actually awful, the fact that there was still a minion there. However, 957 was tanking the tower, so Connie got to keep up the chase, has Searching Dragon in just a couple seconds, and the fact he could go that far, that quickly on that little charge is actually disgusting. Zac chimes in for another kill, Mystic turns up for the kill credit.
And they didn't even priority pick it.
Yeah.
They priority picked Caitlyn, and IMA gave them the Zac, and now they're just getting full on
What
punished.
is that? Why is his jump range so long?
Well,
like, he
you know-
just jumped 2 walls.
I just think that they need to move around Zac's ability to clear. Like, you should not be
Yeah.
able to max E and then be perfectly fine in the jungle.
So that's why Zac wasn't picked all the time, because he was still like a good niche pick before, but he didn't just tear through the jungle. Now he just kills all the jungle camps, doesn't have anything better to do,
Yep.
so he just ganks you from 2 lanes away. He's just a bit overtuned right now.
I think he's a lot overtuned. I'm not even going to try to pad that one.
He's a lot overtuned right now, and shouldn't ever get through picks and bans.
But we've seen teams experimenting with it. Again, EDG were allowing Zac through. They
Yep.
felt that an answer was to just play a very aggressive 1v1 jungler.
Sure.
Happened to be Nidalee in that case because she could farm just as quickly, outmaneuver him on the map,
Yep.
and try to keep him locked down. But if you just leave him to his own devices,
Yeah. So the way I see it is when you have these really strong picks that everyone considers to be tier 1, it's okay to let it through the first like week or 2 because people are just like, oh, we can find an answer to it. Like back when Camille was big, Renekton and Shen were answers. But the longer you leave it, the better people get with the pick and unlock more potential. As Flawless actually just gets one popped by Xie. It just made it look easy. He's just like, oh, yeah, let's go back to minion wave now. Just farm this one up. If anyone else comes by, I'll blow you up too. No worries.
my favorite part is how Athena was in the lane, and he's just like, and now I'm gone.
Yeah, thanks very much, jungler. Just go ahead and feed my mid lane.
The
And
jungler's
this,
like, I burned his gunblade for you. You can fight him now.
this is going to be a perfect game for us. We are actually, this could be a perfect game. If this was a scrim, it'd be over.
This would have been over in draft.
Yeah. Let's see that one more time. Yeah, this is literally a full. Oh, he's. I don't know if that was intentional, but that was sick. Summons the clone in front of him to tank the cocoon.
I would hope it would be intentional. Otherwise, you wouldn't summon your, you know what I mean?
Clone right there, yeah. Well, you do it for the extra chain, I guess, but.
But you should always put it, you know, if you're
In
gonna
front
face
of you?
check like
Yeah.
that.
That's okay. That's like a replay that you have to see like 4 more times and then at half speed, and like break it down. Because like if that was intentional by Xie, you can tell by like the timings of when he placed it down, or like if he'd gone into the bush first and then placed it, or like placed it and then went into the bush, right? But still, good job, Xie. Willing to say that you, man, Force just respawned, right? And now he's just gonna die to Xie again. A lot
Will
of
he
damage
take it
coming out
with
from
him?
Athena. No, definitely not.
Didn't
No.
happen. It's-
Well, okay, so perfect game, yes or no?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no. Jack's skipped a tower. Look, he's on his own.
Oh.
This is it. Amazing
Does he have a
J.
TP?
Everything is on you.
Well, they're just engaging mid lane. Jin Jao's probably gonna die. Fantastic stretching strike in from Condi. Won't turn into a kill.
He's
but
still
will
on
be
the
mid
tower.
He's got no minion wave though.
He's
Curtain
definitely
call.
off the tower.
Mid tower being pushed in. Hook. Somehow misses everybody.
Okay, hold on.
And
Round
Athena
2.
steps into a trap. Stretching strike comes in. The flash drags Jin Jiao in there, but again, there's no follow-up coming in from Xie, and now he tries, but it's a little too late. Jumps in. No, the perfect game. Wasn't worth it, Xie. I don't know why you would do that. Top tower's going to die as well. Absolute disaster for WE as they take complete control over this game.
Ah, the classic 1-2 punch from Aime. Top tower and the LeBlanc diving in him. How does it get any worse?
That's 20 minutes into the game. Well, I'm sad because we just lost a perfect game. WE are probably fine because they have a 7,000 gold lead, and every single one of the positions is ahead.
They're also a game up. If they want to, they could FF here and, you know, retry.
That's true. They have they have that. I don't think they're next to anyone in the standings that, no, they're 5-3 right now. After their last game, they are 6-3. So, yeah, they'd still have a good Baron.
This is an excellent moment to iterate because there was a lot of confusion last split that head-to-head actually means very little in the LPL because it's entirely based off of points. So a 2-0 or more 2-0s matters far more than if you have the head-to-head with anyone that you're tied with in points.
Yeah. All right, I want to do some quick, I guess, like housekeeping. So
I
why
cleaned
is
my dishes this morning.
Okay, well, did you clean your dishes here? Because what I'm going to ask is, Aime, why are they losing this game? Is it a combination of the fact that they went mental boom, and Condi got Zac, and they lost the first game, so WE are just like rolling over them?
Take a look at Athena's face right now. You know, we talk about mental boom.
Yeah.
And Athena doesn't normally show a ton of emotion. He's quite a solemn and quiet guy. But to me, that looks a bit exasperated.
Just compare him to Xie. He's like, Zappa was a little bit engaged in the game. Athena very much like just back in his seat, and it just doesn't feel great. Like in a situation like this where Athena is just constantly in these games where Aime are just not picking up wins.
And that's the speculative part. Now, going to like the straight facts of this draft, we already said that this is going to be a very difficult composition for Aime to execute on. You know, everything had to go right. And you can start to see a bit more confidence kind of eking into Amazing J. He got the solo gold on that tower.
Yep.
He's finally got his Trinity Force. He's feeling a bit better. But then this happens.
Dive into the top lane. Condi taking the tower aggro. Absolutely perfect. Stretching strike comes out. Athena gets dragged into Starlight, secures his kill. Amazing J teleports into the top lane. Double downs on the play here for Aime, but it is actually going well. But they take down Condi finally.
Oh, no.
But with Jin Jiao getting blasted into the team with the explosive cask, he drops 4 more kills, 4 more years. WE 14-2, take the top tower, and this is just an absolute spanking.
And that was an excellent task from 957. He whiffed his last one of the 5v5. I wasn't going to call him on it, but because that one was so good, I was like, okay, 957, you know how to play Gragas.
You get my respect. Taking the top tower, taking the top inhib. It's just too easy, honestly, watching WE do this. The hook misses.
Because the only answer that Aime's composition has is either watch their entire base get, you know, pillaged, or they have to fight. And so Amazing J planted his feet, he made the teleport. It looked super risky here, but this is their only option, and this is probably one of their better options. You know, Condi, he went down into passive. They're diving a tower, so they're going to be taking the extra damage, but the gold lead is too little too late at this point. Xie alone just annihilates the back line.
Whoa.
And then a great
Yep.
cask follow-up from 957 grabs Jinjiao. Like, where are you going?
Starlight, that was actually really good from Starlight. Gets to play at the perfect timing, though Flawless is almost certainly dead from Xie. Does manage to skitter out alive, though Starlight will be the sacrificial thrash on this one, unfortunately. And Xie finds another kill.
And Flawless is back in base, blinking health bars, so this should be the go button for Team WE to start off this Baron.
But Amazing J will probably take another tower in the bot lane.
So not a perfect game.
So not a perfect game. I mean, it's still getting stuff. There's those headshots doing a lot of damage. Jinjiao just lost a lot of his HP and is probably putting in kill range for Xie. He's gone. He's jumped back to his team. 15-2, 10,000 gold lead, 24 minutes in, almost a 2,000 damage crit onto that red buff from Mystic. And this is honestly just the 2-0 secured right here. And this is, I want to call this the Gimgoon effect right here for Amazing J, where it's almost like he's just lost faith and he's now just picked split pushes and just like sitting in the side lane forever.
But he also has to pick kind of what's the best case scenario for his champion. You know, even as Jax, if you join that, you're gonna continue to put
Yeah,
yourself at a deficit.
sure.
You're not gonna get anything. Like his only option is I have to continue to gather gold because I need to get to that unstoppable moment. My team just needs to hang on.
While that is true, it was down to picking a split pusher in the first place as Athena flattens the AD carry. And this could be Aimee shoving WE out of their bases. Let's bounce into 957. Has to take the rappel route home. Flawless chasing down. It's actually becoming quite a good fight for Aimee. Curtain Call should be stopping someone, but Ben, the real MVP, blocking these shots. Xie trying to find a catch on the outside. Athena, nice pin down from Jinjiao. That will secure that one. Okay, definitely fooled me. That was a clone, but they do kill him in the end, so still right. 2 kills over to Aimee.
And I believe that's 2 shutdowns on Kassadin in particular. So the
Yeah.
reason why that happened is that Team WE got way too overzealous. They hadn't spent a lot of their gold. They picked up multiple global resources there, didn't back, decided to overreach and got punished for it. You know,
Yeah.
Aimee, they've spent more, they were technically stronger there, and they took the opportunity. This now means that Kassadin 4-0.
Now Condi is 1v3ing for no particular reason. He's got 957 here with Flash the Wall. Probably didn't tell that to 957, but he's okay. Athena is the only one with kills on Aimee. He's 4-0-0, and everybody else 0-3, 0-5, 0-2, and 0-5.
I think I've played that game before.
I think everybody watching this game right now has felt the Athena feel.
The Athena tilt, the lean.
Yep. I actually am not convinced that's not just a cardboard cutout, because he hasn't moved once since the last time we talked about him.
He's definitely talking, though.
Is he? I wouldn't. I know I wouldn't if I was in this situation.
But what can the Kassadin do
Maybe kill Mystic.
if Team WE, again, continue to get overzealous, chase too deep?
Yep.
Then there's always the cleanup potential there, but
Okay.
if they do this, just remember that they have the Baron buff, that their competition is perfect for sieging.
You turning over newly Frusky and you're being awfully optimistic today.
I was told to be nice.
Okay. Well, I'm giving you permission. You have my consent. Just tell me how you really feel. Wasn't the Ghost in the Line show? You have my consent. That was it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, what a great movie.
Superb writing. Middle lane tower drops onto the inhib. Mystic doing a fantastic job of zoning. Jinjiao just wants to hit someone. That's all he wants to do.
He wants to do more than 6.5k damage to champions this game.
That would be lovely. But we're going for the next tower. There's a huge mini wave stacking from the top lane.
Okay, Aimee. This is it. This is your final stance. Team WE have just taken down more global objectives. They haven't spent the gold. Their Baron buff will very shortly, there it goes, finally has worn off. Your last tower. The last inhib. Oh god.
Great timing from Starlight once
Oh.
again. Really on point with those plays. So Ben blocking it once more. Athena trying to do something on the outskirts, but simply cannot find any purchase onto WE's squishies. Jumps in with a force pulse, but let's bounce back into the team. You wanted to see what the backline looks like, right? Mystic does drop though. And now the
Athena.
turnaround could be coming out here. Jinjiao needs to reload, but Amazing J's starting to come into this fight. Athena, he's very low on mana. He just needs to catch up, get some mana back. And this will be a kill eventually as they take out the rest of these small blobs.
Athena needs to be careful. He is running quite low on mana there, but great turnaround from Aimee. And even better, their top inhib has finally respawned. So technically, it's only one hemorrhaging lane left as we take a look at it. Like you said, Starlight getting much better at how he's repositioning the Zac. The tower falls down, but the big thing is that Athena really doesn't get touched. He will get exhausted at one point during this fight, but just takes a step back, waits for his damage to come back up, and then chases again. Likewise, Jax is also starting to get his big breaking point. Mystic on the front line gets popped, rightfully so, and then Jackson Cassidy clean up.
Yeah, he did an imp right there. Amazing J, let's see on it. He's hit his 2 item power spike 29 minutes into the game, and that was a minus 176 Baron power play. Though, to be fair, into the late game when inhibs don't give you gold and there was only one tower going down, there is actually not a lot of things to pick up.
It's supposed to be the game, Pulse. And we say late game, it's 29 minutes in.
Yeah, just you wait until 35, though I'm not entirely sure we're going to reach it. And what you said, great job to Aimee, which, to be fair, it was a good job. They pushed him out of the base. It was 2 kills. There was still the tower going down. There's a breached inhib in the mid lane, open inhib in the top lane, open inhib in the bottom lane, 1 Nexus turret remaining.
Listen, Negative Nancy.
What's up?
They're alive. We said that was their 300 moment. You know, this is where we hold them. The shields came out.
Yeah, but that's not their win condition, is it? Be alive.
That is right now. This is Cassidy and Jax. They're like, okay, just 10 more minutes. We can do it.
They are not going to get 10 minutes.
Well, we'll see here. Everyone clinch.
Yep. Bit of clenching. Good hook. Well played by Ben. Supports have been on point in this game, do have to say. Jump in from Condi. Not going to be a hard engage. W have learned. Perfect. Take down the inhib. Hook goes wide. Back it up.
You can suddenly just see kind of the confidence dial back a little bit. You know, Mystic is no longer netting forward. He's going to stand safely in the back, and they're just going to rotate over. Okay, take all of the inhibs, probably swarm Aimee's base, grab the Baron, clean up this game instead of taking another 5v5.
Yeah, pushing the waves. Need to address top lane. She is going to go back to base and pick up a needlessly large rod. And yeah, Baron spawning in 30, so get vision around there. Secure vision in the jungle. See, make sure to block off all those paths for Aimee. Take the Baron, win the game.
That's WE's plan.
That was incredibly satisfying. That's great.
What's more satisfying, watching LeBlanc or Gangplank just annihilate a wave, or hitting a max range AP Nidalee Spear on a squishy?
Probably the Nidalee Spear. Yeah, definitely the Nidalee Spear. Maybe full AP Malphite on the 1-pop, running Thunderlords. Like Luden's Echo, Death Cap. Pretty satisfying.
Deep teleport. Here we go. 957.
Actually, just going for the invade. Aimee are very far out. They are drawing the line, but they're doing it very outside of their base. Condi, let's bounce onto Amazing J. He's going to get dragged into the team right here, and he instantly goes down. Massive headshot from Mystic. And Flawless will have to back away, but Jinjar goes down. Starlight running for the hills. Athena doing what he can as well. And Ace in the hole lines up for yet another kill. Make that the double there for Mystic. And she is on the hunt for some Starlight. Takes him out of the chains.
And that fight was a 4v5 for probably the first 10 to 15 seconds of it, because it was a super deep teleport from 957 to come in on the back and to clean it out. So just the power of the gold lead as well as the power of Zac in Condi's hands, showcasing right there.
We're sizing up for the 1v1 right here. Yes, WE are winning the game, but I want to see this 1v1 between Athena and Xie. Athena looks like he's losing this one, dropping low, but it will be the game over to WE. I really wanted to see that 1v1, but it will be the 2-0 from WE. Way too easy in the second game. But this is what we wanted to see come out of WE coming into week 3.
And again, this is what was expected coming into this. We knew that Team WE going to be heavily weighted as the favorites. Yes, they dropped to Snake, but it was so unlike WE to kind of lose control over that game. We weren't ready to write them off or write them off out of the top of the LPL.
Yeah, ultimately, this is the WE that we can see. And that was also a Condi game, if we're being honest. Like, when he gets those early game kills, he will just do that to a team. It's just complete collapse, because Condi is everywhere. It always feels like you're fighting outnumbered, and you just can't take it. And I actually feel really bad for Athena in that game, because I'm not even sure he died in that entire game. He was the only one with kills, didn't die. Pretty much played as well as he could have done. And it's just tough, really, for Athena in that one, because I think of all the players, I would not have been saying that Athena was playing the best on Aimee leading up until this point, but I definitely felt like he played the best in this game that they lost.
And we had to question the expectations for IMA going into this, and if they were setting up Starlight and Flawless to fail. The fact that you swap out Ben for, you swap out Road, you put in new jungle support against the best team in your group, or at least not in the standings.
Yeah.
You knew that you were probably going to fall down. Does this mean that IMA just knee-jerk put Ben 4 and Road back in, that they're going to continue to try to solve this puzzle? Because I feel like they have the tools, they just don't like the answer that they're getting.
It's a tough question, so I'm going to throw it at Raz.
Oh.
Hey, Raz, how's it going?
I'm
Hey,
doing
Raz.
pretty well. How was that fun game?
Yeah, it was pretty chill, to be honest. I mean, the gold grab
Yep.
just
Look at
tells
that-
the tale.
That stairway to heaven.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going a different direction, Frost. I don't know if that's going to heaven.
It's definitely going down.
Yep.
Yep.
So this was a battle, and it was a battle in Champ Select.
Okay.
That's the first place to start, because
Yeah.
immediately in the Champ Select, you can see the mind games starting to happen, in which Zach was contested. Technically, it was kind of like, which team's going to pick up the Zach pick? Who's going to be picking up Elise? And if Zach was even going to be picked, because it was the Elise being priority picked on the first rotation on IMA's side, and WE said, okay, we'll pick Zach. We have a better support matchup too, because they picked Thresh, and so we can actually just pick up the Braum.
Yeah.
I was surprised Braum got left up for second phase, because Braum is a very easy matchup for the Thresh, so that was really surprising for me. It looked like that WE had the matchups in the bottom side of the map, which was very secured for them. It was nice to see Kassadin pick, but I would have liked the Braum and held it for the mid pick, just because LeBlanc's going to be able to push in, but at the same time, Kassadin has trade advantage.
Yeah, to me, it just felt like IMA were trying so hard to find a good matchup anywhere. Like, they started to sculpt secondary ban phase to get that Kled before Team WE banned it away.
Yep.
And you could tell that they were just kind of flailing around, like, somewhere on this map, we will get a winning lane.
Yep.
And when it was all said and done, they're like, we didn't get a winning lane.
The thing about this too is that whenever you see a Zach pick come through, you want to see really early pressure come through. Like, for instance, Nidalee has been the primary pick we've seen from EDG. Even IMA picked it up earlier weeks. And then this time around, when we see the Elise being picked up, Elise is notified as the strongest early game jungler currently, except for maybe if you throw the Nidalee around. That's why she's highly contested, highly banned on purple side. This time around, it gets through. And I want to see the mindset coming in from Flawless, because he goes in for a really early invade. He's level 3 in this invade because he has the experience, Quint. He was able to take down the Raptors, Red Buff, and go in for the Scuttle Crab. So this looks very good for Flawless. Problem is, he comes in very low in mana. So if this does not work, suddenly his pathing is very poor. He has to change it up a bit. And this is when it gets really tough, is that he misses his cocoon. He should have led up with auto attacks first so he can actually get a better trade in this, but he has to wait for a cocoon. Suddenly he has to be a lot more worried about the adjacent lanes collapsing in on him. So he has to now go towards his own blue buff, with pass him down to the bottom lane. That being said, Ben comes out with the MVP.
Destroying that bottom lane.
I have a lot of questions here,
Go for
but we'll start off with Ben coming out here 0-0-17. Probably the perfect scoreline. Definitely netted the S+ in this one. I think Condi did exceptionally well. I think Mystic also a shout out to both of those players. I feel like at least in one of these games, Mystic deserved an MVP, because I think Mystic has just been exceptional. He got his first pick, brought the pick home. Thoughts on that one, quickly?
Mystic played
Mystic, yeah.
Mystic played very well in team fights. There are a lot of moments where his team fighting near Dragon area was played exceptionally well. I know you hit on that point a lot.
Yeah, he'd never waste headshots. So many Caitlyn players, they just don't ever think about it, and so they'll just throw their abilities around randomly, and they'll kind of rest on the fact that she's just a super long-range safe champion, as opposed to maximizing her damage output. What he likes to do is double up on headshots, so he knows until he has one in the chamber, unloads it, then immediately hits the caliber net into another headshot.
Yeah, and for me, the thing about Mystic is that in a lot of those fights, he did have a lot of safety in the front line, in Braum, in Zach. And the fact that Elise had to path towards the bottom side for a majority of that, just to be able to keep up in experience and trade Raptors on the opposite side, mean that their composition playing towards Jax did not pan out. You could not pressure the top lane. Gragas had nice trades. The whole idea is that suddenly Gragas, he can't go for his 3 Dorn's Ring start because of the patch out. So it should be tough, especially if he gets the early ganks coming through. But then Zach, the problem from that point forward is that then he can start to go in for the early ganks that make Zach all too well. If he can get the farm going in his favor, then we saw him actually getting out into the lanes. The bottom lane is a good start. Didn't even land the E, but you know how Zach rolls and how he plays this one through. So this was looking like something well, but yeah, attach the Q. and it seems very hard to get out of a Braum Zach engage because he follows through with the passive on Braum. It's just a really tough game, especially since Zach is starting to get these games through. So, like, I know it's the constant meme of, don't pick Zach, or at least pick Zach or ban Zach immediately. This was a game for me in which Flawless had the early snowball mindset. He wanted to be able to get the early push in so he can set Zach behind and start to get Jax rolling. It did not happen. And then suddenly Zach starts rolling through, and it looks into a perfect game.
All right, Raz. I want to rewind for a second.
Okay.
I want to ask you about those experience quints from Nidalee, because you not from Nidalee, from Elise, because you mentioned very quickly. But is that now standard? Because I don't think I've seen that before.
It is not standard, but we see it picked from time to time. In the NALCS, we saw Dardoch pick it up as a least
used at MSI as well.
Exactly. So you get certain moments when they have a plan before, like once they see pick ban. So before the game starts, they know where they're going into enemy jungle if they have a proper jungle matchup. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So if it doesn't work, then you're like, okay, I can go into my own jungle. In this situation, it was a gambit because it was picked specifically into Zach, and they could not get the ball rolling.
What paths will give you level 3? Quickly.
Say that again?
What path will give you level 3 that experience quints allows you to
go for? So it's Raptors, Red, and Scuttle Crab. Or if you can get a ward, you don't even need that, a ward kill. But usually, that's all you really need to get it up.
Is that just one quint?
One quint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Cool. Also want to talk about the Jax pick, your thoughts on that one, because obviously it didn't pan out in that game, and it was, in my opinion, a very bad matchup for him as well, because he was constantly kept down.
Yep. It's a bad matchup. It's only good if the jungle, like the 2v2 pushes forward. He could not get the 2v2 because of where Flawless had the path. So that's really rough. You can see it, Greg is playing out well, just using his body slam to always push Jax away in the laning phase. And honestly, you also saw points in which Jax was itemizing kind of weird. He had the Phage early, but he also had the...
Mashers?
Yeah, he had a...
Stinger.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, there we go.
The sword.
Yeah, so it was an interesting early point of his build where he was just trying to get the sustain for the matchup, but he needed the sustain because he couldn't get the 2v2. So it was tough for him, because the gambit didn't work.
Okay, definitely just like quick fire question to you there, but I wanted to get it in before we went on to our next game of the day on the next series, but we are going to do that right now. So go ahead, take a coffee break, because we'll be back in 5 minutes. So take 5, we'll be back after this.
这边皇子做了一波勾引，
两段一都用光了，只能靠自己的一个闪现，还有个闪现一。
闪现预判的一个位置，
哇，这个位置是让夕阳的闪现后，还是被捡到以后，皇子闪现补了一下 Q 技能，蜘蛛拿下了一血。
这个都是清掉了很多兵的一个血量，大刀
炸到了，甲骨前锋会没有，而且被炸回了一个夹子上面，绿毛这边受到一波输出，但是巴雷的同时的输出也很高，把锤石机给喷死。皇子交了一个 T， 这边想骗一个 T 以后就走，但这一脚看一下，又是开到5个人，我的天啊！看一下复仇之矛这边能不能造成一个奇迹，正面又有一个人被晕住，是西叶，西叶在上面已经被 OQ 杀掉了，妖姬又带走了一个双杀，复仇之矛拼命的在堆叠自己的毛，血量剩下一丝，赶紧逃到自己的一个高地内。
他现在有双招，其实不慌。
想趁着剑姬不在做一个小小的回推，但是兵线，哎呦
，Oh my god， 什么
？3下点死了，右边再交闪现，好吧，你不需要春哥，我知道了。
我没反应过来，反正我看到他在吐女警，正打算开口吐的时候，女警已经死了。
他有无尽啊，连着爆了大概2下，直接这3个人被大嘴一个人给突死了。
刚讲完这个狼行就传了瑞塔所提到的这个线眼正面闪现不容大招，即便到了一个劫持，几乎是在飞天的一个状态，大招盖到了3个人，但反手老鼠的一个输出在这样的一个隘口也招到很好的一个效果，两边的一个前排，最后看到客变已经进场了，夕阳这边是追着对方的狼行，看狼行也想要杀到老还在输出，还在输出，最后是被螳螂给带走，螳螂想走，icon这边正面也是把大腿直接给锤爆以后往前冲。
看一下这一波，其实皇子大招已经盖得非常的好了，
因为对方闪现交光了，这波盖下去以后，我们来看一下
锤开，但是这一波的话用了一个大招是弹起了几个人，后面的话夕阳的一个进场直接是分隔了阵型，再加上老鼠找了一个不错的位置交闪现，回身能够输出。
这波螳螂其实已经做得很漂亮，他先往下离，然后绕了一圈过来，是把斯莫老贼给杀了。
梅罗斯给到了，这边要打了，大家拉一下，
给个大招，杜云比这边被烫了一下，绿毛这边没有人保护，
谁晓得这个菠萝有
跳回来，再丢回来
一个绿毛，这边皇子在这第一场打了4个，抬起来4个人，这波皇子配合怒的伤害打得很足，Fury这边被挂了个虚弱，
有没有机会？
完了，维鲁斯这边被弗洛什毛收掉，又是打出不同的被动
，3杀、4杀、5杀，kill，
全部帮忙扛伤害
，kill。
叫了一个闪现，鳄鱼没有舍得交，
但巴德大招来了，巴德大招这波定到了夕阳，塔也定到，但是支援来了呀！这个位置酒桶喝口酒想往下走，巴德先把爆裂球果 A 掉，再挡他的 E， 酒桶想往上走，勒弗兰过来，3打3开个洞带过来，平 A 收掉 Amy， 大招套给了解扣，解扣这边一丝血没有被 A 掉，走动过去，剩下一个激斗，激斗血量很低，被随身手枪一枪给崩掉，巴德过来一个大招，2个人愣住了，然后
2个人想法不一样，关键是。
把这个喷射球果 A 掉，过来打一套虚弱给鳄鱼，第一套伤害打上来的时候，自己已经钻洞过去，把这个 Amy 给 A 掉了，然后露露大招还把解扣给保下来了，这个真的是最伤的。
利用岩雀的一个大招冲一下路，但皇子一个 EQ 配合亚索进场，这时候老贼的一个输出距离够吧？远方先给一个和平使者，对方那个金身已经被逼出来了，这边夕阳非常的坦，后面还在打，而且亚索这边带走一个双杀，纯哥站起来以后，老贼也带走一个双杀，没有，是一个3杀团灭。
这边可能要越塔了，我们看那边 EQ，
哇，这一箭射得很漂亮，
但是没有大到那个仇恨人啊。这边是扛塔的人，其实并不是杰拉。
卡萨丁绕后了，这个巴雷特
的位置被扣到了3个人，这波诺打得很不错。
卡萨丁要收割了，
跟卡萨丁踢进场，直接击死2个人，卡蒂波 double kill， 卡比这边还有闪现，但是绿毛这边怎么跑？又是一波 RE 做过来，2段的 E 技能再加一个闪现吗？我有这一波落的控制打得太足了。
A 人应该是准备开车了吗？这样很后面
还没开了，有点受不了了，顶上去被刷开，然后随时改了一个大招，切断地形之后，肉的对头放出大招，其实是没有打到任何人，而且二哥的发人大的位置拉到3个人以后，球头顶上来甩了一个大招，这一波是 Dan 的一波成功的团战，没有意料到这样的一个损失。我们再看一次，顶上去瞬间被刷走以后，这一个垂直的大招分隔地形，肉的大招让 Dan 给闪开了，然后二哥出其不意这一波。这波是连环的控制，发条大招卷到以后，垂直同时被投掷出去顶了一下，然后再加上皇子一个大招，再加上酒桶进场。
Welcome back to the LPL with our final series of the day, of day 1. It will be Invictus gaming up against Snake. And this is a very interesting matchup because I think is our desk split in this one. I want to talk predictions actually to start this one off.
Okay.
Because this week we're actually going pretty hard on predictions and where everyone is sitting. So where is everyone at?
This is when I start to prove that I am the bet king. This is when I start to come out and have facts, actual numbers to place me on the top.
You are the flip-flop king, Raz.
But the flop is when I come out the best. I always have an initial statement, and then it comes out ending perfectly. So I'm gonna come out with a snake victory.
Okay, France.
Well, I picked Snake to win as well. I believe that it was funny. There was actually this conversation because we knew we were going to start taking or keeping track of like who was picking which
Announced
team
on
to win.
Sunday, by the way.
Yeah. And Pulse is like, I'm going to be super edgy. I'm going to pick Snake to win, and no one else will pick Snake. And then suddenly it's like Snake.
Snake. Everyone on the broadcast is like, no,
I
you're
was
crazy.
first, damn
But
it.
what's the
First.
But what's the reasoning there? Because I was sitting back here, I was like, do I actually think Invictus Gaming will win this one?
Yeah.
You know, Snake, they've had an abysmal track record. They just took down Team WE, like whoop-de-doo, but their coaching staff is in ruins, if not completely absent. They've been super turbulent. Even when they win, they don't look happy. And so as I'm sitting here, like, analytically, how could I ever justify Snake winning this game? And I really can't, and that's what's awful.
But you still think it, right?
Yeah, it's because I think IG are in the same boat. And IG are starting the Shy. And if IG were starting Duke, I would have 100% given this to Invictus Gaming. I'd be like, Duke starting, IG have this all day. But because they're starting the Shy, I feel like they're just as hesitant and just as misplaced as Snake.
Is that the same reason for you, Raz?
That's the thing, because I wanted to come in there and hit on that point, and it feels like it's anomaly, because everyone's like, wait a minute. Is everyone just on the same bandwagon after Snake winning that one game?
All the rosters.
Yeah, but then it's IG. I would have expected IG to come out with Duke because even though the Shy had a strong mechanical performance in the top lane in the 1v1, it's not about the mechanics. And he starts getting ganked repeatedly or just not placed in the proper wards because competitively it seems like he's out of the water. And so now that they're putting in the Shy, it seems like a learning experience rather than a competitive experience. Putting Duke would have been a lot more sturdier for the team, and so Snake has proper matchups.
You know where I like my learning experiences? Not in competitive matches right before cross-conference. Like, it's one of the only gimme that IG are going to get. They're in the group of death. They have to face all these tough teams. They have to take down Snake because you're not going to take someone like EDG or Team WE down. I think this is a huge oversight from IG.
It feels like if they lose game one, they're almost certainly going to put Duke back in, but it just seems so weird. Like, Duke and Rookie are the backbone of your composition. This is the backbone of your lineup, and if you're taking out half your backbone, what happens? The rest crumbles. So just to put the Shy in once more, like, unless scrims are going incredibly well for them, I just don't see it.
This is also putting him in next to a brand new jungler. I know Raz talking about Ning, and Ning was on Young Miracles, jungled for them a little bit, came up to IG, has some experience in his back pocket, but now you've got pretty much a brand new jungler and a brand new top laner, a brand new AD carry to this team. West, it's no longer Marge there, so there's just too many, like, X factors here for IG.
Yeah, and I know we hit on the Shy a lot here just to start it off, but Ning, a big focus because if he's on the Lee Sin, he has good plays. But if he doesn't have the comfort pick for him, then he's not able to get it going for his team. The mechanical outplay is just not there if he's on the Kha'Zix. So it comes down to a problem in positioning that he has on the map, which is going to be a problem when he's going up against SOFM, who's been just on the dime in the play. So I think that if SOFM doesn't get Lee Sin, he's just as good. But Ning, on the other hand, still need to showcase something other than the Lee Sin plays.
And that is a big thing, because SOFM, even in the losses, for I'd probably say like a week and a half now, has just like every single performance has been outstanding. And sometimes he gets to the end of the game and he into a little bit and he's just like, oh, I guess I'll just go for these Raptors now, whatever.
Some of those builds.
However, outside of that, like 98% is just exceptional. Like his ganks are perfect, knows exactly where to be, his mechanics are on point, like had some amazing plays. So SOFM, I think if he keeps firing and the rest of the team do as well at the same time, that is how Snake thrive. We were saying this since week one. It just seems to be happening now for some reason.
I mean, frankly, IG just don't have the coordination as a 5-man unit to exploit Snake where they're weak. We've never had any question about Snake's individual talent. Again, this is the team of supposed prodigies. OQ, Zatai, Flandre, SOFM, and they just can't plug it together. In skirmishes in 1v1, they're phenomenal. IG, I don't think they can, be that 5-man unit to tear them apart.
And that's the thing for me, the 2-man unit of Crystal and SOFM have been spot on. Even though they've been losing a lot of games, they've been highlight players for the team and have been showcasing a lot of highlight plays. So the 2-man, or at least the 2-man playmaking unit, I see it from Snake, not so much from IG. Need a lot of work there coming in from Megan and Ning.
Big smiles, though, on IG's face as we take a look at them. They don't seem stressed at all about this matchup, but I'm really curious
Hysterical,
what
maybe.
Snake's going to look like. Pretty good.
That's focus.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Every
at
day.
least Zatai's looking happy.
Yeah, and for me that means more, just because of how Snake have looked even after victories for the last however long. Like, they have just not looked great.
So we're just going to go into the IG roster of the Shy in the top lane, Ning in the jungle, Rookie in mid lane, and then the bottom lane, West and Megan.
Yeah, not Thashi, which I was just like, where did this guy come from? Because the capitalized S.
My favorite guy is, of course, their top laner, Duck. But here we go. Snake on the other side. It's Flandre in the top lane, SOFM, Style of Me in the jungle, Zatai in mid lane, and OQ and Crystal taking up ADC in support.
Now, last time we saw Zatai played out in the mid lane, and of course it was their win up against WE. He played phenomenally on the LeBlanc, and he was able to get a lot of flanks going for the team. If he can showcase that kind of play, I would like to see it. Maybe they come out with a win.
He has to showcase that type of play. This is his old team. This is Zatai versus Invictus Gaming. This is Double Lift versus CLG. Like, this goes back since the beginning of LPL, the beginning of Chinese League of Legends. This is cool versus OMG.
Yeah, got pushed into the top lane, found new life on Snake, and so this time around, of course, he's coming in a high off of his last performance, going up Rookie, the best player right now in the LPL.
No small feat.
Small feet.
No pressure. You're just
Yeah.
facing the best player in the league, but he replaced you, relegated you to a different team.
No.
It's fine.
It's going to be a big feat. No small feet club on this one.
I think we're going to get some flashy plays. Zatai and Rookie, both the type of mid laner that they're never going to take a step back. They're always going to step forward. They're always going to try to be flashy. Even if they take the pick like the Orianna, you know, the quiet Orianna. Rookie Miley Cyrus is that. He's swinging that ball through everything, taking everyone down.
That's the
Zatai's
thing.
already smiling. I think we're
hey.
going to get something spicy.
That's the thing. Both of these mid laners, Zatai and Rookie, we call him mid, or at least red side Rookie, because of course he has a lot of picks in his wheelhouse.
He'll
can
go
go
for
through a
that
lot.
side.
Exactly. And then Zatai has had a history of just picking up random picks just based off the fact that no one knows how to play it as well as he had if it comes out new.
My favorite quote about Zatai is that he doesn't have a champion pool. He has a champion ocean, and I quote, with Lux lasers, with Lux lasers and sharks. Like, this guy has actually played Renekton mid lane. So
yes.
just buckle up,
That's true.
everyone.
Yeah, I'm ready. It's actually been a while since the Lux buffs came through, and I know a couple players played with our heart on that one, but maybe Lux could come in at some point.
I mean, the thing about
I hope so.
Zatai is
Nope.
it used to be his calling card that he would play champions that people were unfamiliar with as kind of a gimmick to put them on the back foot. And he was never a master of champions, like a jack of all trades, master of none, and that was his edge in this mid lane fight.
That's true, but he always goes back to his love in LeBlanc. I remember when he was on the team of IG, and they had a bit of an AD carry problem as they usually do, so they put Rookie in the AD carry position and Zatai in the mid lane, and he showcased a high amount of roaming plays on LeBlanc, was able to get a lot of good plays. I know you're smiling. No one wants to remember that time, but it happened. It's in the books.
That moment when Rookie had the best stats and mid and AD carry on the same team. Yeah, I remember that. Sing me the song of my people, Raz. The song of Invictus Gaming.
Well, it's a tough, tough life. I'll sing it in the pick bands as you have to leave us. Goodbye, my friend.
Alright, let's get into this one. Invictus Gaming and Snake banning away Thresh and Talia, Elise and Jace, which means that Galio and Zac are still up. So now IG are like, what do we do?
This is going to be
Ban
tough.
away the Kha'Zix. Now Snake needs to ban away one or neither, so they get one or the other here.
If you're Snake, you ban out Zac and challenge the Shy to play Galio. He's always
Rookie
been
might just
kind
take
of...
it mid lane.
I mean, he could, and that's going to be the big focus. If he picks up the Galio mid, Zatai's big question is, does he play into that? He can play Orianna, so just any sustained mid. I guess Jace would be that kind of 80, but of course it was already banned out, so they're going to take a little time.
I actually thought that Snake's new coach was
Oh.
Wolf. I just saw him for a second, glanced over, I was like, is that
Uh-oh.
Wolf? He's standing behind them.
You see what's up and available? You see what IG just picked?
Yeah, it's Galio. Of course they're going to
What
pick
is
that
that
one
SOFM going to pick? That's a Zac,
Zac.
my friend. That guy just got left open. Well, yep.
Wait.
No, but yeah, SOFM's is going to pick
Yeah.
it up for himself. No trading around.
Ah, so which do you prioritize more, the Zac or the Galio?
100% Zac. The big question is teams are comfortable picking into it. I wouldn't say comfortable. Are willing to pick into Zac.
Yeah.
if they have pushing lanes in a strong jungle matchup. We've seen the Elise. It is banned in this moment. We've seen the Nidalee. It is still available, but should be banned in second phase. Now that we're seeing Jarvan, that could be a flex towards top lane and Galio mid lane, and it could just be a Jarvan jungle. We've already seen that in the last series.
Very possible. Jin also locked in. 100% win rate. Also courtesy of... Jin Zhao just lost one though, right?
He did this.
Yeah, so it can't be 100%. I don't think it's been updated because Zach was also at 50% and he was 50% before the last series. So this is before today, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we just caught these stats people sleeping.
Called out on the English broadcast. Cassiopeia locked in there for Zatai. And now back over to the banning phase. So we are looking for a support from IG and a top laner / mid laner / jungler.
Yeah, so I would go with the first ban on Italy just in case. They're not too certain. In fact, they're so uncertain. They backed up out of that champ select. They're like, we don't want any of this.
We're done. Let's get off the stage. Call it for today. Right, we're good.
All right, we can talk about it a little bit more because Galio's getting picked up, and we talked about the patch just to start.
That's true.
So we can hit on it a little bit. That does mean Locket is much more priority towards tanks, tank supports, tank top laners, because it's taking away from the current HP value of the owner of it, the item itself. So you might see it in junglers, you might see it in the top laners, but you have to be stacking up HP to start.
Yep.
So with the Galio getting picked up, and with him losing the Doran's Ring start, it's going to be a bit of a tough... I guess it's not going to be a top lane. It could be anywhere.
Yes,
but
it could.
It could just go to mid lane. But we won't start with the Doran's Ring. And if he's going to go for, I would say, Spirit Visage, depending on the matchup. I think he's going into Cassio. And then he can go into it as a third, fourth item of Locket into Gargoyle and Stoneblade.
Yep. He also has a lot of choices now. You could also go for something like a Banshee's Veil.
Yeah.
If you want to the extra bit of AP early game to compensate for the lack of triple Dorans.
That's true. You can even go... He's probably going to go... If he goes towards a defensive item, and if he is going towards a Cassiopeia, his adaptive helm is one that people pick up a lot. I know you don't like it.
I think it's good.
I know you don't like it.
I think it's mathematically bad.
But it works up against rapid fire scenarios like Cassio, Rumble. Rumble got changed too. So that's another discussion entirely.
I just don't think anyone will play him from the couple patches.
Yeah.
It's fundamentally changed him as the champion.
Massively changed. We might see more of him in the jungle because he's hidden away, has higher stats now, even though you can't control just the stacking of your rage bar, I suppose. I don't know what.
Heat.
Danger. Heat bar? What is it?
Heat.
Heat.
Yeah.
Is it just called heat?
Yeah.
That's
he
uncreative.
Heats. No, it is. Because think about all the other red bars in the game. You've got Fury on Renekton.
And
got
Rek'Sai.
Rage on Gnar.
Okay.
Rek'Sai, yeah, that's also Fury.
I just call them all rage
Courage
bars.
on Kled.
Is it actually called? Yeah, it is called Courage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they all work in different ways.
Yeah.
Some are just from hitting, some are from being hit. Yeah. I think they should be different colors. Yeah, we've got a lot of colors to play with.
And they're all red.
Yeah, all red, or blue, right, for mana, or yellow for energy.
Oh yeah, forget about the energy champions.
You have a whole spectrum of different colors you could use.
Oh, we just need to use a green one.
A green one, yeah.
Actually, colorblind people won't like that.
No, what is colorblind mode, Raz?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Take that into consideration. Snap this. Send this out there.
Ship it.
Yeah.
Send it to the designers because we've just nailed it. Rush Hour is on the case.
We've got it.
IG and Snake, round 2. So I didn't hear whether that was a mispick or anything, so I guess we'll just assume that everything's okay.
Yeah. Oh, are you hovering the Rakan instead of the Cassio?
Oh, yes he is. So it was a mispick from Snake.
All right.
Apparently the ruling was it was A-okay. So Rakan picked up for Snake.
Okay. They're glad that they didn't make or at least ban immediately afterwards, so that was in their favor. Rakan getting picked up is interesting. He can go out and censor. It's an option with the shields that he can create, so that's another discussion about the support items. But the worry about Nidalee, in my opinion, is still there, unless if this is still a Jarvan jungle. I wonder if that's going to get banned away by Snake.
Now, Kennen taken away.
Okay.
And Caston locked up in ban prison.
Ooh, so that's probably a Galio mid. So we can start to assume that it is, simply because the Cassidon matchup into Galio, we've talked about this a little bit before.
Yep.
People don't want that to happen, especially with Galio not having earlier items into it.
Yep, no bueno. Renekton removed from the Shy's pool, and technically Rockies.
That's true.
Vladimir away from Zatai. And we're back over to OQ for his pick. We're looking for a mid lane and top laner.
All right. We might even see the Casio that they were hovering before if they want to get the mid lane pick out of the way. But Corki. Okay, we need to talk about this one. If it's just a pure hover, then you know what? I'm sad. But I hope it isn't, because this champion got changed to have 80% AP, or at least the ratios for its auto attack, and 2080. So they changed that to be a massive, I guess, shift towards having more AP itemization and maybe more magic pen.
We saw it once before. Were you not casting that game with me, Raz?
I probably wasn't.
Rusty. Might have been Rusty. Because we saw this last time and it lost horribly.
Oh, but here's the thing about that game, all right? That's a troll scenario. This one actually just got patched in. This is right off the presses, all right?
Okay.
So this is a justifiable Corki pick and not a troll Corki pick for OMG.
Okay.
So this one, you can actually say that this man is thinking.
All right, I'm ready to go. See what we have mid lane.
Oh my God!
Is this the brand
Wait a
Jax lock-in
minute.
from IG?
What? What's happening? Okay, that is Jax
Amazing.
top lane. That is Galio mid lane and brand support. That's the lick crit. And I always forget the 80 carry. They changed the 80 carry, of course, in M19.
Oh,
but,
yeah. I think he's gone now.
Makes me sad now.
But we have League Jesus in the house. Brand coming in. We saw this the other day as well. Once, I think.
Ooh.
Jax to the top lane.
Jax versus Fiora. That
What
matchup.
season is this?
This matchup is my favorite type of. This is a good season, my friend. That's what this season is.
Have we seen Jax Fiora since before Fiora's remake? I remember seeing a lot of like pre-rework Fiora into Jax.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing a lot of post-rework.
I've seen it. I remember when I was in the NALCS having to coach that nonsense of a duelist matchup. You see Darshan running around with Jax.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
every
remember
single
that.
time you see Fiora, it was his pick into the Fiora.
Yeah.
It is a high skill matchup because you got one person channeling Counter-Strike and the other one has to actually time. When's the perfect time to utilize their W riposte. So that is what the entire top lane matchup is going to be around. And so you better be sure these junglers are going to be paying a lot of attention topside.
It's not even counting the brand we've got in the bottom
Yeah, I
lane.
know, right?
Along with Jin.
I cannot believe what I'm looking at right now.
This is an old lane. We've seen this before, but ages ago.
Yeah. Here's the thing about this. Crystal and OQ better buckle down. They're going to hunker down, wait inside that bunker for quite some time because I do not believe they will be hoping that their jungle is going to be pathing bot side. If the jungler comes bot side, that top lane matchup is going to be so sad. So this is going to be a tough one. I want to see what the Zac can do, what SOFM's mind is telling them to do, where he's going to be pathing early.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit scared for that bottom lane. I don't know which one.
It's not as bad as the old bottom lane where you saw Deathfire touch on Jin.
Yep.
Yeah, seeing damage that he can have. This one's a little bit more, hopefully, more tame.
Yep.
I've seen some Deathfire touch Jins lately, but he's much better on Warlords.
It does mean that Brand could go Deathfire touch reliably, because before you'd want one to go Thunderlords and the other to go Deathfire.
So that is going to get procced, or at least it has a long time in which your W snare can get procced.
Yeah.
So that's true. A lot of kill threat.
Seems almost even better now as we jump onto the Rift. Nice view of the bases, the nexuses that the teams want to smash to get that win on the board.
Woo, and we have the helicopter going over just to see the 5-point front. You would have liked to see an invade while this is all happening.
I gotta be honest, I feel a bit nauseous.
You know what? I don't think you're good for the skies.
And I don't think so
It's
either.
like-
No, I would never jump in a fighter jet and do the loops.
Oh.
I would insta vomit.
I would not do it just because I'm really bad with heights. That's
Oh,
it.
okay.
That's all it is. Unbelievable. I'm gonna buy that skin now.
All right, that's great.
Okay. How much that cost?
I think it's a legendary skin.
Oh, okay. That's
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna buy it. I'm a sellout. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah,
I will do it.
didn't even know that was what the dance was, to be honest.
Same. That's kind of stealing from Ezreal, but I'll take it. Maybe that's a theme.
Well, of course it is. It's Pulse Fire.
Okay. I didn't know Pulsefire's theme is to just dance. All right? I didn't think that was it.
It's the same with like the project skins as well. Like Ash has the whole like dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The EDM stuff. Hey,
All
Ning
right,
started on Raptors.
We talked about that a little, and
Yeah.
he's doing it with no help too.
And he went with Machete?
All right.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna have to look at the
Some
room page
investigation
afterwards.
is required.
Because we had a discussion about this with how much
Yeah.
AD you would need for you to get the small camps, right?
Yep.
So if you have enough AD, of course your passive would do enough damage, but you need passive, another auto along with Q, or at least Q, passive, and then auto.
Correct.
And if that's enough, then I think Raptors is great.
I think he flagged them.
Yeah. Oh, he probably did. We're gonna have to get into this one.
We need to
Investigation's
CSI
gonna
this.
happen, yep.
Yeah. Send us off to the labs. Because Ning, if Jarvan's able to do that, that completely changes the game of Jarvan jungle.
Yep. Because we were talking about how much he needs to go towards blue side, like blue buff, red buff, you know.
Okay, Ning coming out here with some new tech.
Oh, he
and that's the first
sidestepped
outplay out from the Shy.
All right, get the footage. Montage. Montage that tower shot.
Oh, this is bad. Okay.
All right.
Cuts the vision.
That was all great until we get to see that tower hit him. Just smack him upside the head. Now he's going to be feeling pretty bad.
Unless he keeps up the pressure, he's going to lose out in terms of farm.
Yep.
Sacrifice a lot of farm to make the harass happen.
So that's the power of Jax really, really early on, is that he starts Counter-Strike, which is always nice. Especially in this matchup, it forces Flandre to start out with his riposte really early on, and you still can't guarantee the stun. You can't guarantee it because he's going to be trying to duck and dodge that anyways.
Yeah, it's mind games from both sides.
Yeah.
With slight advantage to Jax, because he basically gets half a second, in which Fiora just has to either back away or just do nothing.
The game gets real interesting when they both have items, and they're just trying to get at each other.
Yep.
At any opportunity, at any cost.
Gonna be a dive?
Is he chunked down enough? I don't think so. I think this is really ambitious.
He might just want crits.
Okay, good. Because he was looking for it. He definitely was thinking about it. It was not a proper thought.
Okay, Megan definitely didn't think he was going to land that. Otherwise, he would have actually landed the pillar on top to actually get the Blaze passive.
Oh,
But
no.
here comes SUFM, misses that, but will connect the stretching strike, and that's all you really need in the gank at the end of the day. Chase down comes in, but it's a jump back from Crystal, as Megan will limp out of that engage.
And that's the beauty of the Zac gank. All you need is 2. That's all you need. Even if it's just even if the second person is just a minion.
Okay.
You just need 2 people to just bonk them into each other.
Almost certain that's the beginning of a song, but I can't put my finger on it. The Shy and Ning going back to base. First back of the game.
Definitely one of my favorite Will Smith songs. Just don't remember it at this time, which really hurts me.
Alright, well. I know somewhere out there will, so make sure to tweet at Razzleplasm.
Okay.
Tell him a track from Will Smith.
I'm so sad.
I'm almost certain it's not from Will Smith.
It definitely is from Will Smith. You can't
Okay.
tell me not. That guy is
Alright.
a beautiful
musical
human being.
genius?
Yep.
Okay.
And an incredible actor. Except for his recent stuff. I'm not gonna. No. No.
We don't talk about that.
Okay.
Ning is tearing through the jungle, by the way.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a moment where he was just sitting top just to see if the gank would come through. If he can look for a dive, because his trades were technically in Shy's favor. If only the Shy didn't take 3 tower shots. Just kept happening. Ooh!
What
Is
a
it gonna happen
sidestep
again?
from the Shy.
Yeah, this is really good. This is beautiful to watch. We can watch this all day.
Yeah. Like, this is really great. This is what I live for in the top lane, watching matchups like this. Because, again, I think I was with you, or was I with Rusty? The one we were talking about, like, the Shy is like the classic Riven player.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Okay.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. So he definitely, like, we can hit on the guy's individual mechanics a lot. Even though that one game we saw from him, was him relentlessly feeding. We still have to remember that was 4 people in his lane constantly. So that's gonna happen.
That's true. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that Flandre has gone all in on respecting the Shy by going double Duran's pickups and refillable.
Ah.
No long-term items.
Yep.
All his early game gold has gone into this. SOFM just out of vision. Very reaction times from Megan on that one. Direction strike can't go onto anything as the teleport comes in from the top lane as well. And in fact, Drucky turning up for the party, flashes
Got
in.
him.
And Justice Punch. Going to deliver some justice to these bloblets real quick. That first kill's going to go down and get another taunt. You need to run away for this one, Snake. Crystal back away, locks him down with the quick flourish. It's a tie. He's level 6, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. He's too late to the party and not fashionably late at that. Knockup comes in from Crystal. Hits nothing.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that. West would have gone in had he had the flash. That being said, Ning knows where all the members of Snake are. Let's see if this works out.
His bit of damage activates the grand challenge, but Ning is about to send him to Dunktown in the top lane for a second kill for IG.
he was playing it all slow too. Kind of lured in the Shy, and all he did was just bait Flandre to use his ulti. So Grand Challenge meant nothing at the end of the day. He gets that kill. It's a lot of damage coming out of the man. That's what's great to see the Jarvans coming through, because one thing that we've noticed from the last game that we can continue to talk about, because of course it was the first Jarvan jungle I've ever seen that worked out well this meta.
True.
He got Warriors. So this time we could actually see Ning look to get Warriors as well. Probably had a lot of AD in his room page, so that's going to be doing a lot of damage.
I'm really curious for what Ning was running. He must have done 15 AD for him to clear the Raptors that efficiently. And the fact that he was able to start bot side, go red, speeds up his jungle clear, goes into blue buff, gets double buffs, and goes top lane for Krugs. Like, he was level 6 before SOFM. And if Jarvan can do that and jungle quickly against other junglers, it actually means he's a good jungler now.
That's a frightening thing to say.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very... I don't want to hear that anymore. Every time we get a Jarvan meta, I just see a lot more level 2 ganks than I would have liked.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that definitely does hurt. But last time we had Jarvan, it was fun because you get those early game ganks, a lot of action, until it was the armor nerf, right, to his flag, which just destroyed him last time.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 AD and armor, and that just killed Jarvan jungle. That was it.
I feel like there were a lot of small, sustained, or at least base nerfs as well. I'm gonna check it out just so I can jog my memory.
Yeah, I think there was some small ones, but that was like the big one.
That was the big one.
It was like the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Corky mid lane.
Okay.
Yeah, he's now got blue buff. Literally hasn't done anything so far. But when does this new pick peak? Because he's now extra damage coming in from his passive in terms of AP, 80-20.
Well, my mindset, my question is going to be, where are the builds going to start to go towards, right? Because prior one is Trinity Force. I would still expect him to go that, since he is very auto attack reliant. That's where his magic damage come from. I think that we're going to see more
Super Soaker.
Super Soaker could work. I think we're just going to see a lot more magic penetration coming through from. We already see the boots come through, but not enough. Let's say. I'm trying to think of the magic penetration item that most mages purchase. It's the easiest one, but it's just the
Haunting guys?
No. Well, we might do
Leandries.
that. No. Sad face. Sad face, ladies and gentlemen. But
What are you
Leandris is
looking
a good
for?
one.
Sorcerer's Boots?
I already said that.
Okay. You said magic. Okay, they're even looking at Corky right now, so we have
Okay.
time to talk about this. But magic penetration item
Yep.
that mages pick up.
Yeah.
That's not Abyssal Scepter because it doesn't exist anymore.
Mhm.
And it's not Haunting Eyes or Leandries, and it's not Sorcerer's Boots.
Mhm.
Void Staff.
There we go. Ladies
They
and
don't
gentlemen.
go for that first item?
I'm not saying first item.
Oh.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying early game item, and I was just like, those are all the early game
Yeah, that
items.
would be bad. Yeah.
Okay.
You can expect a lot more. I would say a lot more Void Staff later on, 4th item maybe.
4th item.
Yeah. Leandris is a good option as well, just because of course you do a lot more damage on that front. That being said, I just want to see what his early game build is after Trinity Force.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I want to see.
Well, there was the old one where it was like Trinity Force, there was like Gunblade thrown in, Ludens, Leandries, like just the only champion that made that build make sense. As Flandre takes one more step forward.
Just a little bit more. You see that minion? He got it. Oh, but he got it without a
When
hitch.
is
Wait
Ning
a
gonna
minute.
pull the trigger?
Ning should have just went in on that one. He's not. Flandre is not going to
He's
walk.
not
into
going to go for
next
this
match.
one. There's no way.
That was
He'll maybe
his
lunge
best
for it.
one.
Nope.
Oh, he's going to try. This guy has
Oh, they're waiting for
invested
Galio.
so much
He
time.
dodged the vision.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's going to go back. What are you doing, Ning?
Okay.
Cannon minion?
Maybe. Nope. You're not going to go in on
The
that
Shy's
one.
probably going to wait for him to follow.
Yeah, okay,
Grand
now-
challenge. Good. Now,
Hmm?
feign like you're losing. Okay, the Shy needs to lose that trade.
Yeah,
for
he
Ning
definitely
to get
needed
the
to
guy.
not win that trade.
Yeah.
He definitely needed to be the damsel in distress on
Ning
that
has
one.
been up there for a whole minute. And
Oh
he didn't get-
my
okay.
god. Just get the tower, please.
Hit the tower.
Just get out of there. In and out. TP's there, but if he TP's, he's a dead man.
All right, great. Well, that was a really weird play, but it worked out. It turned into a first turret, so well played to Ning, I guess.
That's just ambitious right there. That's incredible. I don't know why he doesn't go in for the second minion.
Okay, I really want... Okay, so there's a gang happening on the bot side. There's no package, and there's a flash from West, so it should be okay.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah,
just turn
turns
into
around.
a tower. So
Yeah, so tower trade on that one. As Curtain Call comes out, not going to get the kill either. But imagine you're Flandre in that situation. And you're like, okay, I lost the trade. fine, I'll go back to base. And Jarvan just walks out of the bush and takes your turret.
Yeah,
like
like,
what are you thinking?
Suddenly. This is... I should expect this by now.
Incredible.
Yeah, unfortunate. So, with that being said, I would have expected maybe like trades to come through, but the Shy and Ning had already backed from that, which is understandable. So there's not going to be a Rift Herald for Dragon trade. It's just going to get reset. So my focus now is who actually loses out. Whenever you get these side lane trades happening where Fiora can't move too far out because the wave is in Jax's favor, and the same goes down to Jin, who can't move too far out because then he would have to watch out for the ganks coming from SOFM. That's my favorite part of the game. You see that from, I guess it was pretty regular in the lane swap metas, but this time around.
Yep. Rakan did receive a change on 7.12, which was just bug fixes.
Okay.
For his ultimate, I think. Or was it passive? No, it's the passive. Faith Others, yeah, wasn't benefiting from things like wind speakers and item buffs.
Okay.
So now it has that, so he's just a little bit stronger. That was intended from the start, but it could make him a little bit stronger. Zac did get nerfed, but no one cares.
Yeah, it's
he
the
still
kit.
tears through the jungle.
Yeah, it's the kit, my friends.
Yeah.
And you might even see different builds coming just because, like, the Warmogs, I guess a lot of the supportive items really work for him. Locket of the Iron Solari is one.
Oh, so like an Ivan build?
Yeah, he just turned into a second Ivern. Now that Ivern just got nerfed.
Well, that doesn't sound great. I never want to hear the word second Ivan.
I guess third Ivern. No, well,
Third
Ivern is technically the second Nunu.
Nunu,
so,
yes.
yeah, so.
He was the OG Bonobo champion, I guess. As Rocky, getting ganked in the bottom lane, he's already used his taunt. He's not taking a lot of damage. I can say that for certain. With Ning in the bush and an OQ coming down, everyone will back away.
Okay. And in the meantime, looks like
The Shy's been on this for ages, but he's got it. He's got his prize. He's already broken the tower, so what else is he going to do?
Yeah, he's going to probably go... One option is to push out the second tower top lane and then rotate towards mid lane. Or I would
break
say...
mid. Break mid?
Yeah, the other one is just to break mid. I think that one's going to be really risky because Snake, recognizing that's being taken, they can just all in on the mid lane position. And it's a lot more easier for them to counter attack by just forcing a gank with SOFM. And they don't technically have to win the fight. They just have to disengage and kill Rift Herald before it takes down the turret. It depends how low the turret mid is, but I don't think I've seen Rookie ever take an auto attack on that. Oh no!
Oh, flash quickness. W, and he's dead. He doesn't get to move. West doesn't get to play League of Legends.
You see him frustrated in the player cam too. You kind of have to be. The moment you see Crystal that far away from you, just jumping in with his ulti, yeah, you're not going to be going anywhere.
As for Khan with Flash, the long range engage, that's like longer than a Malphite engage range with Flash, or about the same, I guess.
Yeah, I love Rakan plays. I remember seeing it. I mean, it's been out there globally. NA, EU, you get to see the combinations come through where you can just ulti W and you just cannot get out of it. A lot of it, like the counterplay is like, oh yeah, get out of the W sphere. Not going to happen. Yep. Because that's this team.
Comes out fast.
Yep.
In a team fight, there's like no way.
Have to flash preemptively.
Yeah. I would love to see that from West's position, his like Fog of War, because he may not have even seen Rakan until he like flashed and then ulted, but that happens in like almost a single second, or like half a second. So there might have just been like no chance because he had no flash, he had no heal.
That's a good point. Definitely was coming out of Fog of War. That said, the Shy is still holding on to the Rift Herald. Use it. He probably has the same debate as we are.
Yeah,
Top
I mean,
lane or
he
mid lane?
obviously wants to double down on top and just get that tower because that would just feel really good, but unless he knows what SOFM is, it's so hard. Though he is just bodying Flandre.
Yeah, the matchup's working out for him. I think that he can like continue to make these trades, but he needs Jarvan on his side. He needs Ning to path topside, but Ning is looking towards Dragon. So what's happening here, he's going to hold on to it just a little bit more. Oh, actually, he just outright wins the trade and Fiora backs away. So he's just going to use it now. All right, get in there.
Well, he put it in range of the tower, so it's not going to do full damage, but it's still going to do a pretty large chunk.
This is going to be a good duel.
I don't know about that. It's going to take a while. The Shy's on the run, but Crystal's catching up. Stretching track.
Woo!
Has to flash it because he knew the minions there, did not want to get dragged in.
SOFM's going to catch up.
Meanwhile, while he makes the great escape, quickness comes in, knock up, grand entrance. Let's bounce. Let's just throw everything in the kitchen sink at the Shy.
No way.
No, he should be
Slap
dead.
him.
Slap him until he dies. Fist of Fury. Let's go, Crystal. All right, so gets the tower. Orada gets the kill in top lane, and with Dragon going over to IG in return.
So you can see, so here's the thing about this. Actually, Rookie, you might want to get out of there.
He's got 3 people closing in, gets the knock up as well, and he's dropping very quickly right into a trap. Well played by OQ, picks up that kill.
And this is domino effect all over the place, where IG had 2 winning points. They wanted to get Dragon, but the conflicting point was, I have Rift Herald, I'm going to take a top side. They don't even get the top lane tower with Rift Herald, while Jax is in a positive 1v1 position. It's either Ning goes top lane with it, and they can get that tower easily, or Shy goes mid lane and uses it, and they just play towards Dragon in mid. But they don't make that decision, and now IG are now in the back burner. Get out of there! Oh
It
no.
really is just the domino effect. It's all over the maps. A lot of weird things are happening.
Yeah, this is bad communication from IG. They had clear plays. Wait a second.
Closing in on OQ. Oh, there's a trap.
Awkward.
They're still chasing. Rookie and the Shy want some return kills.
Yeah, they're not going to get anything unless if...
Well, it will combo Crystal to about half health. That was good pillar. I didn't even see where that came from. Well played to Megan. But while it chunks Crystal, not sure if that will return into the tower.
Okay.
Engage coming out from SOFM. Gonna drag him to this minion or not. Get locked up in place. Blaze, don't take that to your allies. Curtain Call comes in. The Shy chasing after Satai, who's gonna have to jump over the wall. Final crit comes down there onto SOFM. Flandre just off to the side, and he gets dunked by Ning. I've no idea why Flandre was there, and that will mean that the mid tower now dies to IG. Worst case scenario.
Here's the thing. Had Flandre had played that one smarter, if he had survived a little longer, they would have been able to defend, but okay, IG are just going in.
Pyrophasm, and the Shy comes in, and as he engages, well, grand entrance. Or heroic entrance, too many entrances.
Oh
He
my-
jumps on the wall. Rocky's just going in on Crystal.
What's
That's what
happening?
Let's bounce into the tower. Lots of AoE damage, but it's only OQ doing anything. And the Shy has got to kill him. Takes away half his health with an empowered auto. S2FM, no way to drag Ning to any minion. And this is when you want a Carthus on your team, because that's a Penta right there.
Yep.
As IG are just running away.
Draft it right now. Somehow. Do it. This is getting a little ridiculous. IG, honestly, a very messy, scrappy setup, but it was all because Flandre got picked off on the right side of mid lane. He dies. They could have been able to defend that because Jin uses ulti preemptively, couldn't get anything out of it. And so it turns into a second turret take. Satai gets blown up, had to move away, and so you can just see them getting pushed all the way back to base. And then you get to see a little bit of a beautiful moment coming out of SOFM. SOFM sees the opportunity and gets 3 people into his own base. So that's nice. That's nice to see. Doesn't really turn into anything.
Where does OQ's health go?
OQ's probably really frustrated that he's just getting dived in 2, 3 turrets through. Doesn't really have a response.
5-3, and IG literally get away with murder. Snake could have perhaps picked up another 5 kills, so they were all one tap.
Yeah. It all started topside when the Shy didn't use his Rift Herald properly, incognizant with the rest of the map.
Yeah.
And so when that happened, it was a Snake in proper position going forward. Yeah, could have defended mid because they had all 5 members. But you know what? That's just IG persistence, my friend.
Yep.
That's all it really takes.
Well, we all predicted Snake win.
Uh-oh.
IG,
Uh-oh.
2,000 gold ahead. And they're pretty much poised to take game 1. Ning is gigantic. The Shy is having a great game. They are sat in the ward, though, so good job, Snake. Charging this one up. Not
Yep.
going to happen.
Attached to the ward. It's hilarious
You
that
can
he knew
do
it there.
that?
Yeah, you can. Anything you can auto-attack and target.
Oh, no.
A tower that's up and available.
Oh.
A ward that you see. It's hilarious what you can do with a blob.
That's not good. What an interaction. Well, okay, that definitely just pushes him over the line of being a little bit overtuned. Yeah, Snake still have the Zac though, so Zac can still make those huge plays unless he just gets killed by Ning in the jungle. And percent damage as well. He's going to drop down to the Bloblets, and you've got Rocky here who will probably just kill him with 1 Winds of War. There's the teleport play. Going to keep him alive for a little bit longer on top of this Bloblet. Flandre jumps into the fight. Megan drops, but SOFM finally dies. Rocky, he's on his way out, making a grand exit. Heroic exit. Damn. Why do they both have to have entrance in in their name? Really so next to each other. Oh,
Yeah, it
whatever.
gets a little
Shy,
difficult.
classic Jax play down in bot lane. No champion to be seen for miles, just taking you in the tower.
And this is when it gets hard for a Zac player. He wants you to group up. He wants that team fight to happen. He wants a gank situation to come through. But you have the Shy split pushing, and Flandre cannot match him. Maybe once he gets a few more items like Black Cleaver, then it could work a little bit more towards his favor. But then the Shy would have Titanic Hydra, so then it's just it's a tough game. It's a tough game. You lose the split push matchup, and Brand is burning you to death with his percentage damage. So what can you do? What can you do?
Just get split pushed on. I mean, this is what everyone feels. Everyone feels it eventually. The Jax play. And it happens like at high elo and low elo. He's one of those champions where you could just like brain dead split push a lane like a Tryndamere, or you could be very smart about it like the Shy is, just like winning those trades, having the mechanical ability. The fact that you get extra 50 range on your Empower doesn't seem like a lot, but it is huge for contesting minions, which Jax didn't have the ability to do so before, so it actually is a pretty major buff to him, especially in duelist matchups against Fiora and melee matchups. So yeah, now you get this. Jax is absolutely huge, working his way towards his Titanic Hydra. And Rookie has gone for the Adaptive Helm, so you were right on that one, even though he isn't against Cassio. Picked up the Gargoyle Stoneplate. Do you think he will go Locket this game?
I would say he would, but it would take a little bit of time. I wonder how long this game is going to get, especially with IG in the position that they are. They just put them in a 1-3-1 setup, and they're just constantly collapsing on Snake pushing in. Do they want this fight? Yes, they
Nick
do.
wants it. Heroic entrance. Heroic gets trapped.
Yep. It's a cupcake.
And that's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay. Flandre taking the Shy's tactic into the bottom lane, pushing away.
Yeah, that was because Galio left that lane. So
It's got
now,
the teleport.
yeah. So it could be a TP, like it could be a situation where they're all on Baron just because that play happened originally, and now Fiora had to respond. It's smart to see Flandre look to rotate this side, so he's in position while still farming. But that's IG just saying, okay, they didn't want to take that risk towards Baron. What do they want to do now? Just put themselves in the same position, right?
4-1.
Yeah, exactly. They could even have technically a 1-3-1 with Galio on side with Corki. Corki will still have like shrub and trade. That's fine, as long as he separates them from fighting, and as long as West and Megan could look to collapse. So it's the collapse that's really worrying here, because Ning is going to roam around with West, and West is going to slow you in these long lanes.
Bit of a stare down right now in this one. Take a look at some of the items. We already spoke about the Adaptive Helm. Both AD carriers is pretty much normal. Got an Essence Reaver and Rapid Fire Cannon now, so full crit build out from West. And this in the jungles. 3-0 and 2. Ning is pretty gigantic. Black Cleaver is just pretty much just gone pure AD.
Yeah.
On this one is he started off the game, so pretty much do be expected. Athene's on the side of SOFM. Has he gone Stoneborn's Pact?
That's what I'm wondering. I want to see the next time he jumps in on somebody, if he gets the Courage of Colossus proc or if he gets the Stormborn pack.
He must have done, because SOFM was also also built this on Gragas.
He did.
I'm also sure it was not good.
It wasn't good.
And no one's told him since he had the Gragas game. Because even if you have Stoneborn's Pack, there's no way it's efficient.
Yep. The only mindset that he has, of course, is he has auto attack bot like backliners that can proc it. I just want to see what the health values are with the Athene's Unholy Grail, and if it's actually meaningful, because I do think that the best play to do, go towards tanking. Just all you need to go is like have the tank set up.
It's not like he needs the mana.
He doesn't.
He doesn't even have mana.
It's insanity. It's actually bad.
Like if you wanted to go for a support tier, why not pick up a second Redemption or a Locket?
Yeah, I wouldn't go towards the Redemption because of the nerf it has towards
the second one.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I would say for him to just go tanky route. He can be a selfish tank, go towards the Spirit Visage, that's just fine. West, on the other hand,
Getting caught out in the mid lane, doesn't matter if you have the Fiends or not, you're still tanky and you still have engaged, because that kit is incredible at this point in time.
he's gonna try again.
Still pushing the mid lane. Megan getting chased down, gets pulled together with Rookie. Gets pulled back as well. Snake do have to disengage on this one, but the TP has been cancelled out from the Shy. The potential for Snake to crack open this mid lane tower.
All right, that was a lot done there. It didn't result in much other than the West kill, It will take turret, but I think the major point as well is that it's taking a lot of sums. Rookie has no sums now. Heal out of West, he didn't flash off that, but Megan had to use a lot of sums for himself as well. So the next fight, if it is in Snake's favor, they can close out the deal. The Shy's on the hunt.
Yes, he is. What is he hunting? Crystal?
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh no, I don't know.
Okay, that was an interesting interaction. Crystal now getting chased out and probably nowhere to go as he's locked up, taunt, stunned, everything into oblivion, and Shy will pick up the kill.
And this is when you have to be afraid if you're Snake. This could be a free Baron setup, at the very least. And you don't want them chasing you down, so IG, they should just start it up outright. Wait, it looks like Jarvan.
Charging up the curtain call, chasing after that last one hit as well.
How did that hit?
I have no idea. And Zatai will drop to the Cataclysm. And now those 2 kills, it's a no-brainer call from IG. Go for the Baron. Flandre has
They
the
just keep
sidestep.
trying.
And the Shy is still chasing after. Great slow
Rookie.
coming in, but Rookie's in from the backline, forcing the flash from OQ. The Shy is relentless. He wants this kill as well. Flandre turns it around. Has the ultimate. Grand challenge has been completed. And Flandre running all over the shot, but he'll find a second. That's where Fem slams 2 together as Zatai trying to get in there. Or rather, Flandre as he drops. And SOFM still alive in the passive. Okay, he'll finally go down there to West. But he's locked up, and OQ should be able to get this one as Crystal. This fight has been going on for so long. He's back alive and into this fight. Just realized he didn't have an ADC and can't trade off against Ning, so he's just being slowly slapped to death.
Is Ning gonna go for this? No, he didn't have his ulti just yet. It was
But the
really
Baron
close.
has been stopped.
Yep, so that's the biggest point off this. And just take a look at OQ throughout this entire point because he gets taunted, he gets jumped at, but he's able to place down proper traps, and he probably trapped the Shy about 2 times in the entirety of this fight. So, yeah, 2 times, and he gets completely shut in. So Flandre also had a good setup, or at least fight as well, and those 2, cognizant of each other, were able to stop IG entirely from taking more kills and a Baron off of that.
Let's quick little duel between the AD carries. Crystal went in. AD carry definitely didn't want that one. And, hang on, Crystal's dead. Die at the end of that fight, or did he just get caught?
He didn't die.
No, he didn't.
He must have
because
gotten
he
caught.
retreated with
Yeah.
OQ.
Yeah, something happened. Let me look at Jarvan ulti. It is off cooldown. Jarvan, he got Jarvaned. He definitely got Jarvan. Jarvan does not have ulti anymore. He used it recently. 100% now.
Okay, so
So somehow Ning found him.
we
And
didn't
dunked him.
we didn't get the CCTV footage, but we can by the crime scene. That chalk outline
Yep.
seems to be
Somehow terrain is
the
all
train.
over the place.
Yeah.
How did this get here? We're just made out of nowhere.
Weird. Some type of cataclysmic event has happened in this vicinity.
Definitely no meteor showers in this area.
Not in this century.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out like it mattered though, because it was a push in the bot lane. There was no Baron take. Crystal jumps away. So we're all good. No worries.
Yeah, it's
No
just
one
a
freak out.
situation where IG don't want to put this into a 50-50. They've had control of this Baron for so long, but they've just been trying to find that iconic team fight. They're just trying to find a team fight that works in their favor. If they can get SOFM, then beautiful. But they haven't been able to get that pick, and they've been trying to get more than just the Zatai and OQ off the map. And that has not been working for them. They haven't been able to convert it into much.
The Shy's just having a great time. You know, he's just playing the Jax game. Both top laners have over 300 farm in 30 minutes.
Yep.
They're just having a great time being duelists, honestly.
And honestly, this is a great change from the last time we saw the Shy and Ning the last time, because the Ning did not play to the Shy last time.
Yep.
And the Shy definitely got ganked repeatedly last time. This time around, it was a bit of a Ning camping the hell out of that top lane. Just sitting there forever, but still keeping up in farm.
And while this is good for IG, Snake are still not in a bad position. The 2k down, and like, okay, there's 2 dragons, meaningful dragons at this point in time to IG, but they're not Infernals, they're not Mountain Dragons. Snake aren't going to be too concerned about that. So outside of those 2 factors, you're in a bad position. Caitlyn's on triple item and a QSS, like, she's in the perfect situation.
Yeah, so with how Snake's backline is, I think they're in a really good spot. I do think that Flandre built some pretty sketchy items, I would say. I want him to go towards, if he wants to go like armor items, then go to the Randuin's Omen if he wants to team fight, right? Or maybe the Spirit Visage, but there's no AP. But I just want him to go like the usual
The usual,
bloodthirster, like have the sustain and look to outright duel in this matchup, or try and team fight with the ridiculous amount of sustain that you have. If he has Iceborne Gauntlet, he will not be able to take the 1v1, so the Shy is going to be in a positive matchup at all times.
Yep. So the way I see it, Snake's item choices are like a gradient of weird to normal. They're just slamming that bush for no reason. They need to kill this ward dead. Because bottom side, okay. Mid lane, we got our answer. After the Triforce, he went Static Shift, now into Infinity Edge. Alright, you know, that's fine.
Okay.
And then jungle, you have Athenes, and then top lane, you have Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yep.
We've got the Baron starting off
Okay.
though, and I think there was a Zatai there, but it doesn't look like there is anymore, because he's definitely dead.
Just the dead seal or an earth or anything that is. But
Rookie's
here
on
we
the back
go!
lines, and in comes SOFM, but the smite comes in from Ning, so goodbye to Zach. And here comes the chase. Chris was going to tank this one, but now he's just splitting the slow as Shy. Missed time on the riposte, and that almost seals the fate of Flandre. He will flash away. Trying to fight this one out, OQ. That's a late QSS. He jumps into the redemption, but he takes that one, and that's the Shy preventing the chase.
And that's what makes it so frustrating playing up against OQ's Caitlyn. His trap placements, especially in that small corridor, is perfectly done. So whenever they try to get at him, his last option is to flash, and you're like, he still has flash? Wait a second.
Mid tower still goes down to the assault from west, but it was not as clean as IG may have wanted. Regardless, they had Baron of 4 members as they all go back to base to spend their gold. 4 items now to west, so in a great position. Bot lane, that was another blasting one picked up from Megan, so probably a Void Staff from here on out. And yeah, so that was under defense, and OQ still massive. He's something that IG have to respect, but that Baron did not go well. Zatai, like, turning up at the top side, didn't even see him arrive, didn't even see him die.
Yep. This is just proper ward placements coming in from IG. They recognize, especially once they've had control of this line for such a long time, of the Baron, River, for so long. They've been able to put down such deep wards into the red side jungle, which you see a lot of new teams struggling with. They're able to place it down. They're able to recognize what flank positions Zatai is thinking about, and they just blew him up. There is no option for him to come in, especially with a Jarvan who could probably solo you himself. He has a GA. The guy is full AD. And he has a Caulfield's Warhammer. Where is he building that into? Oh, actually, yeah, Ma.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? I got him. You know, we're fine. I was thinking Yomu's, and I was like, don't do that.
Nope.
Not happening, please. Yeah,
It's
okay.
5-0-7. He can do what he wants. He's earned that right this game. Toto's gone. Yeah. IG are still in a very much a power position. It's really just down to... Okay, I don't know what that was about. If they can crack this base now, as 2 recalls come in from Snake. I think the Shy was trying to disrupt that one, but he's back into the bottom lane. He does have TP for the siege, though. Top lane has been trapped off. Mid lane looks to be the place where IG are going to close in. Luckily... Okay, that's pretty stupid.
Yep.
You should not be able to do that. But yeah, Snake should be able to defend this one. They can clear out this mid lane. They can clear out the top lane. It's until the Shy actually starts meeting them in that bottom lane. That's going to take a while.
Yep. And you would think the usual reaction is this, just diving right through.
But the team is not even close. He'll go down into the passive, and Snake need to make something happen, but the blobs are already dead. Down goes SOFM. Zatai, it's like he wasn't even in the fight. Opens up the curtain call. Goodbye to Crystal. OQ can't hit anybody. He wants to jump onto the Shy, but he's going to jump onto him first. Counter-Strike comes out. Stun comes up. The Grand Challenge issued by Flandre. Should be able to find this one. Turns it around. And the Shy, yes, he's dead, but the rest of the team is so damn strong. They should be able to pick this one up with the Winds of War. And now OQ, last defending member underneath this tower, lines up the shot onto Rookie. That's a little bit too close to comfort. But still, he is alive and kicking, though he is the only hope that they have. And if he was caught by any of this CC, he was dead to rights.
Oh, they're doubling down. That's a TP coming in through. All right, let's see if OQ can man that one-man defense.
Well, he's got 8 seconds to go before SOF comes up, and it doesn't look like he's very interested in even stepping forwards. Rocky still has flash, he knows this, but he's caught in place. And it was that one piece of CC that would seal his doom. And here comes the engage now, but they do take out one. It's now the aggression onto the Nexus from IG. They need to decide which one are they doing. Rookie and Megan onto this one. There's more people coming from the spawn pads. They've been locked up. Rookie as well, but the game's gonna end. IG secure game 1.
Whew. And what a game that was. High octane, somehow, some way, the Shy comes out with a split pushing victory, I'd say.
It definitely was, Raz.
Yeah.
But that feel when you have Galio and Brand wailing on the Nexus to try and get you the win.
Do more damage!
Please, auto attack, anything. But they eked just over the finish line, picked a perfect finish, and IG gonna be feeling happy with that one. Ning played towards top side. It was literally the top side of the map, and we did have some question marks over the Shy, over Duke.
Yep.
Because it's Duke at the end of the day. But the Shy had a great performance, and so did Ning. So maybe this is the new iteration of IG that can make it happen. But it was rough. It was definitely rough against Snake. Though we all predicted the Snake win. However, they did not win game 1. Welcome back, Froscurian, to the desk. What are your thoughts?
Athene's on Zach.
There we have it.
We tried, we were backstage, we were putting our brains together, we pulled out the calculator. I was just like, I don't know what SOFM is doing. You know, he had Stonebar Pack, he's got the Athenes, they changed it where they halved the CDR, they upped the damage mitigation from 20 to 25%, but the passive on that gives mana, and Zach doesn't have mana.
He built this on Gragas as well.
He did.
You could literally build any other defensive item and it would be more cost efficient and work better than what he did.
Yeah.
And what's sad about this is that a lot of the times they couldn't deal with the Jax, so they wanted to go in for the all-in team fights. And whenever he jumps in, guess who's popping him? That's the full crit Jin. Guess who's burning him? It's the only one who has fire in his hands. It's Brand. Just by the way.
There's also the fact that Ning went the full AD Jarvan, you know, having the GA. You know, why is Jarvan coming back? Well, all the itemization really changed him to come back. He's gotten powered from the Black Cleaver changes, which now has the Kindle Gem on it, so he gets the health. He gets empowered by the GA changes, which now has the BF sword on it, so he still gets to be tanky, but then add his bonus health. And then Gargoyles, before we even go into that and how well that synergizes with Jarvan, didn't see it this game, but I'm sure we'll see it as we see more Jarvan's tops and jungles. And like you said, huge game changer if Jarvan is totally fine starting his Raptor camp. I agree with you, Pulse. I think it had to be really heavy into AD, not Quince, runes, just because he was using his passive, drop the E, and then just was like one-hitting those Raptors and flying through the jungle.
And that's a big change for us, you know, especially with the Machete start as well instead of the Talisman. Like, if he can do that, then it suddenly just makes him a good jungler. The fact that he was able to get level 3 so easily and basically just outpace Zac in the jungle was a huge thing for us. And actually just meant that he was able to visit topside, he was able to visit those lanes so much earlier.
And ultimately, this game was really kind of decided around the top side, but not so much in how the Shy was plugging into his team, but how his team was plugging in around him. You know, if we weight Duke versus the Shy, I'm always going to pick Duke in terms of the 5v5, how well his teleports are going to be coordinated, his 1v1. He's just the more versatile, more flexible top laner. But if you put the Shy on a Jax and you literally just orbit the entire map around him, you know, Ning going so far to sit there for like, what, a minute and 15 seconds?
Yep.
And I know that there was like heavy criticism. It was like, what is he doing? Why doesn't he just jump on Flandre? Well, that said, the tower taking pressure from Jarvan with Flag, 15% attack speed for everyone around him, and Jax, you're just going to blow through it. So why not just sit in the bush, wait for Flandre to back, and be like, hey, guess what? We thought you were going to do this 30 seconds earlier, but now your tower is ours. It's going to be first tower blood. And then Jax is just so much farther ahead of Fiora. You said it, Raz, on Cass. They cannot play the side lane. Jax will just win that. IG are ahead, and it's just easy to close out from there.
Set up the tempo from very early on for them, and it just meant that the Shy never had a dip in his power, which is what we had last time when we saw the Shy in top lane on that split push champion. He was actually on the Fiora himself. Though, it will be Ning for the MVP, and this one, 100% agree with.
I mean, again, I felt like the map just really revolved around the top lane. Ning was kind of the main facilitator there initially.
Yeah.
So I guess not too shabby.
Yeah, I'll give it to
one or
Ning.
the other.
It's definitely an improvement to the last weeks in which he wasn't playing to the right side of the map. So this is a definite plus.
Okay. But we're going to go back to the play that really defined this. Because I'm looking at the game, I'm like, okay, where is it that Invictus Gaming actually win this game? And it was in the Rift Herald play in the top side. So by using Rift Herald, yeah, she doesn't really take the tower. She does a couple of damage to it. But the thing is like you said, Raz, during cast, it pulls all of Snake to deal with the Shy. And he pulls them on a wild goose chase where it takes so long before he finally falls down to Zac and Rakan. And effectively what this means is that not only do they get a tower on the bottom side, they get a dragon, they get in position for the mid lane push. And that's where Invictus Gaming really crushed them, but it was set up from here. The fact that Snake lost all tempo, all placement on the map, that left them exposed, that when they did try to finally defend that mid lane tower, Invictus Gaming just crushed them. And then suddenly they've got, what, 4 more kills in their back pocket. Rookie's unkillable. Jax can't be counted out in the 1v1. And IG are like, okay, move the chains. This is going to be an easy game.
Yeah, which is really interesting, just the fact that they take a top kill, a middle kill, and that puts behind on tempo, and then they lose the game. Like, it always felt like Snake didn't have a good into that game, because while they would get picks with the Zac, nothing else would come of it. They would just get the pick and back away.
Yeah, I think that was a position where I think that was great for IG. They were able to solo the Rift Herald for themselves and get the Dragon at the same time. There is definitely a better way to use it, and I think that was one of the rare moments where I would have had Ning either play towards topside, let that go through, and then rotate towards mid lane where you can get pressure on tower and then Dragon, or you can just put Jax towards the mid lane and let that happen a little more naturally. So I think that was a great position that they put themselves in, and kudos to IG to doing that. And just now they have to go into the next step, hopefully next game, where they're able to utilize Rift Herald a lot better.
I mean, the idea was perfect. You have
Yeah.
Fiora, you have Jax. Rift Herald means so much in that matchup. Was it executed properly? No, but Snake
Yeah.
messed it up and IG capitalized
That's
anyway.
true. That's all
and
it
you'll
is.
take everything that you can in these matches. As IG take game 1, we are going to take a quick break while the team set up for game 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back to the LPL, IG versus Snake. IG take game 1 in what our analysts consider an upset. Me too, honestly, on this analyst death. But let's just discuss how we think this series is going to go. Is this now a 3-game series?
I mean, let's back up and kind of reframe this. Like,
Okay,
if
I'm backing up.
back up. If Invictus Gaming are playing, Duke in the top lane, Ming is their only I keep doing that.
Yep.
Ning is their
Yep.
only variable that they're working with. I would give this to IG. It was simply the fact that they were plugging in two kind of random variables, a new jungler and a new top laner, why I decided to pump the brakes and say like, okay, Snake actually have a good chance in here. I don't think this is dramatically skewed one way or the other,
Yep.
despite what that game results showed us.
For me, it was an intangible point.
Intangible.
I'm gonna die. But yeah, it's one of those points where you start to guess whether or not the Shy is gonna start plugging into the team, as we use a lot. I guess more this week, because last week, if we're taking away the VOD in which he just outright did not play to the team, he was picking poor team fights. So you'd have to assume with the Shy and Ning, their team fight would just be not up to par of going up to Snake, which isn't a very high bar, so you can see how poor that sounds. But it seems like they don't. I mean, if they play towards the split pushing feed, it doesn't matter what champion he's on, Fiora and the Jax. If Ning just plays to him, if he just straps himself along on that ride, doesn't go towards the bottom side of the map, it just says, "I am your ward." That's it. Win the game for us.
Why not just keep Kid at that point, right? If you're just saying, hey, I would like a moving ward. And it was just like, okay, we can plug anyone in. But I actually felt that Ning was doing more that game.
Because I'm actually going to disagree with a little bit. I don't think it
Okay.
really matters what Ning or the Shy do. I think that was really about Rookie. You know, Rookie on his Galio, even though he didn't interact too much with the top side of the map, he was constantly cheating up there, grabbing vision, threatening a dive, and Rookie was all over in terms of how he supported the plays that Ning and I always want to say Sheshi, the Shy started,
Sheshi.
and Rookie would come in and kind of finish it or make sure that it looked crisp and perfect.
And while that's true, that's always been the case for IG. They've always had the reliable factor of Rookie. It's just the execution of said play never goes well for IG. So hopefully this time around, apparently, the execution's coming out well.
Apparently, just need to see if IG can actually make that the 2-0, because Snake, despite how last game went, it did feel like it was a game that could go either way. Crystal does not look happy at all.
Yeah, definitely pissed off.
Yeah.
Not in a good zone.
Nope. He went from being alright to not in a good place. Though Snake, still, their last series was against WE, and it was a win. But anyway, Thresh Galio, have to assume the last ban would not be Zach, but
yeah.
actually, honestly, if I'm IG, I don't fear it from
That's the
SOFN
thing.
anymore, because we know he's gonna just build a fiend. So
Yep.
it's like,
They don't trust
all right,
him.
man, whatever, just go for it. And they actually prioritize the Jarvan.
Yeah.
So for IG, Ning could maybe go Zac here, but this is actually quite smart from Snake, taking away Ning's Jarvan.
So yeah, it feels like there's no trust in SOFM's priority towards the Zac pick. I remember early on in the split where you'd expect purple side to be banning out the Zac solely, it was actually SOFM on blue side looking to take it away. He doesn't want to pick it, and when he does, seems like the impact is not in his favor, with a few builds helping out IG in this case. So you might not even see the Zac get picked out at all. That might be something where IG is more comfortable playing, let's say, a Nidalee into it, which we've seen a little bit. Playing even a Kha'Zix. Like, Kha'Zix is banned. But there are just a lot of picks that I think IG is not really respecting Snake in the matchups. So we'll have to see. As they even have a Game 3 buffer with IG winning out the first one. So they can definitely look to challenge Snake's jungle pool a little bit.
For sure. Kog'Maw Lulu gets picked in, so Snake have actually said, you know what, screw being reactive, we have a composition in mind, and it's called Teamfight. Oh, that's bad.
Okay.
Hello.
Yep.
Fourth time now.
So this is just IG calling on Snake, recognizing very early on, yeah, very obvious, that's a protection comp. They're going to look to protect the Kog'Maw at all costs. We don't know what the top lane, jungle, or mid lane pick can be coming out of Snake because Jarvan is that flexible. But that just means that IG is just going to solidify their all-in engage with Gragas and Bard.
Also, the Lulu can be a flex to mid laners. We're now on 7-12, so rise of the Lulu and Karma's mid once again.
Oh, here's the thing, too. Karma did get nerfed. So we might still see Karma mid just because...
Shields.
Yeah, the shield comps you coming through would be very oppressive to deal with. This might even be a Lulu mid coming out of Zatai.
Yep.
So I think Lulu just took priority over Karma after her shield nerfs coming. So looks like Lulu. We see teams trading out Lulu for Karma. This time around, it looks like Karma's just Lulu's just simply the best on that one.
Simply the best.
Simply the best of the annoying shields.
Yep. Renekton Talia removed. final ban now from IG. It's kind of annoying because they have so many flex picks. So yeah, Cannon aimed at Flandre.
And Renekton, this could be a Jarvan top. Flandre has favored that, was the first one to pick it up when the initial buff came forward.
Yep.
So you can expect that to be a jungle, a different jungle for SOFM. Lee Sin's been banned. Nilly's still available. He can go to Rengar, which he has in the past. Would work well with the Lulu pick.
Yep.
Maybe
Cassidy.
Ivern? Maybe Nunu? There's so many possibilities here.
It's hard. Fiora locked in, so we know that's the top lane for IG now. Still don't know what the top lane is from Snake.
Oh, yes.
Or-
Okay, this would be beautiful. Lissandra's win rate popped up ever since the Doran's Ring nerfs came. Doran's Ring nerf
Right.
came through. That was just unfortunate. So it is a Lissandra.
Ah, first one.
It might be mid, but I would expect it
Probably
to be
top.
top lane. The win rate really shot up simply because of the nerfs to Doran's Ring. So Mage Tops is now a thing, including like Echo Top.
Yeah.
So instead of going up against tanks that are just stacking it,
Yeah.
you can get real AP top diversity with corrupting potion start. And Lissandra is definitely one of those champions that really benefited from Rod of Ages corrupting potion, maybe Morello's, but she doesn't get punished. She is going into a Fiora, which is very, very difficult. Goes one way or another, and it's tough if you lose out in the melee, or at least the creep matchup. If you push up the creeps way too much and you have Fiora chasing you down,
Yeah.
you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, we'll definitely discuss that during laning phase because that is a topic I'm glad to get into.
Ooh, let's go.
But LeBlanc was the final pick from Snake into Syndra, and that moves the Jarvan to the jungle. So if he takes Bond of Stone here, or Stoneborn's Pact, there is, again, another possibility for Unfiends. Though technically you could say that about every champion. And Lulu actually went down into support, so it will be alongside the Cogmore. And this is just team fight city from Snake. It's like, all right, buckle down, going for team fights. Let's get in there.
It's going to be a lot of flank positions. I want to see how the Lissandra gets played out because she does not want to play to the lane. She wants to move out of that one. So I want to see how those fights are set. It has to be set around Dragon, which means that Dragon RNG is going to be a lot riding on Snake if they can get Infernals. If they can get anything but Ocean and Wind Dragon.
Yeah.
If they come through pretty hot, then that just means that the split push comp with Fiora has a lot more value and priority, and they have to play to that a little bit more consistently. You might see the battlefield changing up a lot, and hoping that once 20 minutes come through, it's just going to be a Baron dance. And we've seen our fair share of Baron dances.
Harlem Shake
Yep.
is what we call it here in the LPL.
Baron Pit is lava.
Baron Pit is lava. The Baron Pit is winning the game. Don't go near it.
No. Don't touch it.
Oh, man. Yeah, the Baron is definitely an elusive beast in the LPL. SOFM. All right, don't build Athenians. You're on Jarvan. It makes the least sense
Oh my
here.
God.
It didn't make sense the other two times, but definitely does not make sense here.
I just don't. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you
And
right
then
now
Ning
with
built
certainty.
it. Imagine if IG are just like 10,000 gold ahead and Ning just like pushes the Athenians.
If Ning does anything else than put like building actual tank items, his team has no chance. I'll tell you right now, unless if they snowball heavily, then he might go a little bit more creative. But for now, the composition's pretty set for IG. Tanky jungle,
Yep.
and look to set up Fiora.
Seems simple enough. Put her in a side lane, have her push. And Western Megan in this bottom side as Snake and IG hit the red for game 2. 1 game advantage to IG. And I was planning to go into the predictions and always play devil's advocate. That's a lot of fun loads
That's a
coming
lot
in
of
from
fun loads.
Snake. Okay.
People are going to be lit up today.
And always pick the opposite of what the analysts were going for. And I should have done it.
Yeah.
'Cause IG, about to win this series.
Technically, you pick first. Everyone just followed through.
Yeah, I know.
You had the option of saying, nah.
Backing up, because I had it until 10 minutes before the broadcast to change it. I think that Rusty may have picked IG.
No, he definitely
maybe-
went Snake.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Then Dom did, because I know one person did.
Yeah. I was actually wondering if Dom saw the rosters coming into it. It's like,
Yeah.
did he know that it was Duke or the Shy? Is he lucky? Does he have faith?
I mean, now you guys are up against it, because analysts versus play-by-plays. If the play-by-plays come out of game 1 or even like week 1.
Oh, you
of
can't
us doing
use
the
him as a crutch.
predictions-
You can't do that.
Huh?
You're using
He's
Dom
on
as a
my
crutch.
team.
Oh,
There's
no.
only 2 of us. Of course I'm going to take him.
Oh, no.
You have 3 people. which means more chance for failure. What was that line you said in week 1?
Oh yeah, LGD having
Yeah.
more chance of failure.
It's like they did really well today, but there's still a lot of room for failure.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of time.
We have a lot of times ticking.
So, bot lane, just trading back and forth. How do you think this laning phase is going to go? Because we have a Bard down there against the Lulu Cog.
Yeah, Bard usually has a weaker laning phase, and I mean usually has all the time. He's going to be propped up by the Caitlyn, so Caitlyn should feel safe. I think Kog'Maw and Lulu will have bursts of being able to take trades off of W on Kog'Maw, so they can just run up and look to trade on the Bard. But I think it's going to be pretty uninteractive coming out of that lane on IG, where Megan will probably just look to try and roam mid a lot more often than not.
Okay, so I want to talk about the top lane matchup now that we're looking at it.
Okay.
You were saying that you feel like Fiora has a good matchup into Fiora. I mean, Fiora has a good matchup into Lissandra.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, that would make me sad, because if I said Fiora versus Fiora, that'd just be very sad for everybody involved.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fiora versus Lissandra is good for situations for Fiora. I think Lissandra just has proper shove, right? And if Lissandra can keep the range of being able to harass through the wave with her Q, then she can win small trades that Fiora can't respond to, can't answer to. The difficulty about that, though, is that that Fiora, once she has, it's just a proper shoving wave into Fiora at all times. Fiora is going to be able to freeze the lane, hopefully under her tower, where she can look for, or at least weave in and out of where Lissandra's trying to trade in. So that's going to be a response that the Shy can play towards. And he's going to be calling in Ning. We already saw game 1 where Ning was able to have a lot of impact in this lane. This looks to be no different.
So, initially I would say that if Lissandra was pushing up, how would you ever kill Lissandra or like pressure Lissandra as Fiora? Because Lissandra has like 2 disengages basically. She has Ring of Frost and she has Glacial Path.
Yep. And it's a cheap answer. I mean, before I get into that answer, it looks like Rookie's going to have to get out of this one.
He is, as Chains comes down. He's going to be locked in place, but the instant cleanse, not going to save his life. Great mechanical ability from Rookie, but he's still taken out by the Flag and Drag.
Yeah, that was really well played from Zatai to open that up with the initial dash. So Rookie had no option to be able to get out of that. He flashed, the Flag Drag came through, he was just burnt down. So really well played from both Zatai and SOFM to get that kill.
Yeah, well played. First blood to Snake, putting him in a great position. And again, SOFM having a good performance, which is kind of what we expect out of SOFM nowadays. Like, he is actually almost a return to form, because he slumped very hard last split.
That's true.
But then got better, and now it looks like he's peaking again. So SOFM is very much a jungler who does care about those resources coming to him. But when he has them, he will win you games. Woo! So how about Fiora losing that matchup?
It's going to take some time, all right? It's all about the time.
Okay.
And I said it was a risk, but Ning.
Nice knockback. OQ, gonna flash away. We're good to go. Ooh, Piltover comes in there onto OQ.
Ning is so patient. This is 2 games in a row where he's just set up, and usually you'd look at that and say, man, you're wasting time. This time around, he's able to get set up, and I guess good communication with his lane to recognize that there's no ward in there. So you keep doing that. It's definitely going to create a lot of paranoia for the rest of Snake.
SOFM equally as patient.
Oh, he worked once.
No, he's not. He's he's leaving.
All right.
He's given up. He knows Ning's gonna be back shortly anyway, so what's the point? Bit of a stalemate.
Ooh.
Oh, nice sidestep from Rookie. Though he might still, he wanted it, but there's no flash, so he just wants to give him a quick poke.
Yeah, trying for the damage. Had the wave not had come in at the same time, he could have gone for a second chain. Actually level 5, so that's not even a possibility. Nah, this is not going to work. That gank was just
doomed to fail.
Yep. Sad face.
Big advantages in the mid lane, as Rocky just slaps Zatai. And he gets his own level 5, so yeah, still big advantage to Zatai. Will hit level 6, probably in like 2 minions.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Okay, thank goodness. This is really rough for Rookie. Rookie's been in this situation before where even though he was able to escape these chains or just the dying within the lane, you have to still be aware of the dive that's essentially coming into the mid lane. Now, Jarvan is not there, but it's happened before where Rookie, he's warded in the past and still gotten dived, so he's definitely paranoid about that right now.
And as good as that was from Zatai, he definitely thought he was going to get level 6 off of that minion, which is why he jumped in there, hoping he could drop the ultimate. Unfortunately, he didn't. It was one more minion away because he killed a range creep. But Rookie, it's got to just be so careful now.
Yeah, you can already see Crystal walking into the enemy jungle because of just recognizing the IG back timings in the bottom lane and knowing how low Rookie is. So if there was any fight to start, that he would be in a proper shape, which is the tie in the back and Jarvan going to be able to come up. So, top lane matchup.
How about that?
Hey, my entire argument was hinged on the fact of Gragas looking top lane. Because that Lissandra is going to be pushing up top relentlessly.
Yep.
The man has not been top.
I'm just like, how does Fiora ever chase down Lissandra, who has W, E, and ult?
Especially if he's just getting constantly chunked in within his own lane. So
I'm just like, that's gonna happen though, because he
Yeah.
has to step up for these minions. If he ever gets within melee range, it's Ring of Frost with lunge. There's just no ability to dance.
it's just the worst feeling if you're a Lissandra, because going up against a Fiora, there are many moments where you can telegraph when the stun is coming in from
Yeah, and then
Lissandra.
Riposte comes up and you
Yep.
get wrecked.
And you get demolished. So just those outplay moments are really, really rough for Lissandra. Sure, you get the passive push in, and this game, it really worked out well for Flandre that he hasn't been contested by jungle pressure, and not even just ganks, just actual wards being placed down in the lane for him to fear it. So the Shy got the brunt of that.
Yeah, I do agree with you. It's one of those matchups where Lissandra's gonna naturally win until she loses, and it's at that moment where you just die.
Is he actually taking two at once?
He is.
Oh no, he's setting up for
Oh.
LeBlanc. The greatest setup of all time. Efficiency, my friend.
So if you're Zac jungle, you can do both, and then you slap them together. Yeah.
Yeah. What's great about that is when you go towards the red buff as well, you can cue the Krugs over the wall and slap them on top of red buff.
Yep. It's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you can accelerate your jungle clear just a little bit. Or quite a lot, actually.
Where did he place the LeBlanc? That's in jungle. Oh, he helped SWFM track Gragas just by placing that LeBlanc clone. So that's fun. That's just pure. That's fun for Snake, but that's horrible for Rookie.
Yeah.
Because now they have complete vision, or at least an understanding of where Ning is not, and that's the top side down. So SOFM has just been staking out that top side, taking Raptors, and just looking to pressure onto mid lane.
It's like a ghetto hawk shot.
I would say it's a ghetto
Sensible?
Frostfang, yeah. Like Frostfang's Flame.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call them ghosties a lot, so. it's always-
Ghosties? Yeah, that's true. This is similar to like Callista Sentinels.
Oh, that's true.
They don't do laps, I guess. So.
Yeah, they just go back and forth like actual bodyguards
Yep.
in a prison.
But
do
they are
their
like
laps.
solid snake guards because they're not particularly good at spotting people.
It's pretty bad AI.
Yep.
You just walk around them.
They have very small fields of view.
It's like- you can actually assassinate them from the back
Yep.
before they even catch you. Of course, people will know just because they randomly die.
Yeah, just
So-
like, I wonder where. What if there's a person here? Do you know how to do the glitch for Baron, where you get the Sentinel stuck on the Baron?
Oh, I do not.
Hmm.
Didn't even know you can do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everyone's doing it nowadays,
that's ridiculous.
and it apparently is legal because no one's called them out on it. So you see that every single time there's a Callista. I don't know how you do it.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, wait, who's that being? Oh, that's his own.
That's
one.
his own
yeah,
one,
okay,
yeah.
So he definitely.
Yeah, there was once a bug that I found where you could trap people in walls with Alistar or Blitzcrank. If you knock them up while they're in a wall, they
What,
just get
really?
stuck there. Yeah,
That
in
is.
season 2.
That's pretty sad. I've had a good one with Talia ulti, where he just gets stuck in the ulti.
Really?
Yeah, you just can't get out of it. I've had like Graves get stuck in that wall, and you're
Oh,
like, well,
no.
he's just gonna die because he's sitting still
Yep.
right on top of it.
There's one that isn't a bug, which is Azir when he pins people against the wall with his ultimate.
Ah.
Or Anivia can do the same as well with a home wall. You can stick people between terrain. Okay, this is going to come down to... Okay, it's not going to come down to anything.
Yep. Doesn't even want to ulti that. There's no... He just does not think that's going to work out. Good reason for it. Lissandra would not have a good time in that one. That's when the Shy is going to be expecting Flandre to come out with a snare, so he's going to be watching it.
Also going to take a lot of damage here. This one lands from Crystal. Here comes
Oh.
Megan. Counter damage.
Are you serious?
Top lane's just... top lane's dead.
Yep.
Top lane's gone.
This has just been a really strong topside game for SOFM. Really just secured topside and being able to push out Ning. Ning had no opportunity to really support any of these lanes in Rookie and the Shy. So it's been a tough one for both the Shy in the matchup and Rookie, who's just constantly under fear of just getting killed. So he's at a major CS deficit here.
Are we sure that we swapped over their names in this game? Because this looks like IG playing this map. Pushing in the top side, taking 2 towers. SOFM literally playing Jarvan in the same way that Ning was in game 1.
That's true. It's
We were
definitely
right
tough.
to vote Snake. But good predict.
We're going to have to see if Snake can really hold on to this pressure. Because currently, they're going to be happier with how long these plays are. I mean, it's 12 minutes into the game, which is the most surprising factor of all of this. But they have a lot of pressure topside, but at the same time, even if the game gets a little bit too messy, Kog'Maw Lulu really solidifies their team fighting. And Lulu Lissandra really makes it a little harder.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
Okay.
Flash E, ult, knocked right into the open arms of Rookie, who gets himself a kill. Only had to go down there the small price of just taking a detour and gets the full wave as well.
And this is going to be a great opening for IG. They can start to pressure into the bottom lane tower. Kog'Maw really needs support from either the LeBlanc or from SOFM. Or the TP coming through from Lissandra.
Oh, West. Best of luck. That was a fantastic cosmic finding out from Megan. This might secure the kills now for IG. Turns one around. Temper Fate comes down, locks up 2. Flandre is too low, but the slam dunk in from SOFM finds 1. Ning tries to turn it around, but that's not happening. A second one, and a double kill to SOFM. Snake just absolutely destroy IG in the bottom lane.
SOFM picks up not 1, not 2, 3 kills. This guy gets a triple kill. Being able to knock up the Shy, Ulti, Ning, and West, that's ridiculous. Okay, all right. You know what? They'll take that win.
Okay, I'm going to need to see that one more time because I thought IG had that one in the bag.
Yep.
Megan lands the perfect cosmic binding.
Just take a look at West's trap here. Amazing trap placement. Megan tries to double down to cue him. Amazing one, getting the tie. But then SOFM sees a pretty juicy West. He's like, all right, I'm just going to demolish you. Even though the ulti already goes through, the Shy gets picked up as well. And of course, Ning is just stuck inside the Cataclysm. So even though it was a great start from IG, SOFM definitely had free reign into the backside, and it was IG that needs to back away.
Yeah, SOFM definitely just like killed everybody, and now he's 4-0-0. He has all of the kills on Snake. Ning gets caught out in the jungle. Oh no. Well, this is going from bad to worse, and this is actually insane how this game has gone. And luckily, Rookie will save the life of his Bramble back. Flandre getting chased out here, but the Shy on the run. That's a flash.
There we go.
He has to pay, he has to pay respect. It looks weird, but that's exactly what has to do there. He doesn't know the timing of Frozen Tomb or Cataclysm, both of which I believe were just on cooldown. They were like a few seconds from coming up, but he doesn't know that.
So right now we're in a position where LeBlanc, someone unhand my red buff. Wait, I think he just picked, he picked it up.
Yep.
There we have it. That's his red buff now. We're in a position where Lissandra and LeBlanc really strong. I would say snowballing just because it really pushes forward the team fighting of the composition.
Yep.
LeBlanc can honestly roam out of that lane whenever she wants to, and Flandre, even though he doesn't have TP, can always look for those flank situations where West and Megan cannot sit under this tower. Towers are really, I would say, a little bit fimbry. They are not very stable. You don't want to think that these towers will save you. Are you kidding me?
Not again. Well, Rookie has double buffs now.
Okay. This man's
Okay.
a proper defenseman.
He really is.
Oh, can he defend this though?
Oh, he knows.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
He's prepared. He's aware of this.
He has to defend mid lane though. Flounder is pushing up. Electro Path comes in. Quick snap back.
Incredible.
And the Shy chasing after. It's going to be locked down. Has to cast the 2-1 himself. Toss back out. Has a lot of health, but has the Zonius as
Okay.
well. He's buying so much time. Eventually goes down. But the Shy surely going to pay for it with his life. SOFM pretty much goes full damage, but the wild growth out from Lulu keeps him alive. In comes Ning. Has to pick up this kill, and yes, he does with the barrel roll. West chasing after, and Rookie also on the front lines, but doesn't connect with stun. Comes in with the force of will. It's 2 kills for 1 advantage. IG.
Yeah, that was all Flandre buying for time in a poor position, but was able to ulti on top of herself. Then Zonia's, but OQ couldn't really get in for the team fight because he gets zoned out by Bard ulti. So all of that time spent turns into nothing. Is IG finally picking something back up in this game?
Yes, but they are not able to even scratch the mid lane tower. So while it's a nice net advantage of 1 kill, it's not going to result in too much in the end, because also Zatai has just finished his Gunblade, multiple power spikes across the board. But look at the time that the Sandra soaks up with her ultimate and Zonya's.
There we have it. Here comes another one. Yeah, negates a little bit of the ulti from there. She dies, but that's enough time for the rest of Snake to come waddling over. And then Megan throwing out the ulti just seals it. I mean, OQ didn't really get much time anyways, so this was just really rough from Snake.
Yeah. And at the same time, even though the ult from Megan didn't hit, it bought time where OQ just couldn't hit anyone. Because
Exactly.
he couldn't walk into it,
Yep.
so he has to walk away.
Yep.
So regardless, Megan does a good job of zoning. It's just a 1 kill net advantage, and it still means that it's a 4,000 gold advantage to Snake. And you've still got Jarvan, who is gigantic. Solo laners have been farming incredibly well, so it's not too bad. It's a drop in the ocean.
Yeah. I will say, though, that Rookie constantly being pushed out of mid, still being 10 CS behind, which is incredible for him because he should be far more behind. Like, at this point, with how long this tower's been up and available, and how Lissandra's
we're
been
going
at
into
her.
the mid lane. Hero Chains connects, and the Frozen Tomb going down as well, but Rookie just turns it online. Just comes out of that one. Didn't even have cleanse, and finds a kill.
This is incredible. It's great from Ning that he showed up as well. But that was a great blowback, so Flandre couldn't get in position. So that was stellar coming out of Rookie. Just pure defense. That being said, SOFM.
Getting caught out once more. Another great Cosmic Binding in from Megan, but he'll flash away to safety. The cast goes completely wide. Zokyu is just letting rip on top of that Bard. But he's being chased out by West. Lines up the Piltover, but does not want to take another step forward. Zatai and SOFM coming down. And Flandre comes back from base. Still alive. Top lane being pushed in, but the Shy going to have to move away from this one. Get all the damage he can. In the bottom lane, Ning almost dropping. Well, the dominoes have been set up, bot tower and mid tower, so incredibly low. Still not taken out by Snake.
Yeah, Snake's going to be frustrated that they can't get any of these kills in their favor. Save for that one team fight. A lot of these opportunities that they pushed on towards the mid lane, that they were able to get there in the bottom lane, not netting kills. Sure, that means that Gragas has to back. Earlier on, that meant that Rookie had to back with how much pressure coming through him. Except for that, that's an insta-kill. Okay.
All right, well, we didn't see the start of that, but we saw how it ended. Rookie just gets nuked in the mid lane, and I guess that's all you need. You just need the 1v1 outplay, so you can just pick up a tower. And that's Zatai getting a solo kill against Rookie. I mean, we need to emphasize that fact that Rookie has been the premier mid laner pretty much of the league outside of, what, Scout?
Yeah.
And when Icon was going on that rampage in spring and he was just taking names, Rookie was like, that's cute, and just like slapped him and put him back in his place, and he just got a solo kill by Zatai.
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence, especially from the rest of Snake towards Zatai, because Zatai had a poor start to the season. But especially in their win versus WE, he showed up incredibly on the LeBlanc tick, is very comfortable on it. And you can see that Snake understands that confidence, and they're pulling everything they can, all resources, just to get him ahead. And then net him another kill, just a solo kill, but that was a long time of just pressuring Rookie into a position where he could not look to get any opportunities.
But the dominoes have fallen, my friends. That's a mid tower and a bot tower, and both of those top towers from earlier, so a 4-tower advantage now to Snake. And they pick up the first dragon of the game, which has been a very late dragon. 20 minutes, and that's the first dragon being Cloud.
Yeah, preface this game saying that Cloud Dragons would be the ones you didn't want if you were Snake, so you can play towards the team fights, and IG would have to play towards you rather than looking for the side lane pressure. Side lane pressure, non-existent here. Meanwhile, it just felt like the snowball potential of Zitai just took over.
Yeah.
So I guess they're going to take it as just a simple house duty. The next one's going to be over.
So, what are percentage chances of Snake and IG winning this game, Raz, to you right now?
For Snake, it would be a solid 80%. It's that strong for me with how the game's going for them. They can just go towards 1-3-1. They can definitely dive with their composition as Zitai and Flandre. It felt like they can go at this front to back and still win. So I would say Snake wins out in 80%. But with how IG has been playing, just playing around Rookie, and Rookie has had some stellar outplays so far this game, there's a good 20%. Okay, I'd say.
Good 20.
Yeah. People would bet on 20. Some people
They would.
Yeah.
It's an IG 20.
Yep.
So a bit more value in there. But yeah, it's probably going to stall out for a little bit now because it's really down to Snake being able to siege an inner tower. And against Caitlyn, still pretty hard. You got Gragas and Syndra to threaten. And even the Bard. I don't think we even saw a Herald this game, right?
Yeah, definitely didn't come through.
Because there is that interaction with Bard where he's able to defend against the Herald charge with his own ultimate, so it doesn't become as valuable.
Ooh. Just charging out, just to see if he can get his max damage off ultimate, but Zitai saw him based off of the clone. He definitely
still
charged
waiting.
LP. I don't think they saw.
How could they not see? It's not like it's invisible. Flandre pops the ultimate on the Shy, follows up with the Glacial Path. Shy, he should suddenly has the potential to turn this one around onto Flandre, but he's got the dunk, and he's got the Zhonya's. So not going to happen, but a little bit close for comfort.
Yeah, played that as well as you could in a 1v3 situation, but you're not going to kill Alessandra. Sure, she didn't have ulti, so if that Zhonya's had went through fully and somehow Fiora was able to come out of that one, then yeah, he would have gotten a kill. But
it's pretty disgusting though. Like Lissandra can buy what, like 7 seconds of time zoning away a backline with ultimate, which is like what, 3.5, and then the Sonya's 2.5.
Yeah.
And then you like space it out as well with like a W. You just like sit there and like, what's backline gonna do? They can't go through the Lissandra.
Yeah, they can't do much. And while we were all talking, having fun with that, somehow LeBlanc just killed West.
Oh,
It was just popping him in the mid lane. So this is definitely turning into a Zitai show. Everyone is playing to and just shutting down the Shy, so he's not able to split push, not able to get the push going. He has Ravenous Hydra, not Black Cleaver yet. But here we're going to get the replay.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just trying to get a camp. The man was trying to get some gold in his pockets.
what did he find?
Someone pickpocketed him.
Yeah.
Just a simple
Beat him up, took
pickpocket.
his money.
Yeah, 200 gold out of your pocket. Your bank account is now bare.
Oh, wow. That doesn't feel great. West just hit his 2 items as well. Everything was going great in life. Got a new job.
This is when you
crashing down.
You think your job's working out well for you, and then your check bounces, and you realize it was all a fraud from the beginning. That's the life
So Ty
of
was
West.
pulling the strings.
Yep, he was promised something good.
Yep.
Nothing came of it.
Everyone is just sat in the bush. We're now playing battleships.
Yep. This is the greatest gameplay because there is a ward on Baron, so there's no reason for Snake to be sitting there that pretty. But they don't have a controller in that pit. So IG's like, all right, we know what you're doing. We're just going to sit here, and guess what? You're going to sit there longer because you don't know we have a ward there.
What is going on? Everyone's just sat in bushes. Now Snake are going to reveal themselves finally. Looks like we're back to bush hunting.
Yeah, I will say that at least the ward has a time limit, right? When the ward dies, then you have to reset the ward, and they can't place that ward once again because they have no access to it. So,
Oh, there, a control ward.
I think I'm trying to get in there.
I mean, just hit it.
1,
Slap it.
2, 3.
4.
It's taking a remarkably a large amount
Well,
of
you know,
autos
if
to get it.
Flandre hit it,
Yeah.
then, you know. Also, SOFM just smited a minion. Does not seem particularly efficient.
He has a second smite. He's been holding that smite for a while, so
Okay.
he's going to be fine with that. Okay.
All right.
He should have waited a little bit longer to get that proc.
It's still the tank. Oh, that's onto OQ.
Protect OQ.
Protect him with your life. He's being protected. Okay, Crystal, gonna flash the wall. Full ultimate, and West Ace and all coming in. I just thought there was a lot of damage at the end there.
He threw everything at him.
Flandre is low on mana, wants to get this proc, but Frozen 2. Here comes OQ and SOFM, but no one's really in range to do anything from Snake.
Yeah, suddenly IG's taking control.
Good flash from SOFM.
I wonder if we're going to see a 50-50 Baron. I think IG is in a position to do that. They're behind incredibly in this game. Crystal's down. Somehow SOFM took this as a good time to go take his blue buff with 50% HP.
What is that noise?
That is definitely Cogma.
Oh my, that is horrifying.
Yeah, it is. Flandre TP'd in. They're all afraid of Baron.
Definitely afraid of Cogmore.
I feel like they could have just done it instead of just sitting in a bush. I feel like sitting in a bush is not the default answer here. Or at least it shouldn't be.
No, everyone went back to base. So there was a chance, but IG did not pull the trigger on the 50-50. As much as I wanted to see it.
Yeah. Probably would have been a good fight too. If you don't have Lulu in this fight, definitely feel a lot harder walking in there with anybody there. Because sure, SOFM would be the tank in that scenario, but he's still fairly squishy with the burst damage present. Coming out of rookie.
Yep.
So that's it's a missed opportunity, and now IG's still in the same position, battling for vision towards Baron. Actually, it looks like that it's gonna get shifted towards the dragon.
I mean, you're going to be banking on West ramping up as well, right? Trying to get tier 3 items, see if he can actually win this front to back. But how can you ever do that when there's no way to counter out Flandre's invulnerability coming in from his ultimate and his Zhonya's? So I don't really see how that's going to assist. Especially when the enemy team has a Cogmore, you know? Like, if they had a early to mid-game ADC, you'd be like, you know, maybe. But
yeah.
Cogmore's going to outscale regardless.
Yeah, and usually you put a Caitlyn versus a Kog'Maw and you say it'd be favorable to Kog'Maw. Sometimes it's like with, I would say 5 items. Caitlyn would do incredibly well. She has a good tank, I would say, in the side of Ning. So there's a lot of theoreticals if this game gets to that point, right? But for now, it just seems like it's very difficult for IG to be forcing these mid-game fights 27 minutes in, especially since the Shy, he built himself a QSS, which is fine in the individual matchup. It's just going to take a little bit longer for him to get his items that he needs. He's had to stop. In fact, he's not even going towards the Black Cleaver. He's shifted towards the Trinity Force instead. There's going to be a lot more gold, too, to spend. So this guy's going for a hefty build.
Get the Shy off Fiora. You know, only bad things happen when he's on Fiora. Out of the sample size of 2 games.
Maybe.
Oh, here we go. Double 2 chains.
Oh.
And the dunk. Riposte comes in,
Yep.
but what are you going to do?
Yeah. He was just holding on to his riposte to see if he can get a good timing with the LeBlanc chain, but Zathai recognizes that. That's the worst thing for LeBlanc. So he just keeps at a good distance, so no one's going to get CC'd in that regard. So, yeah, it's just a sad situation. The Shy goes into a side lane as Fiora, looks for someone to answer him, finds 3 people or 2 people. He dies. Rinse and repeat.
Just feels like it's going to be a slow bleed up from IG.
We saw some good fights coming out of them. And it's a lot of it's going to be on if Bard can get a proper ulti, if the traps coming through from Caitlyn is in a good position. But if the fight is going to be in Baron territory, that's a large area. So I don't know if traps are going to be too effective here.
Mr. Razzleplasm, why did SOFM hit those wards?
That's a good question. They would have suspected it anyways. I'll give him that, but don't hit the wards. Do not do it. Unless if you think you're going...
He
whatever.
just loves wards.
That's fair. Get the gold.
60 gold.
30 gold, yeah, there we go. 60. 90.
90. Plus the other 2 he got from earlier.
Now the coach...
150.
Coach can't be mad. He's going to go back to base and going to be able to buy a control ward from that one. And some gold to spare.
Yep.
Yeah,
Gonna take out another one. 180.
Woo. It's not too bad because if they ever lose position on Baron for whatever reason, then of course they would have these wards cleared out. So that's the only caveat I would say. But just try and keep it covert. You don't have to tell them that you're in the pit.
Yeah, I've definitely ranted about this one before, but public service announcement: if you hit wards that are disabled by control ward, you will be revealed. Don't do that while you're taking a Baron. So many times I've seen people do that in solo queue, and then suddenly tips the enemy team off the fact they're taking Baron, and then they lose the game.
Yep. A lot of the times here right now what Snake's trying to do, they have a good flank position. They just need to, or at least composition. They just need to push into the jungle and get proper wards down so they can utilize the Ty's TP along with Flandre's TP. This is a good place where Snake is going through. He's actually just going to start the fight himself.
Well, he's trying, but he's just getting CC to high heaven.
Oh, that's
he's getting locked up.
That's not who you want getting junked.
Took a lot of damage. Someone tank this. Good guy, Flandre.
So they didn't place the wards that I were looking for, but they still have wards placed down. They need to get this moving a lot faster because they're taking time bomb to Shy. They're still split pushing.
Ultimate used by Ning and simply just knocked Crystal against the wall, so not great from IG. Big ultimate down the toilet. Shy's backed away. Double lockups on both sides. Both front lines have been locked up. SWM jumps right on top of Megan, but everyone, take a timeout. And we'll time in. Megan goes down. Quick kill onto SWFM as well. And Flandre also drops. Both his invulnerabilities did not help him out there as IG continues the chase.
Oh, that's
Ning
embarrassing.
misses the body slam flash, and OQ still being chased after. The Shy now into this fight. Gets the slowdown. And we'll be able to take him out as well. The grand challenge initiated. Crystal on the run, but the Shy is so damn fast. Cannot get away from him. Ning chimes in with the kill. Zatai, the only one remaining, and IG could be turning around right here, right now.
Yeah, out of nowhere, IG pick up the fight. And now it's all in Zatai. They're all full HP. There is no way he can look for a chunk on anybody. Maybe Shy.
No, not going to happen. Baron over to IG, and the Shy is still chasing down Zatai. Going to put a stop to that one as 32 minutes into the game, and IG cash back up.
It's always the 20%. You always have to believe in the 20%, Pulse.
Yep.
That's it. This was a fight Snake wanted. SOFM couldn't get onto his pole. Actually just gets blown away. And so West is getting so much DPS along with Rookie, and they're just fully protected. OQ and Crystal, nothing they could do because they still had to worry about the Shy. And so, yeah, this is when you fast track this one because they're trying to run away, and they're just getting perpetually slowed. And, of course, Grand Challenge gives you movement speed, along with the Trinity Force that gives you movement speed. So the man is running fast.
Usain Bolt on the Rift.
I just give the champion a Jamaican like uniform and everything.
Fiora?
Yes. It would be the worst skin you can get because no one would understand it. Why are you giving Fiora a Jamaican tracks uniform? People would still buy it. It would be hilarious.
I mean, people would, yeah, but they wouldn't know why they were buying it.
It's just silly. People love silly stuff.
Well, the day that casters get their own skins, you know what Raz's will be. It will be Fiora.
There we go.
As a track runner.
Yep.
What would the rapier be?
Ooh, a baton. It would
Baton.
be a bad one.
That's
but
true.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
It sure already has like a water noodle, right, on the
Oh yeah, with the summer
pool party skin.
Pool party. Yeah, that's fair.
So I guess it makes for it to be a baton, right?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah. There you go.
It's a lot of things I would
have
like.
that one for free, skins team.
I'll tell you right now, no one should put me on that team. I would just have the most nonsensical skins possible. It wouldn't need to make sense.
We have Mukar Alistar. I still want a Moo.
Oh,
To match him. Well, that'd be great.
that would be great. Just a very sad baby calf.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
That would be incredible. Well, IG have caught back up with the Baron, but I'm still concerned for the late game scaling, Raz.
Yep. Well, here's the thing about the scaling nonsense that is Kog'Maw here.
Okay.
While that is fair, what's very scary if you're a Kog'Maw is you need the proper protection to be able to walk up and deal with the damage front to back.
Okay.
That is all going to be on Megan and the Shy to be able to stop you from doing that. So far, they've done a great job in zoning out Kog'Maw so he doesn't deal that much damage. So I think that while that is fair, it is always threatening to deal with an Kog'Maw Lulu combo. This is not going to be able to have the proper safety, and they don't have the setup. Like, for instance, SOFM is still very squishy. So he's going to do a lot of damage. He can't protect anyone on this team.
This is really good, but I think they can actually make this happen as SOFM chasing after. He came in for the long flank, pops the ultimate, but everyone who came back from base from IG is catching up very quickly, buying more time using Megan. And this might be the re-engage now as Flandre is dropping low. The Shy is just doing so much damage, but the Frozen Tomb's going to buy a little bit of time, goes back down once more, and that's one kill over to IG. Good plan in theory from Snake, but they were unable to execute fast enough. The magical journey brought IG back to position way too quickly.
Yeah, and it's really starting to show that Snake have to start playing this more creatively. That Flandre can't be looking for those fights in that fashion. It needs to be going towards a flank position, but it seems like if he comes in front to back, Syndra and Caitlyn just do far too much damage, have far too much, I would say, utility with the traps and, of course, the stuns coming in from Rookie. This could, it's not going to be game, but it's definitely going to be looking to get in hit.
Depends if SOFM decides he wants to engage right here, as it's looking difficult. West is getting a good amount of chip damage onto this.
Oh, that's a good chunk.
But Zatai is doing the same onto Megan, and it is raining
Megan's almost dead. He has to die.
onto Megan.
Yeah, this guy's
one
gonna
more.
die.
Has to flash it. And the heal in from West.
Yeah, that's the worst thing, especially if you're going up against Trinity Force Kog'Maw, is that he's going to be doing that much triple damage. Wait a minute, the flank!
Wait, Fladra is coming in. He has ultimate, to be fair.
Oh, that's sad. Oh, it's even
No,
sadder.
that's, yep. This is a sad, sad story.
That is the saddest.
Rocky will take one with him. Won't go down without a fight. It is a support, but still a 1-for-1 trade. While the Shy is going down in the bottom lane.
This is hilarious. This is a game where both teams are trying to push this before. Like, Snake want the fight. They've craved the fight. They're trying to get it. They might get the kill here.
Wait, the Shy actually
No
got
way.
the riposte on the ultimate, but it's not going to matter in the end. There's just too much damage, too much CC. And 3,300 gold was the Baron power play from IG, and that actually slingshots them into the lead now up against Snake.
Yeah. 3 fights in a row that Snake have tried to force something. Anything. And they get pushed back by Rookie, and West dealing that much damage. Ning with the proper ulti. They just get disengaged time and time again. And then you just see the Shy just split pushing bottom lane. You're like, well, someone's going to have to deal with that. We spent far too much time looking for this. It's getting a little silly now. 1 minute, 30 seconds, and you might see another Baron trade or fight. This is getting... How do you feel about this?
I don't know. I think that percentage definitely went to 50-50.
Oh.
I think both teams have a very solid chance of winning this game. Maybe 55-45 favor of IG.
Yeah, I would...
Where do you place it?
You know me as a flip-flopper.
Yep.
A proud one at that.
Yes.
I'd say 60-40 in IG's favor.
60-40 in IG. Okay, so we're pretty close.
We're close. We're
Almost
close.
aligned.
Yeah.
Ning has picked up all of the new items. He just wants to see what they all do. He's got a Zeke's Convergence, I think it's called now, on 7-12.
That's true.
And he has an Abyssal Mask. And he has a Spirit Pidgeot as well for, you know.
Amplifying the AP from Rookie. He's going to be able to... The Zeke's Convergence is the most interesting one.
Yeah.
I want to see how
Who's
he's
he
going to be able
binding?
That's a good question.
Also, like, the passive is so complicated. It's
Yeah.
like 7 paragraphs of text.
And you would need to bind it to someone's ulti, I believe.
Yes, you've got to use the ult to, like, activate it, and then it creates a firestorm.
Yep.
And
I haven't
there's like
seen
some
it just
ice.
yet.
There's like an ice storm
Yep.
as well.
I haven't seen it just yet.
I've not seen anyone build it yet. Of course, we are one of the first regions in 7-12, so I guess weird to see it, but very complicated. So good looking.
Ooh.
Oh, Flandry's there. Flandry out. He's an escape artist.
Yeah, in and out. And this is a case where, with Baron coming up, they're probably going to be looking to... So they're actually just doing it right now.
What over the wall?
Driving.
Jarvan. SFM looking for flank, so is Flandre. Going back to basics, has to flash that one, does not want to get caught out. Charging up the ult. Crystal's going to take on the chin.
Oh, of course the Shy
Ah,
split
the
pushing.
classic. IG just needs to disrupt now.
That's 2 cannon creeps too. He has a big wave. IG, they don't have to force a fight. They should just...
Snake have to jump in. They
Yep.
need to go in on this. And they actually go for the fight. Tempered Fate comes down. The flash forwards coming in from Flandre. He's getting hammered by West right now. Rookie over the wall.
Oh.
Will be taken out in that one. 1 kill down onto Flandre. What's
He's
happening
gonna
to
get
the
it.
Nexus? No, it's a pace. That's what FM needs to do this. No riposte coming out, but he will cleanse
He's
that
gonna
one
kill
out.
him.
Grand challenge. Takes him out of the spawn pad. Zatai needs to do something, but let's try. Turn around. Goes
He's
for the
got it.
Peke. Finds it. 40 minutes into the game. And IG take the win. The mid laner doesn't even know it's over.
Welcome, Shy. It looks like this man has gotten his christening. You have gotten your jersey. You've gotten your payment. You are now an IG member with that win. That is how you take a victory. Woo!
What an ending to that game. IG take the win. Zatai was still sat there and was like, what? Did we win the fight? Like, what happened here? And the Shy casually winning in the game.
That's insane.
Crushed faces coming off the back of that one.
They had no business winning that.
Oh my lord.
You stall it out long enough, and the odds do not matter. Somehow, some way, it's IG who's gonna take it.
I mean, the person who really deserves that bow is going to be the Shy, who's walking off stage. But modern day ex-Peke on that Fiora. Well,
Yeah. Well then, I mean,
these are some weird times, Raz,
Yep.
for IG. Duke's not here. The Shy comes in. The Shy wins the game for them almost twice in a row now.
Yeah.
Ning does okay.
It just seems so off for IG that they could come out so big after such a disappointing week in week 2. They came out looking disheveled, not there yet, but that must have been the most productive scrim week I've ever seen in my life. That they could just bring in this solo queue player, this streamer. He has so strong mechanically, and they just allow him to thrive.
I have no idea what they fed him, but I want some of that.
The guy has a lot of Wheaties.
Welcome back to the Desperate Kieran. Can you tell me what happened in that game? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I can, but we're gonna pump the brakes a little bit.
Okay, all right. We're backing up. All
I'm
right.
really happy that the Shy, he comes in, he's fitting in well. Zatai's just quietly sitting at his computer like, that could have been me. That was me. I was that top laner.
Yep.
I used to do that for that team. And it just stings a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But the Shy was definitely not what won them that game. He
Ooh.
really suffered in the early game.
I
In
definitely
fact,
saw him hit that Nexus to death.
well, okay, he may have been the guy that literally hit the Nexus.
50 gold stronger right there.
But I'm pretty sure it was, again, Rookie really flexing on
Yep.
some kids and picking up a lot of that slack. So we take a look at the damage done graph. Again, Zatai, that's just going to taste bad. That's just a little bit of salt.
So you're going to have to very much justify yourself in this Frostgurn, because I definitely remember that
Oh,
solo kill that went
buckle
down.
up.
Zatai onto Rookie in the mid lane, the 1v1 kill. So tell me why it was Rookie who won this game for IG.
Okay, we have to start with my very first replay here, which is Flandre. Now, the thing is Flandre wins the top side of the map so hard on the Sauter. He takes a super early tower. He takes another tower. You can see up in the top lane, there's no more towers. That's it. And then he does this! And he literally just face checks into Rookie and dies. But why this is important is because Flandre has all of this pressure. He has all of this lead. Snake totally sprinting towards the finish line, and they just right hook, like go over hurdle, trip,
Yep.
bam,
Yep.
hit the ground. Why aren't you going bottom? Why aren't you doing Rift Herald? Why aren't you doing anything with your pressure other than just force feeding any sort of gold advantage you had straight into Rookie's pockets? And Rookie's like, all day, every day, I'm Syndra, this is easy. And Rookie does that multiple times. That's the time when he kills Syndra, but Flandre had tried that 3 different times, and it was never successful.
Yep.
Just go bottom. Just do Rift Herald. Stop wasting your time. And they can sit there and they can think, we have the Kog'Maw. It's fine. Late game's ours. What is Kog'Maw supposed to do into this composition? That is a Gragas, Syndra, and a Bard. And even though it's not demonstrated very well with this fight, this is the fight that eventually turns them, gets them the Baron. But look at how much time OQ just spends walking around.
Yep.
Like, yeah, Kog'Maw will theoretically outscale every single champion with his damage output, but he never gets to do that damage because he's, trying to dodge all these orbs, or he's trying to dodge these casks, or Bard's chucking like Shaquille O'Neal ultimates into the backline. OQ can't do anything. And then it's made worse by the fact that he went Trinity Force second item, which I understand theoretically. He goes Blade of the Rune King, he then grabs the Trinity Force after building QSS. So technically it was like 2.5 items instead of the Hurricane, because the laning phase was so long. Because Flandre never came and picked him up. He's like, I don't need to build Hurricane, I'm not going to be pushing minions. I want the dueling potential because I'm across from West.
Yep.
If Flandre had picked up the kids from school, maybe he would have had the Hurricane, he would have been doing more damage earlier.
And as you've been talking about him, Rookie takes up the MVP. And I'm just going to hit on this one a little
that Shy?
longer.
Definitely looks like Rookie to me.
Best thing about this, because Rookie's been in that position before where he's getting diving constantly because he hasn't had the jungle pressure. And so he's had to be able to understand what it means to be living in the desert with no water.
There's
Just
no-
actually nothing.
nothing around.
No resources. You understand somehow, somewhere, someone's going to smite you down. So what was great about it was that I think Snake could have played it better. If they wanted to dive mid,
100%.
dive mid with 3 people. You have LeBlanc, you have Jarvan, you have Lissandra. That's an easy kill. If someone gets blown away, they have another one who has a dash. They all have dashes. That works well for you. Problem is, it doesn't come out that way, and Syndra's able to play that out well, as you've talked about, and of course, stalls out the game.
So specifically, why was it Rookie that just won the game? Like, what did he do?
Because he's the type of player that when back to the wall, when he needs to make the play like that, he didn't die in that situation. Because if Flandre finds the kill 3 times there, then you're like, okay, that's exactly what Snake needed to do. Obviously, you always want to break the mid tower. It's the most impactful one. It'll offer you most access to the rest of the map. But Rookie is just such a solid rock. He knew every time Flandre was on top of him, whether he had wards or not, whether he had resources, a jungler behind him or not, he just absorbed everything from Snake.
Yeah.
And it's only Rookie as a player who can do that. If you put any other mid laner in that situation, it doesn't matter how well they play it, they'll probably still fall. But only the best can do that.
And here's the thing about this, because whenever it comes to IG, we put him to a new playing field, a new ground with a new rookie expectation. So when he makes plays like that, a lot of the time we want to give it to someone else because they're somehow able to like finish the game, somehow like come up or at least do something in the map. And I think that the Shy played very well with what was given to him. Sure, there was a lot of he was absorbing a lot of pressure as well, was able to play to, I guess, the pressure that Ning was giving him. So both of them, I think, played very well in the conditions that they had. But for Rookie, he had the largest opportunity to fail because they were throwing everything at the man. So I thought he played incredibly well, and I think the Shy had a great, I guess, pseudo debut. We've already seen him last week, but I want to give it to him this time.
And that's the thing. I don't want to take away from the Shy's debut. He did a great job. Welcome to Invictus Gaming. As an IG fan, super stoked. But at the end of the day, it's only because Rookie is the centerpiece of that team that you're able to fluctuate between success with Duke and the Shy, because they were working around the Shy rather than the Shy fitting into them.
Yeah. So I think coming out of this set, it looks great from IG's perspective, but they still have to recognize that they beat out Snake. Snake didn't have high expectations to start, and they fell really far down in the second game too, just because Ning got shut out topside, right? And he couldn't help out his lane. That's something that you have to really understand if they're going to be playing up to better competition next week. Especially once they get into cross-conference, they need to hammer that down. So that's something that IG needs to play towards, but it's good to know that IG has this mid to late game pressure from the Shy. Rookie still playing at his best, so it seems pretty good from IG's perspective.
What about the future of Duke, though? You got this superstar top laner who's now on the bench.
Yeah.
What happens?
That's sad. I mean, it's sad for him. I still that sounds bad, but like
That's sad.
that's like
Too bad.
I think that it's going to be increasing the level of competition topside. I know that Duke, he's going to have a few games. We see IG rotating a lot of rosters from time to time, so we should expect him to play at some point. It just means that if he comes onto the playing field, he needs to play that much better, because the Shy looks really solid mechanically, and he provides a split push solo play style that IG needs from him. If IG's playing to their solo laners, if he's playing that good, you put in the Shy.
It could always be a motivational issue. We don't really know what's happening behind the scenes between the Shy and the Duke, but we do know teams like Team WE. You know, Zero was a phenomenal support. He was playing at a very high level, and then, you know, Bin comes in. It's just to reinforce that you need to work a little bit harder, run a little bit faster.
Well, in first place in Group A is WE, EDG, Dan Gaming. Meanwhile, in 4th, 5th, and 6th with IG, Snake, and Aimee. So pretty big divide right now between the top and the bottom.
I mean, ultimately, if Dan Gaming was just any other team, you're like, yeah, I could see that. Theoretically, I believe that would happen.
Yeah, it's just that one wrench that seems to be a very high-quality wrench, by the way. That wrench is made by the Germans. Definitely the best quality wrench. But you just didn't expect it to be...
Is that actually what they're known for?
I don't know.
No, I just threw that out there.
Pretty sure it's like efficiency. Maybe it's a really efficient wrench.
Yeah, maybe.
I can't think of a more efficient tool. Maybe an Allen wrench?
Yeah. I mean, they are known for engineering,
wait,
I
yeah.
guess. Yes.
Yeah, maybe,
So-
maybe. I was expecting not to get questioned on that, but the fact that that came through, wasn't prepared.
He's still technically right.
I was ready to just believe him.
No, you weren't. You
No,
questioned me.
you were the first one to question
Maybe
it.
if I said yes, they're known for wrenches, yes, then you're just going on.
Ah,
with it,
yeah,
but
there you go.
like-
You doubted yourself,
that's
and that
fair.
was the problem right there. You need to double down on your statements.
Yep.
It can apply to all things and color. All right, I need to move on from this. So, yeah, talking about the bottom of the table, like, what is your problem with Dan Gaming? Is it Cat?
My problem with
Yeah,
Dan
what-
Gaming?
is it
No, I
Cat?
love Cat.
Yeah, I love Cat too.
Cat's
but like,
amazing. That guy. Okay, so Cat's
All right.
it's super easy to be a fan of Cat. This guy is an incredibly aggressive support, and what catches teams off guards is that you never expect the support to be alone. Like normally you would just kill them, but because when you see Cat alone, he doesn't run away from you, indicating that he is by himself.
Yeah.
He runs at you like, fight me, and you're like, oh my god, his entire team must be behind him. So people run away from him, and it's just Lulu support, and he just slaps you and walks off, and you're like, what?
That's the thing. I mean, once we go into cross conference, it's going to be interesting to see if Dan can really go up against these Group B teams,
That's
or if
true.
the Group B teams go up against Dan. We'll have to see if that comes out.
So I want to get to the bottom of this before we wrap the show for us. So is it just a lack of faith in Dan just because we've seen just not a lot of them in the LPL so far that you can definitively say they're a top team?
They just don't have the experience, and they've played very limited number of games. And yeah, it's a best of 3, and they've definitively won their group. But we see this all the time with LSPL teams. Like historically looking back, Snake came in from the LSPL. They dominated. They took second in their group, and then they got into playoffs, and the LPL teams were like, gloves are off, boys. Bam, and just slapped them down. The band suddenly changed. Things got much higher, much more intense. Because the thing is the global audience watches LPL and like, what is happening? Why are these teams messing around? Why do we have these wonky builds? Like, when they don't realize that the LPL really starts in playoffs. Like the transformation that the teams go through is night and day because we play so many games.
Yeah.
We play more games than any other region, and we never stop. Our off season doesn't exist because we have Demacia Cup and the NEST Cup, things like that. So like these players, at some point you do get burned out, and you treat the competitive game like the scrim, and maybe you're a little bit looser, or maybe you're messing around with Athene's Holy Grail, Zach. Not gonna try to justify it, but I understand how it can happen. Whereas when it's do or die, when it's in the playoffs, then you see the strength of the LPL teams. When they hit the international stage, like at MSI, pretty much every year that we've gone, then you are reminded that China still needs to be respected.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think
Definitely defended your case.
There we
Raz,
have it. I
anything to
think
say
it's a
to
good
that?
case. I think the biggest point too is that Dan's coming in. I think the Snake reference is a very strong one because Snake came in with one playstyle, or at least the focus playstyle that teams were able to counter out, especially in playoffs, especially in these best of 5 scenarios. Dan will probably find themselves in a situation where they have to expand more in their pools. Maybe go towards top lane and say that maybe Lai should play a little bit more of a carry style so he doesn't get completely focused down on. So we'll have to see how that team works out and if they grow as well as, let's say, an IMA did.
Still, a lot of questions for the LPL, as there always is with every season of the LPL. So anyway, we're going to close it there. So didn't learn anything new, but we did see that W apparently back to form, and IG apparently just pulling it out as well of the Shy. So yeah, closing the show there. Thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you again tomorrow as Don will be anchoring the desk.
Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me.